Sweet.
Oh my
Like I
God.
said, this'll be a bone fap. That sounds good, doesn't it? That's,
Bone fat. Okay.
Not even supposed to be lean.
I'm here for it.
So yeah, this'll, if it works out, if it's a good, decent little discussion, we'll throw it out as possibly a whole episode. We've recorded a couple offline. You know how it is. Usually for copyright reasons, but hey, this is very spontaneous, and you never know what's gonna happen. So. No number. I should probably be like, oh, hey, ThoughtTheatre, it's been some time. How you doing?
Good. How are you, dude?
Oh, wonderful. Watching stuff and then fighting the tides on whether or not it should be considered good or not, which I think you guys have been doing lately.
Oh, yeah. Many times. Lots of time. Lots of writing.
Oh, yes. And Marcus, I think we met when we were watching some film that shall not be named at some point.
Yeah,
I
we
am aware of this film, by the way.
Thought knows. Thought and I were trolling
I'm in on the
a
joke.
couple of dudes that we're going to be debating about Spider-Man 2 in the Amazing Films with at some point. And these people in particular, they don't actually know what my arguments are against that movie. So they're going to be finding out what my criticisms are in real time, basically. And I'm very excited for that. Can't even
Wow.
imagine.
Exciting stuff. I suppose we should just jump right into it. What's everyone's position? Should we go one by one from left to right in terms of what would you say in one word to describe Amazing Spider-Man 2? I guess Marcus is first.
amazing.
Wow. I'll go with bad.
I'll go with terrible.
Southpaw?
I guess I would go with underrated. I think that it gets a lot of unfair criticisms against it. Maybe it's bad, but a lot of the stuff that Thought and I have been going over seems like it's receiving a bit of a lot of criticism that doesn't actually take into account what's in the film.
And I'm gonna cap it off also with amazing.
And I think you guys, there's thought that it might be the best live action Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, at least from everything that I've seen, all the stuff that I've gone through, I'm prepared to conclude that for me personally.
So this isn't a meme or anything. We're like you actually think these two movies are amazing.
The first one definitely not as amazing as the second one. I think the second one's much better, but the second one 100%, yeah. No memes.
Amazing. So
All
like
right.
9 out of 10.
No, I'd give it an 8. I mean,
8 out of 10.
like amazing
Holy fuck.
is up there, but like 8
Yeah.
out of 10 for sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for sure. Jeez.
And yeah, you guys find a little mini war on Twitter about all this stuff, right? Because for context, for anybody who's like completely out of the loop, you're thinking to yourselves, wait a minute, live action Spider-Man, that includes the Raimi films, does it not? Why don't you guys deliver your thoughts on the Raimi films for everyone to know?
Can I start, since I'm kind of the one that's leading the charge on this shit?
Go for it.
Spider-Man 2's writing is fucking shit. It's dog shit. There's so much wrong with it. It's kind of stressful to break down, but like there's two main issues that heavily affect the film. One of which is Mary Jane. She's a cunt, and the film doesn't seem to be capable of acknowledging that she's a cunt. And so my emotional investment in seeing Peter get with her, which is like the core stake, like emotional stakes of the film, it's what drives his whole crisis about wanting to be Spider-Man in the first place. I can't get invested in it. I can't get invested in even wanting to see him save her life. She's an awful person. And so there's that issue, which I get, like emotional investment. That's a more subjective thing. On the more objective level, however, there's like 1 or 2 scenes with Doc Ock that make like a tiny lick of sense at the very least. Maybe they make total sense even. The hospital scene, and then the scene where he's moping around in his hideout for the first time about his wife's death. Literally every scene besides those 2 scenes have at least one critical issue with them. The entire plot with Doc Ock does not work in the slightest. There isn't a single fight scene with Doc Ock that functions, that holds up, not even the train fight.
So would you say that if a Spider-Man film had a villain who regularly, like literally every single fight has a huge issue with it, with like say the villain being able to kill Spider-Man whenever, and they just don't do it, that would be a huge problem for the film, right?
I would say it's definitely a problem in the fight scenes. Yes, the issues with Doc Ock have more to do with how in the world he's able to get around New York City without the cops stopping him. The fact that he is not bulletproof. The fact that he can be stopped by bullets, and it's just like the film keeps on ignoring the fact that police would exist, that police would be capable of stopping him, and they just don't. You have the logistics of how he gets the parts for his second fusion reactor to his little abandoned hideout in the first place. You have the whole deal that he does with Harry Osborn that kicks off the third act, a deal which makes no sense for him to accept, especially considering the deal is you have to go looking for a superhero who has gone missing, and he's been gone long enough for crime to spike 75%. And your only lead is a guy that took pictures of him for the newspaper. And then, like, especially given that this deal is being dictated, the terms of this deal are being dictated by a guy who literally cracked as soon as Ock started dangling him off a balcony, which indicates that all that Ock has to do is just pick him back up, dangle him off the balcony until he finally completely submits.
Yeah, and Ock isn't even a character right now that's very reasonable. He's kind of he's got one focus, and that is to get that whatever it is, right, the reactor going. Like the idea that it's like, okay, I'll do a favor if you do a favor for me. That's reasonable. He would. I don't think that's something that appeals to him at that point. He'd be like, not to mention,
it's broken when you consider the fact that he is under the influence of his tentacles. And so it's like, why is Ock even a supervillain, right? Because Otto Octavius, just the man, right? Like if we separate Otto Octavius and Doc Ock from each other, like Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader, as like two different personalities. Otto Octavius is not an evil person. It's the tentacles that are convincing him to like basically be willing to hurt innocent people in order to get to his objective. Mm-hmm. So whatever Otto feels about Harry Osborn, whatever respect he may have for him, I don't believe is going to overpower what the tentacles are going to try to get him to do.
I was going to say we don't want to spend too long on this because that's
yeah, of course.
That's your arc, right? We're on a different one.
What I'm just saying is that Spider-Man 2 is terrible on a plot level, non-functional completely. 3 out of 10 easily. However, there's a lot to like about it still, of course, but we can go over that at a different time.
Yeah. I mean, my dream will be for you to be trapped in a room with High Top and have these arguments out. It'd be so funny.
Oh yes,
that man lives for that film. It is the film.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea here is that I heard that this film's getting some praise, despite always knowing it to be a poopy film. And so I was like, Rags, want to watch The Amazing Spider-Man 2? And he's like, sure.
Yeah, that was.
I accidentally downloaded the wrong one. And so we watched the first film, and it took me like 10 minutes to realize, because I don't know why, I was just like, this doesn't seem quite right. I guess they have flashbacks in both of them, don't they? Which they do, and I was like, that must explain it. I was like, oh no, this is definitely the first one. I was like, oh well.
Yeah, Mahler just said, oh, this is the first one, and so we just carried through. We just soldiered forth through the movie. I'd never seen this one or the second one before.
Pretty bad. There's a shit ton of problems with the first one.
Terrible. Like I think these are pretty horrible.
Yeah, if gun to my head though, the first one's probably worse.
I'd probably say so.
Well, you guys should be happy to know that you were the first to ever have that opinion on the internet, because, like, I don't know.
I mean, I think we would have come to that in a vacuum.
I think most of the world says the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is worse. From what I've seen,
probably the worst. I mean, I think it's pretty fair that a lot of people that I see just in general dialogue on the internet will even give Spider-Man 3 a pass above TASM 2. So, yeah, definitely not the popular pick.
I'd have to rewatch Spider-Man 3 to know where I stand on that. Same for all the Raimi films, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in a while.
So I figure that we're not going to do both of them, right? We're just going to be doing number 2.
Sure.
So,
yeah, I mean, I'm more prepared for 2 for sure. So,
yes.
I suppose we should get started. We'll go chronological. Rags and I will try and stick to, I guess, the bigger problems. Might highlight some small things here and there.
Yeah. Okay. Mahler's got a more official script. I just kind of watched along.
Yeah, I was taking notes. So I think the chief first significant problem would probably be the laptop not flying out of the plane when no one's grabbing it.
I don't know. I might go a little earlier
Oh yeah.
with his because it opens up with Peter's dad and the dumbest attempt at destroying like the entire project ever, where he kills the spiders and gets locked out instantly and leaves.
So, why exactly is that an issue?
Well, it
So,
seems really incompetent for him to do this in such a brazen manner that gets him instantly locked out. If he's really hell bent on destroying this research, you think it?
Well, so
would be a
you
lot
see
more-
that we get a shot with the security camera showing that clearly he's being watched by Oscorp security. So he's trying to do it before Oscorp security. Like you're in this massive facility. This is where all your research is located. So I mean, when you start messing with files, when you start killing spiders, that's going to draw some attention. So
Well, that's kind of the issue. Is like this is what you're doing like right off the bat. Like there's no better way to get rid of this research than this, because it looks like he barely gets to really do anything.
he kills a fair amount of those spiders. I mean, he could have gotten to more, but the point is, like, that's where the spiders were.
He
Like,
killed some of the
how would
spiders.
how
So
would
that
you
should
say
have
he
actually
should have
stopped the
killed the
project
spiders?
at all?
It's also weird that he wouldn't have thought that, oh shit, I'm doing this on a camera. This might not work out.
Well,
Yeah.
no, he's
the
he's
thing
very
is they
he is
take-
very aware that he's being watched and that he needs to go on the run. Like Richard Parker at this moment in the story is very conscious that they are aware that he is going to be on the run at this point.
Yeah, but your
which is
argument
why
relies
he
on-
makes
Why'd
the
they let him
video.
in?
he is locked out because he is spotted on the camera. I'm saying, why
no,
the fuck would he
that's
account
not
for
that's
that?
not why he's locked out. He's locked out because his access has been revoked, which is something they do before they see him on the camera. Like they're trying to frame him for something. They revoke his access. He tries to use his.
So they still physically let him into the laboratory?
Also, why'd you bring up that the camera did
He was
anything
a-
then?
Well, because the camera is just context that Oscorp is watching him, not that he just randomly gets
Yeah,
his user
we know
revoked.
they're
That's why.
watching him.
Well, that's why
That
the cut
makes it
happens.
That makes
why?
it worse for you.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Him watching him beforehand and still and knowing he's going to do this and
Why wasn't
letting
he,
him
he
into the
apprehended?
laboratory,
How was he
because-
able to leave the building?
Okay, so I guess the problem with that is clearly what they're trying to do is they're trying to give legal reason that. So, okay, this is further contextualized by the FBI agents that show up and tell Aunt May and Uncle Ben the lie, right?
Yeah, that he
So
ran
they-
away for the money.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's just hypothetically assume that Richard Parker is apprehended at the building. That is going to be on the security cameras. Any lawsuits that are filed against this when like a top Oscorp scientist randomly goes missing from Oscorp is going to be pretty heavy.
They
Now,
can just
here's
frame
what.
it, like they.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing by allowing him
yeah,
in the
so
building and to kill the
so why
spiders.
risk the destruction of the spiders? That's retarded.
Yeah, that's really dumb.
Well,
That's
because
insanely stupid.
so they number one, they don't kill all the spiders, as evidenced
Lucky
by the
You
fact.
just argued a second ago they killed a significant amount of the spiders to counteract.
But not all of them, because if they have footage of Richard Parker
your
killing
argument for
the
why they
spiders,
wouldn't
that's
have
automatically enough for them to give reason for him
This is
to.
not a good start,
It's
y'all.
not a good start. You're
This is
arguing that
really
they
bad
let him
start,
kill some
y'all.
of the spiders because they still have more left. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
Okay,
phew.
so video evidence of Richard Parker killing the spiders and then getting his access revoked and immediately leaving the building is enough for them to say he is clearly corrupt at Oscorp and that's why he had to be removed. Or they can go with the whole he ran away for the money, which is exactly what happens. He kills the spiders, so Norman Osborn can't use the research. Then he takes the
Why
research
would they
and
not
runs
be
away.
able to
That's
use
how
the
they pray
research
him.
if he killed the spiders?
Yeah.
Because
You're
well,
stuck between Oscorp being retarded or him being retarded.
Hmm.
okay, so I'm still trying to figure out like if some of the spiders survive, which is where the research lies. I mean, even if one spider
No,
survives,
they
that's
still have all
research.
the data tied to
He
him
deleted the data.
Yep,
because it's all
that's-
just in one place that you can delete.
He
Well,
accessed the
it's-
computer, and he's the lead scientist within the.
Well, we got
So
Connors
he can just
and
delete the whole
Oscorp.
company's
Like, there's no way
data
that he
on
would
this
have the
whole
power
project.
to have deleted all of it unless they're really
That's
retarded.
insane.
he's trying to delete as much as he can, and he's trying to kill the spiders.
He
so
has
like,
no chance of deleting it.
No.
There's
Why?
no way
He's a-
that
he's
the
a head
massive
scientist
company
at
with this
Oscorp,
insanely
especially
large
being-
project would just allow one person
Especially
to be
being
able
that this
to
is
delete all that.
post the
That's
fact that they
insane.
know that he is going against them. He's already denied involvement, so they would never allow him the chance to destroy all of the data at this point.
Well, they're not going to let him destroy all the data. I mean, like, even you guys are
Hmm.
yourself are arguing that they have the data. So by allowing him to destroy it and capturing that on
What was
camera,
my first point that I brought up?
I mean, you've brought up a lot, but
Well, I know, but I'm specifying what is the first point I brought up. It doesn't matter how many points I've brought up. One of them will be the first.
I guess the first point that you brought up was that there's no reason they should have let him delete anything or kill
No,
any spider.
it was this guy, Peter Parker's dad, is incredibly stupid with this attempt to try and destroy
Yeah.
all the research.
Like, what else can he do? He's deleting files.
What else
He's
can he
killing the
do?
He's deleting most of the research
Probably
that
do
he
a
can.
better job of getting the
then
information
he-
out there. He does a pitiful job of doing that.
Yeah, but
One
then
thing
he
that I'm
puts his
actually-
blood in
The idea that he
spiders
thinks
as
that he
a.
could just log into a computer and delete all of the files of this insanely big project from Oscorp makes him look like the biggest idiot I've ever seen.
One
But
thing
he,
that
he
I'm-
deletes some files. He doesn't delete every file, and he tries to delete. He
So
tries to
the
kill
nature
the
of
spiders,
files
but-
and data is that you could make an infinite amount of copies of them, basically, which obviously Oscorp would have other copies of it.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
They're not gonna
the
leave
thing is
these
that-
files
is
around
that
just for him to delete.
Yeah, but
have-
the thing is, he tried to delete the files. If it
Yeah, he's an
worked-
idiot.
Okay, sure, but he has a
No, it's done. It's done when you said yeah, sure. Anything else after this is just
He has
yeah,
he
I
has
know.
a plan B to put his blood in the spiders so that they can't use those spiders anymore. So that's what he does. Like
They
if he
still
does
have
that,
everything else.
I have
Okay,
a
yeah.
question actually. Like, why is he destroying the spiders like now? Like, why this night in particular?
Because this is when he's deciding to go on the run. So I mean, if he does it any previous night, then they're going to be like, "Oh, why'd you kill the spiders?" And you're still showing up at Oscorp to work
Well-
every day in this cross-species genetics.
He decides to go on the run after he finds his study's been burgled, right?
No, he goes home after driving home from Oscorp. When he deletes the data to find. Well, okay, so the sequence of events is he's at Oscorp, he deletes the data, he goes home, he's recording the video downstairs. Then he goes up because Peter calls his name and he sees that
Really
his
weird
house
he
has
do it in
been
that
broken
order.
into. Why?
Why would he not record all this stuff before he physically goes to
Yeah,
Oscorp
that's a
to the lab to do all
That's
this
actually
stuff?
a really good question. Yeah,
That's a really fucking guys.
Fucking
This
idiot.
guy's a fucking retard. Okay,
he's not doing it. Like, he's not
Stop
exactly preparing
defending this
himself.
retardation.
He's not preparing himself before destroying the spiders and
Not to
doing all this
mention, you have
mad suspicious
Oscorp
stuff.
actually tried to like burgle his study, but didn't do anything but throw a stone in there. Then because they want him to get on the plane. Yeah.
Well, like, yeah, the point is that they want him to get on the plane
So-
so they can make it look like a plane
Why
crash.
that plane?
Yeah, I got even more issues now. So it's like, why would you
It's
even
a
risk
private
that?
plane.
Why wouldn't you capture him and force him onto the plane and then stage all of that in a controlled manner instead of allowing him more time to spread the information, which he does?
What if he takes a public flight?
Why would he take a public
What
flight?
the one
Why
that
do you
would
think
with
he would
like
take a public? No,
100?
no, Rags, don't give me the
100
answer. Why would you think he would take a public
They
flight?
need it. They need it, Mueller.
Why do you? Why would he take a public flight? It's a good question. Why do you think?
because
I mean, I
know.
don't think he would take a public flight because the first thing we hear Mary Parker say that they found a safe place at like Geneva to stay. Because I mean, if they have a private plane, they can fly literally anywhere. They
Dang,
can
no
land
public
anywhere,
flights
hide
to
anywhere.
Geneva.
But it also
Well,
means that
at a safe place. I mean, when it says a safe place, it's obviously assuming probably somewhere off the grid, probably somewhere relatively hidden where Oscorp, who has an immense reach, won't be able to find them.
You never travel alone. A
otherwise
public
someone
flight,
might
there
try
are
and frame,
hundreds of
like,
countless
fake
witnesses.
your death. That could be unfortunate.
Okay, so he gets on the public flight, then he gets out and he's apprehended in the airport, or
You're
he's
already one step better than what happened in the movie.
Exactly.
I mean, the same result still happens. It's just
You
Richard
have no
Parker is
idea.
even more dumb in
You
this
have
scenario.
no idea.
Yeah, he's really stupid. I'm
can't
okay.
tell me what happens in
I'm
this other
good to move on if
hypothetical
we've
movie.
conceded he's pretty stupid with
Yeah,
all of his plans.
this is really bad.
I mean, I guess from Richard Parker's perspective, number one, he's a scientist, not like a
Yeah, he's not a
professional.
smart. Yeah, he's
No,
not
no,
a smart
no,
guy.
no, don't.
Oh.
Well, I
Science-
mean, okay, so if we're gonna go with what's consistent in his character, should we have any reason to assume that he's going to know how to like run away from this company? Like
He creates. He literally creates a secret science lab.
Why
in a
actually?
train car.
Why wouldn't he try to devise a plan to get this done as cautiously as possible?
not like he's a scientist.
Yeah.
I mean, he could, but I'm like, I guess
It's
I'm gonna be
incredibly
honest, I
reckless.
thought this would start off way stronger than this.
from my perspective, right? He thinks he can delete the files. He's going to try and kill as many spiders as he can. Then he goes home and he has to get like his son and his wife and take them. I guess he's taking that last opportunity to record the video. Sure, could he have done it before?
God, you're right.
Yeah,
It's even
and
worse. He hasn't even
would've-
secured his family before he goes to Oscorp to
Oh
personally
man,
destroy
this
shit.
guy's a fucking dick.
Oof.
Who did this chick marry?
I think,
oh my
and I
God.
honestly think there might be more context behind it. But from what
He
we see,
literally says
it could
Peter's
be
the
fair-
most important thing to him than anything else.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there is actually context for that. That
Ugh.
explains that.
No, I mean like before we see him in Oscorp doing stuff to the spiders, releasing the venom to kill them, and then trying to delete the files. Like we don't know what happened beforehand. We don't know all the events leading up to that and why he wouldn't have got his family beforehand. I mean, like for all we know, he might not have even planned of going on the run on that day. I mean, there could have been something that happened at Oscorp that
Listen
day,
to
or
yourself.
just
Listen to yourself.
well, like all I'm trying to say is that it's possible that there's pre-existent context that could
Stop.
be that could be given into the
Trying to
film
save
that would
you from
show.
yourself.
I mean,
All I'm like, why is
How?
it not fair to assume that he wouldn't have his like the reason
Because
why he
we've
wouldn't have
already
his family?
established he's a fucking idiot.
Okay, so can I finish the point really quick?
Do you
So
want to?
Well, yeah, I do. So the point
Okay.
is, what if like follow this for a second. Let's assume Richard Parker didn't plan on going on the run this day specifically. Would we have any reason to assume he would have his family at the ready at Oscorp?
have his family at the
why
ready
would
at
he-
Oscorp.
Well, like you said, oh, he didn't even gather his family before doing this whole deal. And I'm saying to you, like, what if this isn't the day specifically that he knew he was going to go on the run? Is there any reason he should have had his family
that has
ready
to
to go
be-
on the run?
You're trying to apply context to fix a problem that's not in the film. We don't do that.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that given what is in the film, I think it's fair to assume that that's possible.
No, you're choosing
Something
to
that's outside of the
assume
film
something that might
could
help fix
be
it. Like
possible.
he's working there in a normal day, and then he discovers they're onto him. So he rushes to the room, he starts destroying things, and then he finds he's been blocked out. Oh, now you got to go home, record the It's all happening today. Oh my god! It's like, yeah, that didn't happen in the film.
Okay, but like all you need to know for that to be possible is to have more context that says Richard Parker found out that he was found out that day.
By
Like that's all
Hey,
you need for the
well,
stuff to fall into
we
order.
so you understand that by inventing solutions, you're conceding that there's a problem to fix.
Or I'm saying that a possible problem is assuming that like you
It is a
be-
problem, though.
because think about this for a second, right? You have just as much evidence as me.
Well, no, it doesn't account
that
for
the
everything anyway.
pre-existent-
All you're doing is applying a band-aid to one of the issues, which would be cheating in my book anyway. Like you're adding shit that's not in the film, but
Yeah.
it doesn't account for the fact that he so sloppily handled this, because we know that he denied involvement. He's like, I'm not going to make weapons for you guys, fuck you. And from that point, he needs to start preparing for what's going to happen next. But apparently he did it all in the one day that he was like, oh shit, I might need to destroy everything. Like, he's an idiot.
Okay,
It's
so
incredibly
Smart thing to do would
reckless.
probably to say, "Oh yeah, I'll make these weapons for you. I have no problem with that."
Yeah,
And
that'd have been a
then,
really
so they
smart
have
way
it
to
on
do
a
it.
rec. Okay, I mean,
Well, it's kind of that's what Jyn Erso's dad does in Rogue One, right? He agrees
'cause he
to
can
build the Death
still-
Star and he
Exactly.
sabotages it.
yeah, we're going
Which
to
is
Rogue
smart.
One
Kinda
for
smart.
better examples of this done. Yeah, that's right. We are. I'm
Do you
still in
think
the
that-
project. I still have eyes and ears on what's happening around. I still have,
And
control
think
over
of the
what
access
happens.
you have to all of the sensitive information.
Yeah,
do you think that's within the character of Richard Parker?
I think it
That he's
wasn't in the film.
intelligent? I thought
No,
it was.
do you think it's within the character of Richard Parker that he'd willingly like agree to start making these weapons as kind of his way of like building up an escape plan?
Well,
It wasn't just about escape; it was about sabotage internally,
because-
slowing the
because-
project down.
Do I believe
like-
he'd look after himself and his family? Sure.
Okay, so the problem that you're applying to Richard Parker here is that you're saying that he would have to do the most logical choice in every single scenario.
No, I'm not. So to give you an example, right? Oscorp are coming to me for making amazing bullets that I make with rags. We do it all the time. We're making these amazing bullets. We tip them with objectivity, and it kills things instantly.
Yeah, kills
and they're
everything.
Like, I want to supply these weapons to, you know, the aliens that are on this
Elbonia.
planet. They're gonna do all kinds of horrible things. Rags and I are like, shit. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're gonna make them for you, buddy. Absolutely. All right.
Yeah.
The only problem is obviously that we're on low supplies. We need to figure out how to mass produce. We need to figure out like all these. He's a scientist. He'll know what to say jargon-wise because they need him, as well as like whatever genetic codes. So he gets time, right? And it can literally be 1 minute, and it'll be worthwhile compared to going absolutely not. I am not getting involved with this to a company that's willing to sell weapons to whoever. Like. You might want to rethink
they're basically
that.
Umbrella at this point.
Okay, so like even within the film, you say you want to go off of the context we have in the film. Within the film, we have no reason to say that is what Richard Parker would do, given everything that he's shown within the dialogue and his actions. Is that he's like, absolutely not. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to go on the run. Like
with the context, also seems to be that he is willing to put his wife in great peril to do this at great personal loss to himself for the greater good, which would be exactly what our hypothetical would be.
Okay, so in both cases, right? In your case, does Richard Parker die, or does he survive?
I would picture he's probably going to end up dying in both of them.
He's probably going to end up dying in both. Yeah.
Okay, so
and both ways.
in both scenarios, does Richard Parker get found out by Oscorp?
I don't know. That's in the execution.
Yeah, it's very probable, I suppose. But one of them would have more time.
Okay, so I guess the point is like we're both beginning with the starting point that Richard Parker is found out by Oscorp, and it ends with him dying in both scenarios. So everything in between, like you still have the same starting point, the same ending point. It's just a different, like, Richard Parker could have been more logical in between, but what we show in the film seems pretty consistent with this character.
This would have impacted the plot because there was spider serum that was left over,
and
that
he could
was
have gotten
used
more
later on in the
information
film
out.
that he could have sabotaged.
He could have set more fail safes. He could have sabotaged them better.
Also, if I just want to say this, if the only difference is like how it's executed, like, so if it starts out and ends the same way, but like one way that it's achieved is dumb and the other is actually rather smart, I'll take the smart one.
Yeah. Also, I wouldn't agree that it leads to the same consequences.
Yeah, he can set more fail safes. He can spread more data. He can reveal more secrets. He can put his family in more security. Time is quite a weapon.
I mean, even if it is inconsequential to what the actual outcome is, I prefer the smarter way to achieving that outcome.
Oh, I agree, and I mean, like, if there is a smarter outcome to like any given situation, sure, take it. But like, I guess if you're going to grant me the possibility that this might be the day that Richard Parker found out, then I don't think he's going to take much chances where like his family could be put in more danger by him taking more time to set more fail safes. Like, clearly, he's prepared to die. In order to like
point too.
I actually just want to quickly ask, so Richard Parker, you mentioned something about like his access being restricted, I think, right?
Yes, his access was revoked.
Temporarily frozen. User ID revoked.
So then would that give him like more of a ticking clock to go ahead and do this now, even though he's not prepared?
That would be
that happens after he's decided to start sabotaging everything.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Yeah, because the film begins with the sabotage. The spiders getting killed are like the first thing.
Yeah, he deletes the files and kills some spiders.
And that's what results in his access getting revoked.
Yes.
And then we see that his access has been revoked.
So his access was revoked as a reaction to him killing the spiders.
So so as he slides his card, the thingy happens. So I guess he didn't need to use the card to get into the lab where all the spiders were?
Or it was revoked after he killed the spiders. But like,
he also apparently doesn't need any ID to get out of the building.
Well, so if it was revoked before he killed the spiders, then it means that he really...
No, it was after.
It was... No, but what I mean is, like, so did he use that card? Did he have access with that card before it said access revoked?
So I assume so, because he had to have gotten into the laboratories the super secret, top secret mega
Mhm.
laboratories at Oscorp?
Well, the first film shows that you don't need a card to get inside that laboratory with the spiders.
Well, you need-
Oh
Assuming
man,
that it's the same
Oscorp is
one.
fucking retarded.
well,
then.
they absolutely
That's
are.
No, there was still a password. It just wasn't a
There was-
card access.
Yeah, it was a password, not a card access.
So they knew that him using his password wouldn't trigger it, but his physical card would.
Well, like I guess
So it locks him out after he's already gotten access to the laboratory.
Hang on,
he gets-
Oscorp is dumb.
They're definitely dumb.
Like
They-
it locks him out to gain access to the other spiders because like he has access to some of them, not every one of them. So I imagine those ones would be like in his lab, and the other ones would be like that you keep safe to run experiments on, and those were the ones that he wasn't able to access.
Because like the
So
only thing
we know that so it's the other spiders that he was going to kill with his card that he got locked out of.
Yeah.
well, so because the
What's-
only thing
really?
that I can see fixing Richard Parker is
Is that-
like what?
Is that true? Do we have any information for that?
that he was going to kill other spiders.
Yeah, because I'm watching it right now, and I do not see that. So I don't. What information are you using to say that he's going to kill the rest of the spiders?
that he kills the first ones, and then I'm pretty sure the case that he uses his card to open is the rest of the spiders that he's going to kill.
Because I'm looking at it and I see no other spiders. Let me give it another. Yeah, I don't
I'm
see
giving
any.
it a look too.
Yeah, I don't see any other.
Yeah, it doesn't
spiders
show,
here.
so it's not it's not explicit.
It's just like they don't even show where he was even. It's pretty much just a grate that goes over what looks like to be a wall.
Also, imagine security was
clearly-
different
I have no
15
idea.
years
We have no
ago,
idea what it's going to.
or how they were held 15 years ago probably isn't the same. But yeah, I mean,
Okay, so the point that we're on right now is we're trying to decide if Richard Parker is trying to kill all the spiders, or
I mean, I'm willing to say we've said enough
I'm-
to prove that he's an idiot.
Yeah, I
is my
think,
main.
yeah.
Just
I think-
one thing that I like to say, you said that he could just instead of standing up to Oscorp, he could accept and like try to expose Oscorp, right?
So I'd like to just quickly say the only thing that I think fixes the way that Richard Parker does it in the film is if he knows that his access has been denied. The problem is the way he reacts to seeing that his access has been denied is a surprise. So he
Yeah.
clearly doesn't know that. So that doesn't work.
Yeah,
I just tried to find a way for this like to make sense in terms of, because if he's given a ticking clock, if his access is already denied, I can see why he would want to do this now, even though he's unprepared.
But
Because
that would
this
have
is
to
the
be
last
like
time.
bam, instant spur of the moment. You've just been discovered. You have seconds to act.
Right, which is
But,
why I
yeah,
say it
that
would
have to be
fix it.
insane,
It like that's why I say it would fix it. However, that's not apparent. Like that's not supported by what we see in the film.
Yeah, it's very
But you guys would
very messy.
you guys
Man, I'm
argue?
so glad I brought this up instead of the next the thing
Well,
that
the
we
next
were
thing is a
going to
major
start
problem
off
too.
with.
There's two major problems coming
Well-
straight away in the next few minutes.
Before we move on, I just want to say so we agree if he had found out that his access had been revoked earlier in the day and he already knew that then the way that he goes about this while he's like super rushed, that would have made
Well,
sense.
I think the issue there would be that if his access had been revoked, he wasn't getting into the lab.
Right.
And also, the major criticism here, the overarching one, is so he's a part of an evil corporation. He wants to leave it. He knows that he's going to be in trouble because these people are, not to be meddled with. Their morals are in the fucking underworld. So he decides one day, I'm going to try and destroy some stuff there. As soon as my security's revoked, I'll go home and record a message that's going to exonerate me, or at least help in that idea. Then he finds his study's been broken into, and he's like, right, time to go on the private plane. That should be safe. My kid will be looked after by the aunt and uncle. Like the amount of options he has to get information out and what he does, and the amount of time it takes him to do any of this stuff when we know ahead of time that he denied them well before this event takes place. He's a fucking idiot. That's my main criticism, and he shouldn't be.
He reminds me of Finn in The Last Jedi.
Also, I'd say
he
it's
was
pretty
just-
cataclysmic for the world because Oscorp would have been exposed pretty hardcore if he had half a brain cell.
well,
I gotta pee,
okay,
so
so
I'll be right back.
do you think Oscorp has any plausible deniability in this? Because as far as Oscorp is concerned, they have video footage of Richard Parker going in, like clearly in the nighttime, using his
You don't think he
power
would
to
give context in his work for why that was happening, trying to destroy stuff that they were going to use to hurt people?
what do you mean? Like,
So he gives all of his shit. They go, hey, we've got footage of him destroying our work. Of course we fired him and he disappeared weirdly. Just ignore that. And then someone's like, well, hey, he said that he was trying to sabotage you because you're trying to sell weapons to people. Is that true? And then Oscorp will be like, no, that's ridiculous.
okay, so here's the problem with that, right? Like, if you're an outsider in this scenario, Richard Parker, he deletes the files, he kills the spiders. He's doing this after hours, presumably, because it's nighttime. I think that's kind of what they're trying to show. So they're like, all right, we'll let Richard Parker in. We'll do this so we have video footage of him deleting this and then running off with his research. So he gets in this plane, and then the reason they allow him to get on the plane is because, well, of course he's going to be going on his plane. Like, if it and especially if it's a private plane, he'll be able to fly whatever. So they set up the assassin to be in the plane.
Yeah, we've already mentioned how that's stupid too.
But then if it's a plane crash, then there's no real way to like. I think that's a lot less.
I think you've missed the majority of what I'm trying to say right now. So, in my scenario, if he had a brain, he would have put all of his information out, and then this night happens already. Like, he's already done all of his exposure, which I have even more issues with, but we'll get to that. So, he then is caught on camera. They reveal to, like, just imagine this is happening in real life. He releases a whole bunch of YouTube videos or files.
Okay, dude, what year is this taking place in?
Fine, not
20...
you. Are you fucking really picking on that right now? Releasing files. I don't care if YouTube exists or not. Releasing files.
He clearly has the
how
technology
exactly
to, from a plane flying,
give them to journalists, copy them, send
well,
them everywhere.
No, he has satellite uplink, and he's uplinking it to Roosevelt.
Stop. I'm talking about what he should have done, not what he was limited to in this retarded narrative.
Well, like, why are we going off of what he could have potentially done instead of following the
in-world? He is.
Like, all that's established within the film is that he has connection to Roosevelt, so of course that's where he's going to upload it to if anyone is going to be able to get there.
No, nowhere else. He has. So I'm gonna upload this to my top secret laboratory.
I gotta take this down straight away. Of course, Rags attacked me with a sword. It's all he has. It's like, okay, so he should have a gun. It's Rags. I don't care. The film showed that he had a sword. That's not a counter.
Okay, so does the film also establish that within Rags' character he has a proclivity to use a gun, or does it show that he has a preference toward a sword?
Uses guns.
Okay, then that would be stupid, but the only problem is we don't have any context saying Richard Parker would act otherwise.
Correct. We have no reason to assume that Richard Parker knows how to use fucking hard drives.
Well, of course we do, but like, all that's established within the film is that the laptop that he's going to be uploading the video from has connection to is Roosevelt.
You keep appealing to what happened rather than what he could have done.
I'm saying because the film establishes
only has connection to that.
So if he had copied all of his files to hard drives and sent them all to journalists, you'd understand that Oscorp is fucked.
Seems like that would be the more sensible thing to do.
Okay, so like he wouldn't have the time to copy all the files because the thing is,
it was on his laptop. He already has the files.
Oh yeah,
I think his bigger priority is getting Peter to a safe place and worrying about uploading
these juicy pivots. We're going all over the place to try and stop Richard Parker from being able to share information. Come on, you wouldn't do this for anything else.
Okay, so Richard Parker has a ticking clock the moment he notices that it says access is denied.
So he should have done it prior. That's my whole point.
Okay, and I'm saying if we grant that the way this is fixed is if we find out that Richard Parker found out that he was found out within that day. From the
moment he finds out they're selling weapons to evil people, that's when he should start copying and sending the data wherever he wants. Or
how is he going to have any evidence for that?
What?
He has the laptop.
He's like the top
No, how is he going to
scientist.
have how is he going to have any evidence that they're making stuff for evil people? Or having these deals with...
He wouldn't need evidence, he can make the claim, and then that would justify what he did and why he did it, instead of everyone assuming he ran away to steal money.
All Oscorp has to do is take the footage and build a story around Richard Parker.
He has context for why he would have done that.
Well, they can fabricate all the evidence they want about Richard Parker running off with money
against his, and then the public will fucking rail against Oscorp for the potential of destroying the world by selling weapons.
Why?
None
Oscorp
of this
has a
even
good
matters
reputation.
because he has the laptop with the information he believes
Yeah.
that he needs to get out.
You don't even
It
have an
doesn't even
argument
have
because
to
this is
be
what he
true that it's
thinks.
good. He needs. He believes it's the information he needs. He physically has a laptop. He
Good
could
catch.
drive to a police station, walk inside with a laptop, and say, "I'm here to expose his company. Give me protection."
Okay, so if Oscorp is going to go with the story that they do end up using to cover it up by saying that he was running off for the money, then like isn't that more evidence for Oscorp's claim being legit? If like
No, if he does run off, no.
Richard Parker's contingency plan is, hey, I'm gonna make this video with a bunch of fake evidence so it makes it look like Oscorp is in the wrong, and then I'm gonna go on the run.
No, actually, him running away to Geneva is the most guilty thing he could do.
Really?
Yes. If Oscorp is saying he just took a bunch of this stuff and is fleeing for
In
the
fact,
money,
it's arguably
right?
perfect for Oscorp that he does what he does.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, Jesus, he's getting dumber by the fucking minute. Jesus Christ, y'all should have stopped this early ago. Yeah, that even makes it worse.
Well, okay, so the whole point that Richard Parker runs away is so they can't keep doing the experiments. That's why he makes the video giving the context that the reason why he used his blood within the spiders is because Oscorp wouldn't be able to continue the experiments, and Oscorp would find that out really quickly. So,
But
like,
they already have the spider venom. They already have all the research data. They already have the blood information. And if those were all the spiders that they needed, and they allowed him to kill him to set him up, that is, wow.
This is fucking holy as shit.
This is bad. I'm so glad I brought this up before we got into the plane.
Okay, so ultimately what I'm going to concede is that Richard Parker could have done things smarter. I'm not going to say that he was completely in the wrong, or from his perspective he could, like, what he did was what he thought was right in the scenario, but I do think that, I mean, like, just whatever Richard Parker did in the scenario, yeah, it could have been smarter. I think from Richard Parker's perspective is he did what he was consistent for his character throughout the film.
I think it's very inconsistent with his character, but I'm happy to move on. So why is he uploading to Roosevelt? Pretend I haven't even seen the film. Why is he doing that?
I'm assuming it's because they're implying that that's where he has access, and then number two, if anyone were to find Roosevelt, that's how they'd gain access to his footage.
So he's hoping one day maybe someone might exonerate him by finding that file.
Well, I think he's actually planning that Peter would do it, because there's a reason he says to Aunt May and Uncle Ben, "Hey, I'm leaving this briefcase with you, protect it." And then Peter ends up getting the briefcase later in life. In the first film, he opens it up and one of the subway coins is in it, by the way. This isn't something that was shoehorned in the second film.
I didn't mention any of that.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, I was just like covering my bases. So, like, he has the subway coin there, and then he has the little note that says Roosevelt 2 p.m. It's very clear that, like, Peter is going to do research about his parents. I mean, like, what kid wouldn't?
Clear.
Not really, no.
Really?
Like, it was pretty lucky he even got that briefcase. It was found because the basement flooded.
There was a flood, yeah.
Remember,
no, but my point is that Peter Parker is curious about his parents, and the motivation is spurred on by having
it's fortunate that he is.
Yeah,
it's
not only is it fortunate to that degree.
Yeah, I mean,
what if Peter Parker wasn't curious about? I mean, we're not even talking
moving
about
on like 15 years.
So curious and so fortuitous that he happened to find all of this stuff and then pursue it and then
piece it all
happened
together.
to find the lead.
Remember,
that he did.
He even Googles what is Roosevelt. Like, he's got very little to work with.
He only discovers the clues that he apparently needs because he, in a fit of rage,
through the calculator,
happens to throw a calculator that, for some reason, has a secret compartment full of these tokens.
Okay, so I guess let's pick one issue, and, like, do you want to go about the calculator against the wall, or do you want to just go with Roosevelt for now?
It's all kind of tied together.
Right. So, but if we're going to start at the beginning,
because
okay.
This began with, we're still talking about Peter's dad.
Yeah. My question was, why did he do what he did? And the answer is, he wants Peter to find it one day and exonerate him.
I think he's hoping that Peter will find it one day and exonerate him. But, like, if he leaves specific. Let's just, for the sake of argument, say that Richard Parker tells Aunt May and Uncle Ben, "Hey, I have Roosevelt, and it's this place, and we use these tokens to get in there, and that's where my research is, and that's how you'll like spill it to the world. And then the FBI agents come and say, hey, basically, Richard Parker ran off for the money. They show the files, and then they're like, is there anything else you know about Richard Parker? And they're like, well, he had this place called Roosevelt. And they're like, oh, sweet, let's go. So then they go, and then they find the video, and they delete the evidence, and then Oscorp is completely in the clear. Also, if he leaves evidence...
That wouldn't happen.
What's the purpose
Richard
of this
given
wild hypothetical movie?
Well, I was going to say it doesn't even count because this relies on Richard not giving it out to anyone at all ever, except for this specific upload place that is meant for Peter. Really strange fucking choice when he wants that information to get out into the world.
Yeah, this one computer in this one hidden lab that nobody can ever find except for specifically Peter.
Okay, but the point of that scene is that, like, regardless or not if Peter finds it, Richard Parker still did what he believed was right in the scenario.
So it's pure luck that someone eventually would come across the hidden laboratory?
Yeah, this would just be Richard's an idiot.
I don't think it's pure luck. I think, like, Richard Parker assumed, and, like, maybe it's he was unrighteously assuming, but, like, if you have parents that go missing and then you have a son that wants to know about his parents and feels abandoned by them, of course he's going to do research about them. So,
what if
like,
he doesn't figure it out?
So, honey, we got to get this information to Peter, okay? It's like, how? It's like, well, I've got a plan. I'm going to say I like to take a particular train. That train is accessed if you go down there by a coin. I'm going to put the coins in a calculator. I'm going to put that in a bag. I'm going to give the bag to Ben and tell him it's super important and that Peter should have it. All right? And then she's like, why don't you just leave a fucking note?
I just said why. Because
no, that doesn't answer what I said.
Well, I just said why.
What you're trying to wrestle between right now is vague enough that the CIA or FBI, whatever, don't find it, but that Peter does. Do you understand how difficult it is to efficiently make that point?
Well, the only reason that Peter Parker finds out that, like, Roosevelt and his dad are any connected is, number one, he finds the coin that's clearly a subway coin. He doesn't know much about it, but he also finds the note that says Roosevelt. He's also told by Aunt May, when Aunt May breaks down to him crying, that his dad took the D train to work every morning, wore the same radio lab coat, yada yada, like all that exposition that's given by her.
Excellent.
So he, like,
excellent analysis. Therefore, anything in that briefcase is safely for Peter's eyes only. The CIA, FBI people, if they were to find those coins or the calculator and have it analyzed, in fact, of course they didn't have access to that briefcase, so they would have taken it from Ben. So, yeah, just drop a note in there, I guess. Or, better yet, tell Ben about some of this stuff and be like, keep it to yourself, tell Peter when he's of age.
Yeah, or just have a note. Give this to Peter on his 10th, 18th, 20th, whatever birthday. This is only for him.
Yeah, once again, the problem with that is the FBI comes and they're like,
Nope.
Why?
No, because unless the briefcase was taken away, which it wasn't, then your plan fails on one or the other side. You have to choose which one you want it to fail on. I don't really mind.
Yeah.
Which sides are we fighting against?
Either
like...
the FBI is good enough to find that briefcase, in which case that's a problem, or they aren't, and he can do whatever he wants with the information being given in the briefcase or being given to Ben and told to keep secret.
I think Richard Parker left enough information that he was like, because once again, the problem is, like, regardless of whether or not anybody finds it, in the end, Richard Parker still did what he believes is right. So, like, regardless of if anybody finds it, anybody doesn't find it.
The criticism is that he's an idiot. And he's a scientist, so I'm pretty surprised that he's this stupid.
Yeah, with the stakes this high, and with as much time as he should be thinking about
like
this, as focused as he should be on this stuff.
It's monumental, the amount of ways he's an idiot.
Okay.
And of course, it allows the entire film to take place, by the way. This is the foundation.
I'm not saying that this thing that I posted in chat here necessarily fixes anything. I just wanted, like, this info to be available regarding the tokens inside the calculator.
Yeah, the calculator that, by the way, should be way heavier than a normal calculator.
True. And good thing, like I said, we have to rely on the FBI not searching that, so it's free to put whatever you want in it. Because if they found all that stuff, they would confiscate it. It's all Ben Parker's.
Why hide the subway tokens?
Why? we've been over it. it's still so stupid.
Oh, is that happened when I was?
If you
young?
guys want to move on, we can move on now. I mean, I guess I can do more like searching into it, but I mean, as it stands right now, I think I'm gonna stand by like Richard Parker did what he logically thought was appropriate in the situation. I mean, if you have a ticking clock, you're not gonna.
Well, I agree with you. And Holdo did what she thought was logically appropriate in TLJ.
Yeah, but like I don't think that just translates across all films because I mean, all right, Spider-Man did what he thought was logical in Homecoming. I mean, Iron Man did what he thought was logical in Iron Man 1. Like every character that ever makes a logical decision does it because they think it's logical. Now, obviously, some of those can be decisions that are illogical, but I guess the problem is you're like, oh, it's a bad film, it's a bad plot because Richard Parker doesn't.
You're right. I have to appeal to more than just whether or not they would make the decision, and I'm clearly appealing to the fact that he's too smart to make this decision.
Yeah, like Richard comes across as a huge idiot.
Holdo, equally,
Like
of her rank, should be smart enough to have not made the decision she made. But hey, it's the decision she made, so hey, it's fine.
Okay, we can move on if you want.
So, they were really fucking lucky that he was unable to have completed, because this uplink, right, is attached to an Ethernet cable that I guess sends out a signal from the plane down to that Roosevelt thing. The line actually moves pretty quickly, but he only starts the upload when they're firmly in the air and the pilot's already been killed. It's like, again, Richard Parker is a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
or okay, hold on a second. So you have the whole like don't use your electronics till 10,000 feet. That might be what they're implying.
Why wouldn't you have started this shit in the car?
He doesn't give a shit.
I didn't
how,
like.
How can we assume that he can do the upload from the car?
Because
like we know he has a link from the
rich
plane.
and he's a scientist, and the whole reason he's able to do it from the airplane is because of these reasons.
Also, airport.
Also, have someone do it for you.
Make a call.
God, I hate Richard Parker.
Maybe drop it off with Ben.
It gets worse the more we talk about him.
I honestly didn't even think about all of these things.
I know it's some. That's the thing. This with a lot of this stuff, it just comes in pieces, and then sometimes it's like dominoes.
To be honest,
and one thing
I would have skipped past it if not for Rags. So,
we were going to start off with the laptop thing,
yeah.
but I was just like, no, first scene, like,
Well, I mean, like a lot of the stuff that we take issue with in the second Raimi movie is stuff that's easily missed if you don't think about it.
Agreed.
Didn't even think about it. Didn't even occur to me without me being critical. And then
Well,
it gets
it's like,
brought up, and you're like, huh, well, yeah.
My theory is it's just like the scene moves by so quickly that you don't really have a whole lot of time to process it in the moment. And so it's just like, oh yeah, I guess that's just what's happening here.
Yeah, having to do one-to-one kinds of critiques like this is basically impossible. You got to stop and you got to slow down and listen to the lines and look at the details. Like the whole he was going to get the other spiders thing, and then you look it over and there's like, oh, there's just no information whatsoever that would lead to that.
I mean, and then of course there's like major retardation issues like Gordon sending all the cops into the sewer, or
I don't know
Joel
what you
saying
mean,
his real name.
Southpaw. The Nolan trilogy is fantastic.
Oh yeah,
You're right.
There's no problems whatsoever with any of them.
Nope, none.
I like Batman Begins.
Are we going to edit this out of the recording?
So at this point, here's what I'm willing to concede. Right, I'm going to concede that Richard Parker definitely could have done things smarter. I'm also going to operate under the presumption that he's acting with a ticking clock, and you don't think as logically under a ticking clock. Now, I 100% know people could go, "Oh, you can apply that to the Holdo situation," and I'm saying like everything that lines up for Richard Parker. If I'm going to grant that there's a possibility that this is the day that he found it out, that he's not going to have the time to make all these calls and say, "Hey, can you upload this video? Oh, did you get the video?" Like.
I don't think that's in the film.
I want to move to the next thing. We got so many to get through. Yeah, we can
move to the next thing. He's a fucking retard. He's an idiot.
So we have, like, he wasn't just, like, the idea of apprehending him. They were like, all right, we're going to have someone stage, like, as a steward of the airplane. Once it's
co-pilot.
Far up in the... Oh, yeah, co-pilot. Once it's far enough up in the air, we're going to have him kill the other pilot, kill the Parkers, and possibly destroy evidence, I don't know, and then evac while it crashes, whatever. That's the plan. Like I said earlier, would have been way more sense to have just kidnapped the Parkers and been able to perfectly set all of this up, like, to a T, because they just have them captured.
Actually, before you go any further, why wouldn't he just kill the pilot and then jump out of the plane? Like, what's up
because
with this whole holding him at gunpoint and
because
Really-
I assume that Richard Parker's going to speak with the pilot at some point, and if Richard Parker, okay, so there's a few problems with that, right? If Richard Parker wants to speak with the pilot and says, "Hey, how far are we, or are we touching down?" and he goes in and he sees the pilot's dead, it's like, okay. And then if he walks out and he sees the co-pilot randomly jump out of the plane, that's a huge problem.
Why?
he doesn't.
So-
He can just use the gun to threaten him. He doesn't have to kill them. Was that his plan
no,
to just hold them at gunpoint?
I didn't understand
or-
where the problem lies there. So he opens the
I
door,
was just curious.
closes it, puts on his he moves. He's just talking to Parker. He's like, "Yeah, man, yeah, things are going good." Puts on his jacket, and Parker's like, "Wait, what are you doing?" And he just walks over to the other end of the plane. And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Good luck, Mr. Parker," and then just blows open the door and jumps out.
Yeah, because he could do anything with the controls that he wants. He's got free reign for the cockpit.
Okay, so let's say he says, "Good luck, Mr. Parker,"
But
jumps
then-
out. Richard Parker stands up, goes into the thing, sees the pilot's dead. Clearly, like, he'd remove the pilot from the seat. Richard
Mhm.
Parker would take control of the plane.
No, he
like,
like disable the
Oh.
controls.
so
he
you
would
think that
obviously
you can
damage
disable the controls within a plane permanently?
Yeah.
Shoot the shit out of the control panel. I assume that
Yeah.
would do something.
But then then Richard
Then
Parker would
Richard
already
Parker
know
would
he's
hear that.
yeah. And then
Well, at that point,
he'd
but-
try
well,
to stop him.
I'm confused. You like you just if you're not a pilot, you can just pilot.
That's
No,
the thing,
no,
is, like,
he'd
Richard
be able
Parker
to
wouldn't be able
radio.
to pilot it.
He'd be able to radio
Well,
somewhere.
you
Maybe
could
they tried to
definitely
charge
damage the
radios,
radio. There's
obviously.
no. I imagine that this whole plan would account for radio communications being blocked.
Yeah.
Well,
it-
that's assuming that the this assassin is competent, which
Well,
Obviously,
so this is the
Oscorp
thing.
would-
I would rather my criticism was why the fuck didn't they kidnap him ahead of all of this? Because the big issue is he's getting information out of this airplane as they're flying it and setting up this plan. The villains are fucking stupid.
yeah, and if their plan is he fled to get off the grid with the money and he goes missing, well,
You
Just
can
like
just kidnap
Oscorp
him and
said.
do all of that as well.
yeah. Now,
Well,
but now you
the-
have him alive.
There's also just as many problems if you have Oscorp kidnap him. Like, if Oscorp, like, okay, so if Oscorp randomly makes Richard Parker disappear, who's this top scientist?
No. He disappears.
That's what we know. He disappears, which is similar,
Yeah,
by the way,
he
to what we
disappears.
already have as the situation in this world. He disappeared. He went somewhere.
like as far as the outside world would be concerned, it's not Oscorp that's making him disappear.
Yeah, he disappears, and
Any
Oscorp
argument
is saying,
you can
"Yeah,
come up
he's
with
taking
for
all
why-
this stuff. Look at this footage. He's fled, and we can't find him anywhere."
Yeah, any
But
argument
hey,
you
if
can
you
make
guys
for
find him, we'd
suspicion
love
would
to
be
bring him to
applicable
justice.
to the current state of affairs. Like, if you were
And
like, people
Os-
will assume it was Oscorp. It's like, that is what happened anyway. So of course they could assume that either way. What I'm suggesting is you kidnap him ahead of time and set up all of this to happen the exact same way. And you know what happens when you do that? You have no chances of everything fucking up.
And Oscorp would have the means of like hiring fixers to like make sure that they can spin the story around and
I mean,
Make
we
it
find
seem-
out they can literally like hide the deaths of their employees. So I'm pretty sure,
Also, yeah, finish your research, or we're gonna kill your family.
yeah, you, as Rags just said, you could even keep him alive. The official story is he's dead. Capture the whole family, and he has to finish this shit. Otherwise, like the Oscorp just don't think.
Yeah, they're really dumb. Like of all the plans, like wow, what did we just jump into the middle of?
Yeah,
I guess all of this is being told from the perspective of Richard Parker. I mean, once again, I'd have to
Wait, did
go
you just
through
with
and like.
unreliable narrator.
No, I wouldn't say he's an unreliable narrator. I'm just saying from Richard Parker's perspective, I think we're looking at everything from, okay, Richard Parker knows that he's been found out. He wants to delete
We're
the
talking
files.
about how Oscorp is.
Yeah, we're on
stupid
Oscorp now, not Richard.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what he thinks at this point. This is
Okay,
what
so
Oscorp is
well,
doing.
basically what Oscorp is doing is if like I think they're just mitigating the possibilities that they're found out because if Richard Parker if they like
That's the
even consider
opposite.
this for a second,
this is mitigating the
that
chance
does the
of him being
opposite.
found out.
no,
if
I'm
this
saying if Richard Parker essentially sets himself up, right, then all they have to do is send one assassin to kill the pilot, and then however he ends up escaping the plane or whatever,
Could-
the plane crashes regardless.
You're
Well, just-
arguing that Oscorp will hope he'll screw himself up instead of them orchestrating all of it.
No, I'm
Yes,
saying that
yes.
I'm saying that Oscorp already has enough information to incriminate him. All they need to do is like let Richard Parker find out that he's been incriminated, and then Richard Parker goes on the
No,
run.
because No, because if you're gonna keep him alive, you have to have total control over him.
The idea that at any point in this scenario it was good for them to leave him off a leash when he can get information out at any point. They have a great interest in preventing him from doing, but the assassin in the airplane is so fucking incompetent. It's actually a joke.
I'm actually gonna have to concede there. I don't see any way where this makes sense in the film. Like, it seems that Oscorp was pretty incompetent.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can move on from there then.
Yeah, we're only moving just a little bit ahead. Go ahead.
So as Southpaw's already posted the picture, the fucking guy washes his bloodied hands in front of Richard Parker. I don't. Like, was this like a Chad move? He was like, yeah.
I think so. I think it was
a power
Yeah, I
play.
think it was. I think it was just like there's nothing Richard could do at that point because then he grabbed the gun just after, so it's like there's nothing you can do.
Like, he washes the blood off his hands. Richard Parker starts to stand up. Then that's when he grabs the gun, and then that's when he does the line. He's like, "If you thought you thought you're a genius, well, not if you thought you could escape." Like, I literally think that was just both a Chad move on his part, but maybe just like Oscorp rubbing it in. Like, oh yeah, we were gonna let you think you could escape.
Yeah, so my
This
criticism
guy has
would
like
be,
personal history with him, or
Well, no, but like if he's an assassin and like Oscorp is like, hey, make sure he knows that he's powerless in this scenario. Like, I'm sure he can find a way to do that.
plane plummets to the ground.
I just want to reframe this. The criticism then isn't how fucking weird it is to wash your hands in front of him to reveal you're the bad guy. It is, what the hell are you doing wasting any time? The guy has a laptop open right now, and you know he closes it with what looks to be the intention of stopping him from getting information out. So why isn't he more hell-bent on stopping Parker from doing that?
I don't know, maybe just to have
'Cause he's an
fun. Like,
idiot.
Yeah, it must have been some reason.
Must have been some reason.
Must have been some reason.
like if you're the assassin in this scenario, you've killed the pilot, you have your parachute. Richard Parker has no way to defend himself, and he's in the middle of releasing information. Like, if you can get
laptop.
I don't know.
When
Sure.
He even sees him like pushing shit on the laptop and starts applying his fucking gear. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
pull the
laptop.
Ethernet cable out, yank the cable so it breaks. There's so many things he could do, but he's just too stupid. And of course, he's willing to kill them both, but he like monologues. That's a fun one.
Yeah, just shoot Parker.
He starts monologuing.
Unplug the laptop, close it, shoot it, throw it, break it on the chair, smash into 1,000 tiny pieces.
Yeah, and
Fuck, take it with you so that you know what he
exactly.
knows.
There's so many options he could take. And then I would say like the crescendo then of all of this would be that the laptop should have blown out of the airlock. It's clearly not got anyone's hands on it for several seconds, and it doesn't move, while everything else is getting pulled right out, except for obviously the two guys because of the seatbelt, which is fine, but not the laptop.
Okay.
And of
So
course-
I guess at this point we can concede that like there are multiple characters within the opening scene that could have acted much more logically than they do, and that results in some things that come across as very stupid.
well,
And then the thing that we just said.
yeah, the thing that destroys arguably the
Yeah.
whole movie, that
This was
laptop shouldn't have been able to finish the upload.
Yeah.
Well,
This-
actually, no, because the plot still works whether or not that gets out. Because ultimately, all it does is give context to why Richard Parker left. Like, the whole point of Peter finding that laptop and watching the video later is like, in one part to give the audience context, but for Peter's character, the only thing that changes is he gains closure with his parents and understands that they didn't abandon him. His dad says that Peter's the most important thing in the world. He's doing this to
You don't think
protect
that's
him.
major?
So, huh?
You don't think that's major?
Well, I think it's major for like Peter's closure, but the plot doesn't necessarily change. It's just a scene added to give Peter closure over his parents, because Uncle Ben ends the last film with like a shot over his parents saying like, you're living life with a lot of things that haven't been wrapped up or you haven't gotten closure with. So like doing that.
An email.
Well, we already know
What's with
Richard's
this whole
kind of an idiot.
transferring file with the bar? If all you wanted to say was a message to your kid, why not just email it to someone?
What does he say? What's the last thing he says to Peter when he leaves? Isn't it like
Be good.
Be good.
Be good.
Yeah, it's like what
Be
the
good.
fuck?
Be good. if my dad had gone out for cigarettes and never came back, and his last words were just randomly "be good,"
You'd think he would
I
have
would've been
knelt
like-
down and been like, Peter, you are the most important thing to me in this world, and someday you'll understand.
I would do anything for you. Yeah.
I think that line also connects to what Aunt May's line is near the end of TASM 1, which is if Peter, if there's anything you are, it's good. Like, I think it's just this Peter being kind of a base good. That's who he is. Like, oh, Aunt May, I'm
He's
no
not,
good
though.
for like. I whatever. I mean, I think this is something I'm not gonna get too upset over. Like, I just don't think we know enough about Richard Parker's character to say definitively either way.
No, I'm comfortable in
No?
saying he's an idiot. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm leaning towards he's an insanely.
There's so many
stupid
examples too.
person.
Like it's all admits. But of course they're rushing it because like we got other stuff to do, like
Yeah, intro, get it over with.
introducing Electro and Rhino. Well, not really introducing Electro, introducing Max. Yeah. So we can jump on, I suppose.
Okay.
Where are we? I thought it was interesting. Like, Spider-Man takes a decent chunk of time to personally talk to Max when a huge, major fucking plutonium robbery is
Plutonium,
happening and people are
yeah.
getting hurt.
People are getting. I'm looking at how this this big old truck plows through cars. People are dead.
And it's pretty
Yep.
major for Max going forward that this interaction took place. Not necessarily just him saving him, but him speaking to him, right? Like he gets this big "you need me." The need aspect is what facilitates the deal between him and Harry. And it's
Getting
Yes.
a lot of Batwoman vibes from
it's
this.
very strange that Spider-Man took so long with him when you still got like 20 cop cars chasing a truck full of plutonium. It's just like, dude, get on with it.
Yeah, cars getting run over, plowed through.
So do you, like, if you want Spider-Man to act consistently, right? Do you think Spider-Man should, in every scenario, be like the most robotic? Just I'm gonna save you, pick you up, then jump off. Like,
No,
I think
I wouldn't
Is
want
that
him to
what
be
we
a
said?
robot. I'd want him to care. I want him to care about the people who are in trouble, about the plutonium that's riding across this street in a reckless fucking car that could get blasted open at any minute. All the cops that are
as people are
sacrificing
getting
their
killed.
safety. He saved
Yeah,
this guy,
he spends 20 seconds talking to him afterwards.
which is way
just
too
checked.
fucking long.
He picks up his blueprints for him.
I mean, did you think it's consistent with Peter's character to leave this guy who almost died to be like just like frozen
Yeah, much
in
like
the
many
streets?
other
'Cause, like,
people he saves across these movies, he would have left him to carry on with the fight.
Who else
when
does he
there
save
is
every
no
episode?
fight, when there is no fight, and he saves somebody, I'm more than happy for him to talk to people. It's part of what I love about Spider-Man.
Yeah, like in the, for instance, in the train scene in Spider-Man 2, Ock throws a couple of hostages, like passengers from the train, and Spidey just catches them, like what gives them a safety web to fall on, and then just
he
moves
does in
on.
this, and in the previous one, he saves people and then doesn't talk to them. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got shit to do. He's got places to be.
after he saves Max, the time we see the truck after that, the truck's not hitting any cars afterwards. So I don't know.
But
It just-
that's
wait, what's your point?
that's post hoc.
Yeah, that's lucky didn't have any consequence. Like, that's nice.
yeah.
Like
I
as
mean,
far
lucky
as
For Spider-Man, that his irresponsibility didn't cost lives that time.
not exactly, considering that he was the one who directed the truck into that street, and we see that the street is open, so it was like him doing it.
You do understand that any second wasted not dealing with plutonium is incredibly dangerous.
Sure.
All right.
Also, so the nature of cars is that they're mobile, particularly on roads, and
Mhm.
cars appear, they take off, they turn.
Also, I like how Max
To
is
allow
only
20
in
seconds
trouble
of just
because of the
blind
utterly
time.
retarded way he's fucking transporting blueprints. Like, he's got them all stacked up so any nudge will just knock them all onto a road. It's just like,
I mean, he's holding like these wrapped up, like, okay, just, I mean, if I'm walking home from the store and I have like movie posters wrapped up in the same way, like, I just don't think that's worth criticizing. Like,
yeah,
It's
I
a
mean,
very minor point. We
it's
just
his,
think
it's his job.
silly.
I would assume he would have a far more superior fucking way to hold blueprints rather than this botched way, but sure.
Also, I feel like blueprints we use them. It doesn't even mean what they used to mean anymore. They mean more like plans now. But the reason they used blueprints and what they were like, my parents were architects. I fondly recall the smell of blueprints. They have a very you smell to the inky smell. But the idea that he's carrying around like literal blueprints that are rolled up, that he's, I think it's, it's just kind of like it
I mean, it's his
makes
design
me.
for the grid. I just
Well,
don't.
I'm thinking that it's just it's interesting how the word changes and takes new forms over time.
Can I bring up a new criticism about this thing where he's talking to Max?
Mhm.
Yeah, go for it.
A taxi flies at Max and then like kind of skids across the road. And Spidey never like checks on the driver in that car or
Yep.
whatever other passengers would be in it.
He doesn't check on a lot.
He's more
of people
concerned
in
with
this
whether or not
film.
Max is okay. He needs to sort out his hair.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you,
Spider-Man downright. He just gives. He is full of Batwoman energy in this movie.
like, do you think he should have saved Max, then went and checked on that guy, and then every other car, or is it like because Spider-Man like tackles
You can't win
Max
this.
out of the way, and then like Max is clearly in shock, and he picks
You
picks
can't
him
win
up,
this.
grabs his
Whatever argument you
blueprints.
make, it's going to be flattened by something else taking precedent. Like
Yeah.
you can't. Win.
Also, someone standing in shock after they've just been saved, they'll be fine.
Compared to the people
But-
who might be trapped inside a car, or compared to the plutonium truck that's barreling through the city, I think Spider-Man's priorities are a little bit fucked in that moment, and it's precisely because we need to set up Electro.
Like you could say that maybe the top priority should be just going after the truck again,
Sure.
and then secondary should be checking
Definitely.
on the car. But if he chooses to check on the people inside the taxi, that's a reasonable thing for Spider-Man to do, even if it's not the top
Yeah,
priority.
so if he had ran immediately
would,
to the
yes.
taxi and Max is in there and he's like, Max, you okay? Or, well, you okay? And he read the label and tries to pull him out. I would have less of an issue with that, though I would probably still be like, dude, I don't know, there's a plutonium truck. Like that's major priority as far as we
Yeah,
can see.
his chat with Max is
Really
like
dumb.
leisurely.
And yeah, and it's important to do because he's gonna go off of that quite a bit. Max gets a bit nuts with the whole Spider-Man love.
And in
Yeah.
a lesser degree, it happens with the kid with the wind little model.
Probably should like this whole Rhino chase, like this scene would work a lot better, him saving Max and having a conversation with him, if this was at the end of the Rhino chase, like
Yes,
Rhino's truck is
correct.
stopped and then like Max is literally the last person he can possibly save here.
Yeah, maybe if he was the one behind the bus, it would have been better.
Yeah, it would have been great if at the end he was the last one to get saved, like Southpaw said, and then he hears faint sirens in the distance or something like that, and he has to go. You could come up with all kinds of different reasons. The police are coming, and he wants to just sort of bolt. But this in the middle of the fight like that is really, I mean, as you see this car plowing through others, it's oof.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I guess what we're coming away from this then is that Spider-Man should have had his priorities more in straight, which
He's
I guess
acting
that's
out of
some
character.
that's well, I mean, like Spider-Man and his relationship to priority and responsibility, I think is something that's, I mean, a pretty consistent message that's tried to get across throughout the film. Like Spider-Man continuing to go after Gwen despite it and dealing with the guilt of that. Like, I don't know.
Well, I think that if they were trying to really emphasize that, they would have maybe had people in universe focus on this particular thing.
Yeah, I
like
don't
they
think the film is aware that this is a problem.
Like
Yeah.
Civil War is aware of the collateral damage across the MCU. Batman v Superman was aware of the collateral damage in
Man of Steel,
Man of
yeah.
Steel. But there's nothing really like you would think that J. Jonah would have a field day with this.
You'd think. I'd say, dare I say, did Spider-Man 2 do it better?
Regarding
specifically?
The balancing of not Superman, but Spider-Man's priorities and
I don't. Regarding Spider-Man having better priorities, sure. But if you're trying to talk about like the Daily Bugle having reason to slander him, no,
no, not that.
No.
Okay.
I meant the whole Spider-Man personal / superhero duality.
Well, it's interesting. The superhero and Peter Parker duality thing is, I'd say, like I get what it's trying to convey, but very much of it is driven on the whole stuff with MJ, which again, it just doesn't work for me. But I get what they're trying to go for, and like I admire it.
I don't want to go too far off topic. I'm not even sure we'll be able to get through the whole movie.
No, of course.
So more of those types of criticisms. Again, we're dealing with something incredibly important, and Spider-Man like toys with Rhino. He doesn't stop him straight away. He's like, "I
would. Are we?
Oh, did
Oh
you have
yeah,
something
the
else,
window
or?
thing. Yeah. Oh no, you're right. I was just you're chronic. I just making sure we wouldn't miss something that we did. But
Oh
you
yeah,
got the correct order.
feel
Just
free to
wanted
let me
be
know.
sure.
I might have it out of order as well, but
You're correct. I just wanted to double check.
Okay,
Oh,
so with the stuff where like Spider-Man is quipping with Rhino while he's driving.
Hey, I'm cool with Spider-Man quipping while fighting, not literally, hey, would you like to shake my hand? Hey, you should probably stop this
before
car.
I say anything on this, I know Marcus has done a lot on this, so do you want to take this part away, Marcus?
Sure. Okay. So he for example knocks on the window, and then Rhino rolls down the window. With that, Peter has now he has access inside the truck. So what do you think he should do? He should like knock out Rhino here.
So web him up and then bring the car to a stop.
Yeah.
Okay, so if he were to web him up, that would make leave the truck without a driver for a while.
No,
so
he could steer with his arm.
Yeah.
He could use webs to stop the car.
Wait, so how would he web Rhino up? Just trying to understand.
He points his hand at Rhino.
Yeah.
And then he does his web thingy, and it webs him up.
Okay, but webbing him where? Inside the truck? Throwing him to the other side of the...
All right, well,
to the back?
how about this scenario? He opens the door, pulls Rhino out, throws him up, and then hits him with a thing to stick him to a wall, or stick him, you know, all the different ways he does it across these films. And then he can get in the car himself and bring it to a stop.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the problem with that, right? How fast should Spider-Man try to stop the truck?
Immediately, it's full of plutonium.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about the cop stockpile that happens when Rhino lays on the brake?
Oh, no, he doesn't have to do anything with the brakes. It'll just slowly but surely coast to a stop.
Yeah.
Really? Because we're going down a street that eventually ends. The street is slowly... Okay, so the reason they turn the truck is because that is the end of the street. If the truck keeps going forwards, it slams into the building.
You can
if they turn right...
You can turn a truck while it's slowing down, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's still going to take a long time. I mean, this is a...
that is far better than what we got.
It's over.
I don't know why you're really pushing back on this. This is ultimately better than what we get.
All he has to do is web the ground and hold on to the truck, and it will stop slowly.
Yeah, we don't know if he has the strength to stop the truck.
Dude, no, don't even. With
no,
his
okay,
Spider-Man.
It's just that
he is constantly catching cars, stopping buses.
No, this is a 15-ton truck going at like ridiculous speeds in a straight line.
Not stopping it full stop, slowing it. There's nothing. Spider-Man can't not do that.
Okay, so if you were to open the door, take Rhino out to web him somewhere, and then get into the truck to try to stop it, that actually works. It's just that usually people bring up really stupid arguments.
If he gets into the truck, he can just hit the brakes.
Also, you guys said he had to turn. I'm watching the scene. If he had done what we told him to do right as he gets to the window, he's got plenty of time to slow that truck down.
Like within the truck, laying on the brake, because then a cop pileup would happen.
So what? So the cops are just going to be barreling toward it no matter what. Like the idea that you slow from 60 miles to 59 to 58 to 56. I don't understand why you're saying this. It's better with Spider-Man driving than Rhino.
If that big truck slams on the brakes, it is going to slow way slower than all of those cop cars.
Yeah, this isn't the argument that Evan was making yesterday. This is just what they're saying actually makes sense. If he does from the beginning to try to stop the truck, just trying to stop it slowly.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. The arguments that Evan was trying to raise against the scene yesterday involved like, well, why doesn't Spider-Man just like take the key out of the truck and it'll stop immediately? Which
you'd have to put it in park and you'd have to apply the brakes. And
also, Spidey doesn't have access to the ignition from where he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's him slowing down the car. He's got a lot of options here. He just does none of them.
And yeah, at full speed, it blasts through 3 cars, which, to be fair, I'm just gonna be like, okay, fine. If it can do that, though, there is no fucking way that Spider-Man saved the people in the bus. That's not what happened there. Those people died.
Yeah,
Well,
it
the
sort of
truck
just
also
frees.
wasn't going as fast there because it was pulling out of an alleyway where it was going slower. So it's going to be going a lot slower speed
Spider-Man
than when we
stops
see it plowing through.
Like, so
Yes,
if the bus had
the bus is
freedom
tipping
to
over.
absorb shock by going forward, maybe you have an argument. But he stops it. Like, do you understand momentum would fuck those people?
Because there's even a slow motion like freeze frame of the inside of the bus when it gets hit.
And I'm seeing it now. Yeah.
There's people in the
Already.
bus. Well,
Having a
I
rough
cannot
day.
guarantee their safety.
Wow, Rags. Also, sorry, I went ahead. Spider-Man taking a call during this. Fuck me.
Oh yeah, that was going to be the next thing that we were getting to. Yeah, as he's holding a piece of plutonium, as these things are barreling down the road, cars are getting smashed, people are definitely getting killed. He takes a call from Gwen. Casually.
Yeah, and he also tries to end the conversation pretty quickly.
Wow. I'm going to do you the service of assuming that even you believe that's dumb.
Go on, dude.
Well, I'm finding it right now because I'm just going based off of memory. I know he's like first in Broadway, second in Broadway, third in Broadway, 5 minutes, 10 tops, and he's like, all right, I'll be there. Don't want to like whatever.
So all of this is post answering the phone, just so we're clear.
I mean, does anything happen while he's on the phone?
The
I'm
truck
gonna-
is still
I'm gonna go
driving
refill
my
down the
drink.
road.
I'll be right back.
I mean, I'm kind of baffled, to be honest with you. Like, he tried to end the call as soon as possible, so, you know. Like,
No, I'm looking if what happens while he's actually on the phone at this moment.
So you're, again, adding... that would be ad hoc, but you wouldn't even work because the more
Post hoc.
time that Rhino is in charge of that machine is bad. Taking a fucking phone call is incredibly irresponsible.
Gwen, I don't have time. I gotta go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not even
Oh,
that. I wouldn't even fucking answer the call. And you know what? That would tie in better with Spider-Man's inability to balance both of his lives.
Fair point.
Yeah, I will concede that it was not smart for him to take that call.
Alrighty. Yeah, so that whole scene had me pulling my hair out already, like with all of those different decisions and how everything works. Rags, was there anything else for that scene?
Let me see.
Oh, I guess it's amazing that the two
You-
goons in the back of the truck don't get shot immediately by the police when there's like 20
Yeah.
police shooting pistols at them and they're in a static
I-
position with no cover.
I brought that up when it happened during the film. Once they open that door, they're fucking dead.
Yeah, they're dead.
So yeah, I guess we could do the whole I guess that Oscorp's is Oscorp it doesn't matter. So their plutonium transportation is a Loomis truck. All right.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Guess
that's it is what it. But then again, that fits in with the rest of Oscorp's brilliance. So
Mhm.
whatever.
So that's when the doors
and
open.
it-
They start firing immediately. And this is the situation with the cops. And then I'm just going to find out how long it takes for Spider-Man to web them, in which, like, it's just an impossibility that they wouldn't have been shredded by the police.
Yeah, it is kind of comical. How many police are?
But, you know, less of an issue because, I mean, ultimately all that means is we'd get a pile of
Spider-Man went-
flesh rather than them being captured.
Yeah.
Spider-Man wakes them up in 6 seconds. So it's, I don't know, like because there are there are a lot of cars that were hit, like piling up in front of them. So you could argue that the police officer's vision wasn't as clear.
Well, I mean, this is one of
no.
the many shots. Like, they're dead. There's just no way. I can even show that.
Yeah, it is a clear day.
They're going
It is,
down.
it is perfect range weather, you might even say.
Okay, so also, like, bullets are rapidly coming out of these people's guns.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of cop cars in the way. The cops are also trying to avoid the shots. They're also shooting handguns. So yeah, while there's a possibility that like some of the shots could have hit,
Toast.
They're toast, yeah.
And I'm still gonna leave it open to the possibility that like they weren't, but
It
okay.
is. I mean, yeah, logically possible. It doesn't violate any laws of the universe that they could have survived.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I'm gonna give it.
All right.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's about 20 cop cars
And they all seem to have pistols.
from a pretty wide angle around it, and they all have guns. And I know pistols aren't the most accurate, but
At
trained
that range,
cops
with
at
that
that
many
distance,
people,
yeah,
Law of averages.
yeah, they get fucked.
yeah, they're fucked up. Also, I mean, if the argument was we might hit the plutonium, maybe, but that line isn't there. I probably wouldn't have even thought of the. In my leisure of analyzing this scene, I just now thought of the plutonium.
Which would have been great, Rags, but they shoot at them anyway, so...
Yeah, well, oh well. I wouldn't blame them if they did for not thinking of the plutonium if you're getting fired upon and your fellow
sure.
cops are in danger. Yeah, I wouldn't have blamed them at all.
That would be great if you had the cops being like, we can't shoot! Plutonium! That sort of thing.
No way, they're gonna kill Reggie.
Aw. And then Spider-Man's like, I'll
Reggie
solve
is
your
my
problem.
go-to New York cop name.
So yeah, that's that for that scene, I think.
Yeah, I think that's all I've got for that scene. Oh, this is where we see our first hallucination of Dad Cop from last movie. Which I'm fine with. I have no criticisms for that currently. I thought it was an interesting idea. It's a shame they basically forget about it until the end of the movie.
Yeah, 3 instances, 2 of them were very close, and the last one just
Yeah.
sort of slips in.
Do you think they just forget about it because like
Yes.
shows up when Gwen is like close? She's
At the end of the movie, yep.
yeah, she's put herself in danger, so it makes
At
sense
the
that
very end of the movie, when they're getting their payoff.
One thing I'll say
it
about
also makes sense there, but go ahead, Southpaw.
one thing I'll say about the two crooks not being shot immediately. I'm looking at the scene. It doesn't seem like the cops are immediately opening fire on them, like they're taking cover, they're scrambling, and then shortly after the doors open, Spidey webs them up anyways.
If real cops had that, so they're in a very wide angle looking towards this guy. The idea that he can keep all of these cops, every single one, each one of them armed, ready to deal with armed robbers, all of them suppressed, is nonsensical.
Well, I'm not saying they're suppressed, like they're just getting out of their cars and taking cover to start opening fire, and Spidey webs them up like pretty much immediately as soon as the gunfight starts.
Mm.
Well, I mean, I already said
that's-
anyway,
I
it's
don't buy it.
got little consequence, so
Yeah.
don't hugely care. I just thought it was interesting that they weren't donezo and that Spider-Man managed to get to them.
Well, I am trying to be fair to what we see
We
in the
also
film.
have even in the scene before they open it, we have cops who are standing outside their cars at the ready, staring at the because we have the pileup happening. So you have scenes like this.
Yeah, let's look.
Where you have cops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 cops, already staring at the back of that door, in cover.
And if you see them open it
Ready
with 2
for it.
guns
Yeah, I
and start
see.
firing, it's like, shit, they gotta go down.
Yeah,
I'm-
instantly they're ready
see
for
what-
it.
I see what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
Missed that little bit. All right.
Like that, even when I was when we were watching it, I said to Mahler, I was like, "Oh my god, it's like the Blues Brothers."
Yeah.
With how comical it was with all the cars piling up, all the cop cars piling up.
All right, fair enough.
I thought it was disappointing that they actually flashed back to the scene with Dennis Leary telling him the thing. That's not really a criticism. It's just I was just like, oh.
I think it would be.
Well, you could rely on my brain, my memory, but I guess they were just worried in case people didn't remember the first movies.
I think it was more just reinforcing Peter's mental state.
Yes,
Well,
you,
that would be
you
the
achieve that by
hallucination.
showing Dennis Leary.
Yeah. So
like the
Peter's flashback and his Peter's hallucination is way more strong as reinforcement than for the audience's benefit a replaying of that scene from the last movie.
I think it's more of just a directly quoting the promise that Peter made and how like he's clearly breaking it. That's why they only do it once. It's not every single time. I mean,
We'll do it 3
like
times.
I just don't. Well, yeah, they show him 3 times, but they don't say the line 3 times. Like
Well, no, that would be
Our
absurd.
problem is that they showed it.
Yeah,
once.
the
I think
problem
it
is
would
the
have been
what.
much better without it.
I just think it's a non-issue. I don't think it has anything to do with the functionality of the story. If anything,
I
it
don't
just
think it's
reinforces
important. I
Peter's
just
mind
think it
state.
Yeah,
better
we
with
weren't
that.
asking you if you think it destroys the story or anything. We're saying it's lame that they couldn't rely on you having seen the previous film.
Yeah, I just think they're trying to make the film like kind of stand on its own, but it really doesn't affect the plots or whatever.
Oh well, if they're trying to make this film stand on its own, they did not do a good job.
They're doing fine, Rags. We're only
No, it's
17
great so
minutes
far.
in. It's going great.
Great.
You're gonna have to like let me know if I've skipped over any, I guess, Rags. But
I'm just kind of scanning through the movie.
fucking-
It's well, watching this. Oh, I'm just watching some of this scene with the chase and everything, and it's he's like sitting there, like Spider-Man is sitting there on the hood of the truck as Rhino's driving it, and he's just punching the glass, and he can't get through, which is weird. He's strong enough to catch cars in midair, but he can't punch through windshield glass, I guess this time. And it seems I don't know what he's doing. Then it hits this bus, and I guess everyone's all right from that happening.
Yeah, Spidey's strength is almost
Well, his
always.
survivability is a huge problem in both of these films.
Mhm.
Like the things that he can have happen to him, then he's okay. And the things that happen to him and he's injured is really all over the place. His vulnerability levels are extremely inconsistent.
I thought it was really interesting that he does the whole he masks up and saves the person in the convenience store. Because I was curious if that convenience store has a camera, like most do. That guy might be able to roll the tape back and see his face.
Oh, definitely. He's
have
gonna
you
want the
ever
footage
seen,
because,
like,
oh,
how-
dude, Spider-Man was in my store. That's amazing. I'm gonna show all my friends.
Okay, so Peter Parker's wearing a beanie. He's pretty jacketed up. There's like New York is huge. Like all you're really solidifying there is that he's like a college to mid-20s aged male. Like I don't think that's giving any identity away.
Well, I mean,
And
I
also,
didn't even deliver a criticism. I stated what happened.
Also, security camera footage, CCTV video quality is not really great.
That is not something that you want to rely on to keep your identity secret.
Okay, but he's like, how big is New York? How like common do people go in convenience stores? Like, all you're really solidifying here is that he's a male and he's college aged. Like, from that distance, with as much as he's wearing, like, you don't even know what his hair is like.
I agree. He could get lucky.
I don't even think that's luck.
Like the idea that he just suits up instantly on the spot, and it's like,
He just
well,
puts the mask on.
that's enough.
That's what Rag said. He suits
enough.
up instantly. He's probably referring to the fact that he put a mask on.
Puts on the mask.
Okay,
uses
I
the
thought you were
powers,
just kind of referring to that,
functionally
like, he-
identical.
Okay, so like, do you see any issue here, or is it just like pointing out what
so
happens?
it's a pinprick. It's a point,
Yeah,
and
it's a
I'm
little
gonna
like,
point out
oh.
a couple of them, and it will paint a picture that Spider-Man is kind of a fucking idiot in this film.
Also, he went there as Peter Parker, which makes you wonder if he goes to that store often or crosses by often, because he didn't go there as Spider-Man. He went there as Peter Parker, just doing his daily stuff.
I mean, personally, I go to like lots of different convenience stores for the same things, depending on where I am during the day.
By the way, sorry, he doesn't just have his mask on; he's got his whole suit on. I got it right here.
Oh, interesting.
Let me show you. One
Just put
sec.
on
All right.
gloves and the mask.
Yep. I'm about to screen cap it.
Oh my
Give me a
God,
sec.
here we go. I'm so excited.
Very interesting.
Here we go. All right. So this is. Hang on.
Having
All
another
right.
Batwoman moment.
Copy and paste.
Oh boy.
Whole
Okay,
suit.
wait, I want to see beforehand, because I think the film does kind of establish, like, generally Peter Parker does keep his suit on underneath his clothes.
But he still stripped off his street clothes to reveal that. But not
Yep.
his jacket, not his vest, not his parka. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because if he didn't have something over that before, then the Spider-Man outfit would have been showing.
Oh
He
yeah,
walked in with
Yeah, which
See that it
means he'd have
is
to
the
take off the
outfit.
bag, take off the whatever that is jacket, and then take off his overshirt, and then to reveal the Spider-Man, and then put his jacket back on.
I can show what he's I can show what
Which is
he's
kinda
dressed
strange.
up in before he
Strange.
webs up the dude. Here we go. Yeah, he for some reason took off all that other stuff, but not his parka. which is odd.
Yeah,
Now
because
that I
he's
look
got
at it.
his arms are covered in something, some
And-
undershirt jacket thingy.
And
Also,
I-
he would have had to take the backpack off.
Yeah, again, easy to miss when you're like not paying full attention or thinking about it fully in the moment. But yeah,
How about this? We see a montage of him taking his suit off every time he like rolls it above his head and pulls it. Then for a gag to get it so that he's not ready for Aunt May to enter because he's wearing the suit, he behaves like an autistic tentacle trying to get his fucking suit off. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him, and I assume it's just because we have to invent a reason for him to be caught using it for the funny. But there's this moment, I'm playing it on screen, so if anyone sees this, they'll know what I'm talking about. He's about to lift it off like he does all the time, but instead he like forward rolls onto his bed and then climbs up his own wall. It's like, what the hell are you doing? And of course, you could be like, oh, but it's funny. It's like, he's trying to protect his being known as Spider-Man from Aunt May. Like, why the hell is he messing around?
It's a non-issue for me. It's not really something I care about. It doesn't affect the story.
Oh,
I like
think
it for the comical
Potentially being
moment.
no, he doesn't get discovered by Aunt May because Aunt May just like doesn't know what lies are.
Yeah,
No,
that's
she-
another part. But I was before we get to that, I was just gonna say he forgets how clothes work in order to set this scene up. He also throws his fucking shoe on the door opener.
I know he
Drops
throws
on
it
the door
down.
opener.
Yeah,
Pretty
like
dumb.
I don't think he intentionally did that.
No, of course he didn't intentionally do that. That's why it's even worse. If he had intentionally done it, I would have just been questioning why he made that decision. But to accidentally throw something and it lands on the only part of your room that it can't land on for what you're doing, damn.
Bit unlucky.
Yeah. And of course it nearly risks his whole identity being revealed to Aunt May. And of course, I don't want the defense of Aunt May probably knows already. It's like, it's about him. It's not about whether or not she knows.
Yeah.
He
If
is
he believes that
defending
he
from
has
it.
to keep it a secret, then
Yeah.
that's all that we need.
But of course, for the
Yep.
gag. It's like, okay.
Okay.
I mean,
And
his
then
face
she's
is
like-
all covered in ash and soot and stuff.
Yeah, she usually cares about his face quite a bit, and she asks him why. He gives a really crappy response. She figures out it's easily a lie, and then the conversation moves on. And it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
because she's not gonna press the are you gonna tell me you're Spider-Man? Are you gonna tell me you're Spider-Man?
Oh,
Like,
if you come home to somebody and he's in bed and his face is covered in this black ash, he tells an obvious lie.
yeah, she knows he's Spider-Man.
No, it's obvious that he's doing blackface in his room.
wasn't
I think it's
cancelled.
pretty
Doesn't
clear
block.
that it implies that Aunt May knows that he's Spider-Man, so,
why
she's
even
not
bother
gonna press
asking?
the issue.
If she's going to accept a lie, surely that would
definitely
tip her off to him. Which she doesn't accept a lie, she just ignores it. It's really weird. As conversations go, if her goal was to pretend that she does not know, wouldn't she be like, well, your face should be cleaned up. I don't know how that managed to get that way. But instead, she's like, you're in a chimney. We don't have a chimney. And he's like, oh. And the conversation carries on.
I wouldn't have been able to guess here that she knew he was Spider-Man. I wouldn't have even occurred to me.
I think it's implied like at the end of the last film, but I don't know. I don't really care about that issue.
Oh, I mean, I care that Spider-Man acts consistently within his character, that's all. I mean, I'm weird, it's fine, I get it.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's weird. I mean, it's just clearly a scene meant to be comedic, like, oh yeah, he's having trouble taking his suit off, whatever.
I mean, a lot of scenes are meant to be comedic, they're gonna have greater implications.
Him accepting the call from Gwen during that plutonium chase
Meant to be
is
funny.
clearly meant to be comedic.
Right, but like as we've established, that clearly like affects the way that the fight ends up going. So what I'm saying is, in this scene, it's self-contained. Like
No,
there's
people died.
no, I'm talking about the scene where he's taking the suit off on the ceiling.
Yeah, but
Like
both of the criticisms
there's nothing
come
else going
down-
on in the scene.
Both of the criticisms come down to him behaving in a way that's not like him. He has to do things that he wouldn't do in order for the thing to happen and make you laugh. That is the problem.
Well, they're clearly showing that at least in the second one, Peter's not intentionally being like not taking his suit off.
I'm sorry?
What?
Okay, no, so I'm saying in the first scene he intentionally answers the phone, right? In this one, it's not intentional that he's struggling to get his suit off.
Well,
like
sure, but
that's the
He can't take his suit off intentionally.
you're suggesting that, hey, he wants to get the suit off, he just can't. And my whole point was that he forgets what being a human being is in order for this to happen.
No, I'm saying like everyone has struggled to take clothes off at some point. It's
Wow.
comedic. Like I don't know why it's
I don't know if I've
inconsistent with his
ever. I
character.
don't know. You might have to
Literally-
be speaking for yourself on
Literally
this one.
right after a montage of him taking off that suit several times.
Yeah, and in the montage, it actually like it shows that it sticks to his body just a little bit.
A little
like
Yeah, but it comes right off.
Yep. And you know what?
Comes
It
right
makes
off,
more sense
slips
for him to get
right on
stuck with
off.
some of these because he's covered in like weird liquids and feathers and shit. It's more difficult for him to deal with it. Some of the times the suit isn't even whole.
Why wouldn't he just web the door?
Because he's stupid.
I know he's stupid. I was
He's also incredibly unlucky. It opened the door himself. Oof, close
Oh,
call
man.
though,
Oh.
Rags. Aunt May might have found out.
man, whew, that
It
was
was a
close.
tense
Oh,
scene.
lucky. Yeah.
Which pushes us to Max going to work. I don't really have any problem with this. Oh, I think it's hilarious that why have I forgotten her name? Emma Stone's character Gwen, yeah.
Gwen Stefani.
She's just getting involved in everything in this fucking universe by coincidence. It was pretty amazing that Spider-Man wants to date the girl who is the daughter of like the police commissioner officer captain guy and also the protege of the villain. Pretty amazing coincidence in the first film. And then in the second film, she bumps into
protege of the. Oh, okay, no. I guess. I mean. All right.
Are you going to semantics me on what she was to Connors?
Oh no. I was gonna say. Okay, no, it's not worth pursuing.
Yeah, because in the first film she was the one like vouching for Peter.
Yeah,
to
like there's
live
not
with
much of an
him.
answer to that. It's an incredibly coincidental thing that she happens to be his like whatever you want to call it. You don't have to call it a protege. I don't really care. It's just whatever she is.
She works at Oscorp.
For him, she's right underneath him,
Right.
and he's the one that Peter wants to see, and the police officer is the one that Peter's going to be dealing with so much. You see how all these things just like, damn, it's all very coincidental.
I mean, Peter dealing with Captain Stacy is really just meant to reinforce like the plot point that moves Peter forward. That he's not really being a vigilante and protecting people. He's just seeking out a bunch of people who look the same. That's not true heroism. Like outside of Captain Stacy showing up at the end, which I'm sure police chief, like, I mean, they'd go up there anyways. But like, regardless,
I'm not sure.
I don't know where you're going with this.
Okay.
So, like knowing Gwen and him knowing who Peter is incredibly important for him letting Peter go in the end.
Well, he finds out who Peter is because
Knowing who
the guy in
Peter
the chopper.
is.
Yes. He knows who Peter is. That's the point. We know.
Yeah, knowing his face is not the same as knowing who Peter is.
I mean, it's cause and effect. I don't know the issue with that,
What are you
but I mean,
talking-
let's.
Cause and effect that all these people happen to be this close to each other? And they all met separately? Are you kidding me?
I mean, no, it's.
And
I don't think it's an issue.
You don't
Wow.
think it's an issue?
I mean, that's
the
insane.
fact that she brought her boyfriend, who happens to be Peter Parker, to the dinner table, he knows her, Peter can appeal to the safety of his daughter, and he knows that because of the fact that he went to that dinner table, that meeting, and him getting released in the end instead of captured and taken away. You think that's just like, yeah, that, you know, cause and effect?
Okay, so is it like just as coincidental in the comics that Peter like just so happens to like the
I
girl
don't care
who's
about the
dead?
comics.
Did you seriously just say that?
We don't give a shit. We're not talking about the comics. We're talking about the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
It's a
Well, no,
movie,
I'm
yeah.
saying if you're like just going to be consistent across the board, I mean that even translates to Homecoming. Like Peter just so happens to like this girl whose dad is the villain. Like,
I mean, it's a
I don't
bingo
know.
card. Whataboutism? We got it.
oh no,
We're
I'm
talking about the Amazing Spider-Man 2. It doesn't
right.
matter
I
if
know.
you
I
bring up
just know that
anything else.
I am saying that you think Homecoming is a good film, and I'm asking if you're going to be consistent across the board with that.
Well, in fairness, I'm not sure if Homecoming has as many issues as
Definitely
these
not.
two here.
Categorically not.
Nope.
Like it can have like a couple of the
Homecoming's really
issues.
tight.
It's tighter than this.
Like it can have like a couple of the same issues, but not to the same degree or volume.
Okay.
Yeah, and they don't have the same effects. He's let go by Stacy because of the fact that he knows him, and he can appeal to his daughter's safety. That wouldn't have happened if Peter hadn't had a crush on the girl who happens to be his daughter. Also, she allows him to get further into the building than he would have prior, if not the fact that she was someone he's interested in, and she happens to be underneath Connors. It's an insane coincidence.
Yeah, and this sets up him getting his powers.
The first one is bad.
Yeah, the first one's really bad.
I'm okay with conceding that that's contrived to just get back to TASM2. I always thought it was contrived anyway.
Yeah, so that was me setting up the fact that once again, and she happens to get a connection with the villain of this film by so chance of happening to walk into an elevator at the same time as him.
Yeah, but okay, I'm just asking, just how much does it affect that she knows who Max is?
She gives Spider-Man information on it relating to it, and she gets almost captured by Oscorp because she searches into it thanks to knowing who he is.
Okay, so she knows that they're bringing up the something about Max later in the film. She tells Peter.
If Gwen Stacy is established to work at Oscorp and so is Max Dillon, then I mean, isn't it probable that they would eventually cross paths?
Not with how many people work at Oscorp, and not in a significant personal way. They actually have a conversation.
Yeah.
It's enough for her to care about him. She finds out his name, that it's his birthday, that he likes Spider-Man, that she's jealous of him for like having these feelings about Spider-Man when she doesn't, or at least that Spider-Man like fucks up her relationship with Peter. It's a lot to come from a complete chance encounter, which by the way is hours prior to him becoming Electro.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't know about her caring about him, but more like just knowing about him.
I'd say she cares about him. She wants to find out where he went.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, she searches his name on the registry and gets pursued by security for looking up his name.
That's fucking dumb. We haven't even got there yet.
Oh, we'll get there.
Yeah, well, so she looks him up because I think that she overhears his name during the Times Square scene, because this searching his name comes up after the Times Square scene.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Because Max is telling the story to Spider-Man. He's like, "Don't you remember you?"
I don't know why we're going that way.
I don't know why you guys are going this, because I wasn't even talking about why she was doing it.
Well, I mean, if you
sound like a criticism, but
if we're talking about her,
it's not
caring,
the same. They are related in an unrelated way.
It's incredibly coincidental that she just happens to get involved in the plot all the time in both these films.
That's fair.
So yes, moving forward, what's next? Oh, it's when he meets Harry and Norman. What you got anything for this, Rags?
The part where Max meets Norman.
Yeah. I thought it was funny when he's like, retroviral hyperplasia is what he's apparently got, and he's like, I never told you it's genetic. It's like, would he not have discovered that if he'd looked it up?
Yeah,
but he's been trying to forget about his father because his father abandoned him. It's a disease that his father has. He's just...
I'm not saying
his father would have...
Literally by chance, if he had been curious enough to just look at what his father's, lethal disease is, he would have found this out already.
Okay, wait, but Norman tells Harry the name of the disease, like, in combination with him telling him that it's genetic.
Well, I don't think you could infer that, but he says retroviral hyperplasia. I never told you it's genetic.
Yeah, but like Harry's also been out of the picture this entire time.
Well,
he was sent off to boarding school.
The one you just made.
What
Which argument do you want to do first?
I'm making the argument that Harry would have no reason to research this, considering he was sent away when he was 11.
Are we dropping the other argument then? Because you just said that he didn't know the disease. I'm saying he did.
I'm saying his father had a disease. Do you think he know the name of the disease?
I don't know why you would phrase this as, say for example, I don't know, I'm reviewing The Boys season 3 and Rags has never heard of the show other than the name, and then I go, hey Rags, The Boys season 3, made by Fringy. Never told you. I wouldn't. The idea that Rags would be like, well, Rags was never told that it was The Boys. Like, why would I phrase that statement that way if he knew it wasn't? Like, he knew nothing about it. Why would I never told you it was made by Friggy?
I imagine because this is just contextualizing. Like, he knows his father has a disease, but he doesn't know the name. Then he says the name, and then he says, I never told you regarding the disease, not just because the name. He says, I never told you it's genetic.
Yeah.
Also, the idea that you have... So Max is 20 at the time of this, and his father has been sick with this disease that they know
Since
of
his
for
age.
a long time, and never in any of Max's physicals or tests or doctor's visits, and without anybody else ever telling him that his father has a killer disease that is genetic that he has.
I'm sorry. You said Max when I think you mean Harry,
Harry. I
Hmm.
don't know why I said Max. Don't know why I said Max.
because Electro is Max.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know why I said Max.
Just
Harry.
simple name
Talking
switch.
about. Yeah, Harry. Substitute all of those Maxes for Harry. This is the deathbed scene that I'm
Nailed it.
talking about here. Ignore Max. It's all about Harry.
I think that's probably because the first effects of the disease actually being active started happening when Harry was that age.
What a coinky dink.
You mean when Norman was that age?
Yeah, Norman was that age. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, but
Norman-
like when Norman says, it started at your age, and I mean, like you could say it's a coincidence, but also they're
Yeah.
both recently adults, and I'm sure that there's still like bodily changes that are going on near the adult age. So I don't know.
Harry's
I mean,
20, and he just starts getting. Once he learns about the disease, he starts getting the disease, and that.
no, because like they established that he's already had the handshakes prior, and like Norman is saying,
has the disease.
So obviously Rag's referring to the skin rashes.
Yeah. Because
Well-
and plus, if he had the disease the whole time and he knew about it, he never did any research into it or looked into it or went to a
Yeah, that's an interesting
doctor.
one.
Well,
I
isn't
don't
the scene
think he
trying
knew
to
the disease
communicate.
was genetic.
Yeah, isn't
He,
he?
he
isn't
doesn't
the
have
scene-
to. He has to go to a doctor's like, I got these weird shakes in my hand, and then they run a test and they say, oh, you have this horrible disease. Your father doesn't have this, does he?
Well, isn't it
Famous
because
son of Norman Osborn who's suffering from this disease that's genetic.
Isn't
Considering
it
he shows up around
because
this
of?
age. Sorry, go on.
Well, isn't it because of the fact that I guess he has these shakes in his hand that Norman Osborn would have found out and brought Harry to him?
No, he already he brought him there because Norman was gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was-
and isn't it not public
Okay.
knowledge that Norman has this specific disease?
Yeah.
They say he has. It's never explicit that everyone knows the exact disease he has. So I don't know.
I'd have to rewatch to find if there's any reference to that.
Kind of kept under wraps in the first movie, like as to what the deal is. They say that he's dying, but we don't know what it's like, what disease he's dying to.
Yeah,
From
and
the
the video
first film, we can it. I don't think it's explicit, but we know that he's definitely on a clock.
Just a thought
He's
I had where
definitely
so many people be
down.
working on trying to save his life, including Dr. Connors and everyone else and stuff. So if the disease gets around enough, it's like, damn, this is a genetic disease too, and he has a son.
Yeah,
Damn.
because all the doctors who know about it obviously have to know the disease they're trying to cure.
Mm.
And you'd think that the son would play a role in that because he would have it as well because it's genetic.
And they could possibly even like his son could probably be even a more potent candidate for like, I don't know, experimenting on for
Very
a
true.
possible cure.
You'd think
Very
Norman would be
true.
invested in that, actually.
Mhm.
And yeah,
And if you're totally invested, if you're Norman and you want to keep Harry alive all this time, like why have you not told him before all of this?
because he's mean.
Because he's a meanie.
Because like, correct me if I'm wrong, but embryonic stem cells are supposed to be like, are they more or less potent than adult stem cells?
I think embryonic ones are.
I would assume
Okay.
so, but I don't know.
I think, but I'm not sure.
So
Either
with
way,
the logic being that Harry's cells would be better for experimenting on for a cure than Norman's.
Well, yeah. Plus, it's just the disease hasn't progressed as far, which generally means it's easier to treat.
Preventative, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that before, but yeah.
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
Yeah, it amuses me that like he starts degrading really fast after he's told this, and the funny part being that there's loads of like evidence of Norman doing video calls with what seem like similar age, and I'll give the benefit of the doubt and say a maximum of 10 years ago, whatever, where his skin is clean.
You could
Yeah,
just
he's
start
got a
with that.
cane, but he's otherwise looking pretty normal.
Yeah, but like as Marcus I think was about to mention, like there's no guarantee that it's going to start at the exact same part of the body.
And like you could just in the videos you could also put on makeup, and there's also the fact that in the final scene Harry says that it comes and goes. So you could argue that
In the final scene, but that's after he's taken the the
super
serum
juice, yeah.
the super juice, yeah, the super
Well,
venom
the
spider
the
juice.
the serum is clearly established to like make the effects of the disease worse, which is the entire point of like why they didn't want to give it to him in the first
Is that
place.
does it make the effects of the disease, because the effects of the disease are death.
And loss of like motor function and all the stuff appearing on his skin. Like it seems pretty
I don't think
advanced.
I don't know. I see him walking around on that glider and stuff, and I'm
Well,
thinking
no.
he's
So
kinda like-
here's why I'm inferring that, right? When we're in the scene with Norman Osborn, we see this the skin is really sickly, but then Norman like takes his hands and he clasps them around Harry, and we see that like he has these very sharp claw-like hands almost. And then when Harry's in the transformation scene
nails,
after he takes the venom, like his hands start growing the exact same claws and the exact same teeth that we see Norman have in that scene where they're sharper. So it seems pretty clear to me that like what's going on is it's making the effects of the disease just happen a lot faster, opposed to Harry, where it's like at the end when it says it comes and goes.
But in the prison cell, he looks
Why wouldn't the
pretty
comes
normal.
and goes be related to him having taken the Green Goblin juice?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
think it's referring to.
That's so yeah. Are we assuming that Norman has that too?
well, I think like I guess what I'm inferring from that is when we see Norman looking relatively well, that's one of the it's comes and goes moments, but there's no guarantee.
I
How it's pre-recorded, but we don't know from when.
And I also thought that I just figured that was to do as a side effect of him having done all the shit with the suit and the serum, rather than the disease itself comes and goes.
Yeah,
I
it
think
feels
it's
odd
the
that
effects of the disease comes and goes because Mr. Fierce says you're looking better, and Harry says it comes and goes, like referring to the cosmetic appearance of the disease. It seems to me.
Well, no, it could be the goblin juice, because that clearly affects his appearance as well, and that was
Yeah.
the state he was captured in.
Yeah, but that's what Thought was arguing about.
So we
He-
agree that comes and goes refers to the goblin juice.
No, the Thought was saying that the spider venom, it makes the effects of the disease appear worse, but then he says it comes and goes, so it's related to the disease itself and the
But the
spider venom.
appearance isn't what kills you; it's the actual effects on the body.
Yeah, but Mr. Fierce is the one who says you're looking better, and that's why Harry
because
says it
he
comes.
doesn't look like Green Goblin anymore.
Yeah, and then he says yes, it comes and goes, so it's in
The Green
regards to
Goblin comes and goes.
the visual, the cosmetic appearance. Yes, it comes
Of the
and goes.
Green Goblin,
Yeah,
I can believe that the physical appearance can come and go, because it seems that the effects of the disease are gradual.
yeah, that's what we're trying to argue.
Well, with
Yeah.
the effects of
No,
the disease,
then that wouldn't really be a comes and go thing if it's a long decades process.
We're talking
towards-
we're talking about like the physical cosmetic appearance of the disease, not the actual effects of the disease on Harry.
Yeah,
So-
like it's not how he's losing motor functions, how that comes and goes. We're talking about how he visually looks. That comes and goes, and that's what he's referencing in the final scene. And that's what we're trying to argue here.
and
I-
with the
I
effects
think
of
we
the
get more information that it's the goblin stuff, not the disease.
yeah, like wouldn't the effects of the goblin stuff kind of help mitigate some of the effects of the disease at least?
I thought that
Isn't
was the
kind of
point.
what's
Is
implied?
that he
Yeah,
has
that's
health
the point,
regen
yeah.
now, but he's obviously a cursed version of Spider-Man,
Yeah.
essentially.
That's why he made the guy inject him with it.
Yeah, he thought he would help him, but he didn't know what
Well,
would
clearly it
actually.
did help in
clearly
terms of
did.
certain elements. It's just it also
Yeah.
has drawbacks, and that was what Spider-Man's concern was. So we'll get to that too.
Yeah, because Spider-Man even says it'll be worse than death.
I don't think Harry would agree with that.
Yeah, especially because it's
To
not
be honest, I wouldn't
Spider-Man's
agree with
life on
that.
the line.
So yeah, we can move on to Electro's origin, shall we?
Okay.
I find it very amusing that they're trying to harvest electric eels. Just that fact on its own. I think that's really funny. I guess I'm going to allow for like sci-fi story fiction that's just they're in a universe where they've figured out how to harvest electric eels, which is more efficient than anything else they've got. Like, okay.
Well, I mean, the world clearly establishes that Oscorp is doing a lot of experiments with animals and trying to utilize the functions of animals for real world applications. So I don't see it out of the realm of possibility to like be.
Ain't no amount of eels in a tank that are gonna give you more energy than a properly designed power generator. I can accept it for the world. I think it's insanely silly and is only trying to set up this crazy
Yeah, it makes me
electro
laugh,
power
like,
gaining scene.
a lot of things make me
we
laugh in
laughed
this
at it
film.
when
I
we saw
mean-
eels in the tank.
Isn't it fair to suggest that the eels would be somehow genetically modified?
Maybe.
Yeah, they do
Maybe.
look a lot more electric than normal electric eels.
And
But
I don't
Even
think that the
then-
movie is trying to imply that any type of electric eel bite is going to turn you into electro. I think that the idea would be these are like special electric eels, just like the
Even
spiders.
special electric eels.
Well, of course, yeah. It's silly, sure.
Yeah,
I
that's
think-
all we're
I think
really
it's
saying.
hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
So, to do this important work, he needs the sector to be shut down electricity-wise, and the guy is like, nah, I'm out.
Doesn't
So-
necessarily need it. He said he just should be safe. He doesn't.
So he's needed,
Actually-
thank you.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be doing the job, just flat out. There's no fucking way he should be doing this if it's not safe. Any normal safety precaution would be like, you can't turn it off? Alright, I'm not doing the job then. That's not in my contract. I'm not willing to sacrifice my life, potentially, just to fix a fucking wire.
Especially right after you figured out that the company just screwed you over by stealing your designs.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be a bit better about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't go out of my way. I wouldn't put my life in danger to help this building in any unnecessary way.
This is one of those
If,
writing flaws where they're like, people will think the electric shouldn't be on if he's doing details with it. We'll have him call someone and they'll say, nah, I can't be asked to turn it off, I'm out. Which is bullshit.
well, I mean, everyone's already left from work that day. The only reason they ask Max to say is as an insult.
So how does that fix anything that we've
I
brought
don't
up?
understand how that
Like, that-
addresses what I just said.
Yeah,
I don't know if it fixes anything, but like
No.
if anything, it shows us that Max is really just a pawn, but he doesn't really stand up for himself at all. So it's something he's willing to do. I mean, sure,
But
it's
there's
stupid.
no one around to see him. Like I was saying, like he's not like it's not like he's performing in front of anybody, and he doesn't get any performance anxiety. He's all by himself. He's not being supervised or watched.
I mean, he's still been given a command. Whatever, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's given a command, they should just do it.
Well, no, I mean, like Max he says, all right, whatever, I'll just do it myself.
Yeah, which is what they need to write him to say in order for him to do this and be turned into Electro. I agree.
Okay, then.
And then that on top of the fact that these secure railings, both floors break because a guy falls 1.5 meters, maybe 2, onto them. That's fascinating to me.
Yeah, he falls through like 2 floors. I mean, like I don't know what these floors are made of, and the ceilings they're in.
Maybe paper mache?
But- Maybe, I guess. Maybe the eel water. It's more moist above
Splashed
the
on it
eel
and
water.
it weakened the metal, yeah.
There's some mold, and so when he could just crash through the 2 floors.
There's not
of
even
a-
like, if you watch it, there's not even a moment of him like hitting the floor and it breaks. He just falls right through. Like, as if it's not even there.
Yeah, it's really weird to watch him just sort of go through, because he falls through a whole like separate floor and it right into that eel tank, which is a exposed top, I guess.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah, electric eels do need to resurface every 10 minutes.
You don't
Hey,
need an
guys.
open top for them
So
to do
you
that.
can have air in between the top of the tank and the top of the water.
Yep.
Oscorp just paid OSHA off, all right?
Also,
Clearly they did.
lucky he fell in a position that would lead him to fall into one of these tanks, because it's not like a huge tank that covers the whole of the bottom area. It's actually, it looks like 3, 4, 5 maybe, but look at all the different places he could have fell and not ended up in a tank. It's like, damn, bro.
Couldn't you argue that's the inciting incident for his plotline instead of
So
saying
the
that?
inside instant argument doesn't work if we've already got an established storyline with other things going on.
But like, isn't an inciting incident something that happens for like every
So
plotline?
if we were following exclusively him, this film was called Electro, then I would agree with you. But we're not. There's so many other events happening at the same time, so this is an extreme coincidence. And for all the other reasons I just mentioned too.
It's the difference between somebody winning a lottery at the very beginning of the film and we follow them because of it, and at the very end they just happen to have also won the lottery.
That's a strange way of putting it, but okay.
Well,
No,
do
yeah, I
you
can
see what
understand
I'm
what-
saying?
Yeah, I can understand. It's because like if he fell onto something that wasn't the vet, he didn't turn into Electro.
Okay, maybe I
And
can rephrase this better. So, if we were following the film Electro, he's the only interesting party we've got, and then maybe because of his rise and attack, the hero rises to try and stop him. The reality is, we've got this whole world established already, a city that has a superhero, and as far as we can tell, no other city has one because of the specific technology and circumstances of this one. Also, a guy happens to have all of these different things happen that turn him into an electric demon monster that our hero is now going to have to fight. That is a coincidence. It could have happened on anywhere at any time, but it's here and now, and for these reasons that, yeah, there's no reason why this would happen anywhere else. More so here than anywhere else.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's not the fact that Electro falls into the vat that he becomes the villain. It's just the fact that, like, him falling into the vat and then going to the morgue and then going out and having all this power is what draws all this attention, and he has this pent-up anger, and that leads into the fight.
I wouldn't need to appeal to him becoming the villain. I'd just appeal to the fact that this is the only human in the history of this universe that has had this happen to them, and it happens to be in the city where Spider-Man is operating.
Spider-Man also had an unfortunate accident involving animals at Oscorp Labs that gave him spider power. This is what they need to be looking into.
Yeah, they need to be more careful, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely paid
like whenever people are bitten by these critters, they get superpowers. It's kind of... You think there'd be more of them with all the workplace accidents. Also, I have to use the loo again. I'll be right back.
All right.
Really quickly, before we move on, would you say that also applies, and this isn't really whataboutism, more just like my own pure curiosity, would you also say that applies to Spider-Man 1, where one of the spiders just so happens like to escape its enclosure, and Peter Parker just so happens to be standing right under it?
I think the fact that it escaped, I'd have to rewatch the scene. Does it, like, how does it, is it because it just did escape?
Yep. Yep. It just straight up got out.
Yeah, I would argue that
somehow
that's
got
a
out.
contrivance. They shouldn't. The security on this thing should be through the roof. As for it grabbing and biting him, I'm mostly cool with it. It's gonna grab and bite somebody. And
yeah, but the fact that, like,
the story's about the person that the spider bit.
Yeah, I would argue that is an inciting one because that's why we're following Peter.
I have more
The
of a
contrivance is more the spider being able to get out in the first place.
And there's also the fact that Peter just doesn't tell anyone working there that he was bit by a spider.
Yeah,
One of the
I
spiders.
agree. I think that I would tell everybody that. I'd be terrified. I'd be like, I've been bitten by one of your fucking creations. I don't know what this is going to do to me.
Precisely, yeah.
I do have a question actually about the whole contrivance of this happening to a person that's in the same city as Spider-Man. Does this apply to, like, for instance, pretty much the creation of most Spider-Man villains?
I would say this applies to a lot of franchise stuff, unless so like the boys would be okay because of the idea that they've spread Compound V all over the place and different people popping up in different places. That counts for it. And there's some control from Vought over it. That's a pretty good way to do it. But you know, Batman being in a city where these really crazy ass, like, individual characterized villains keep popping up, unless you can tie it to things that relate to Batman and Gotham, like, which you can to a degree, but like, oh, a guy fell into a freezer and became a villain. A guy, I don't know which canon I'm following when I say this, but a guy who was raised by penguins became a crime lord and ran for mayor.
Batman Returns.
Yeah, obviously Two-Face is like more reasonable. He goes in, he's been hit by acid in a courtroom and goes insane. I'm thinking more superpowery ones rather than just people who are evil. But there's a lot of kooky characters, I guess.
So to be clear, then this is like kind of a standard, borderline conventional kind of contrivance that pops up in a lot of superhero stories. Not trying to invoke whataboutism here, just like pointing out this is a like it's not exclusive to this movie.
Just we're talking about how the idea that, like, a lot of villains might pop up in a hero's city seems to be something that appears in a lot of stuff, and it's like, yeah, the usual benefit you get is that they're separated by an extensive amount of years, and that they might be tied to the hero and its rise or something.
Also, cities are where there's a lot of people and a lot of stuff would happen there. It makes sense that more things would happen in cities than in the middle of nowhere.
So then, doesn't that lessen the effects of the, well, not effects, but the how drastic the contrivance is in this case then?
No.
Why? Why would it?
If you're saying that like cities have a lot of people and a lot of stuff is happening,
Well, yeah, but how many cities are there?
I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
Like New
I'm
York?
just I'm not trying to invoke whataboutism here.
No, that's cool.
I'm trying to make sure like this is a thing that happens in a lot of stories and is kind of accepted as a I don't know, kind of like a convention in.
Well, funnily enough,
I mean, you
think
could
the
call
Nolan
it a trope,
trilogy,
but even calling it a trope isn't a flaw. A trope isn't a flaw.
the Nolan trilogy
Okay,
does pretty
so
well with it.
I think a really interesting comparison to this again is like Spider-Man 1, because I mean, like, even if you remove the entire Spider-Man like getting bit, I think it still implies that Norman Osborn becomes the Green Goblin. So like you have the contrivance of the spider getting out, and then and the fact that it bites Peter, who just so happens to be best friends with the son of this billionaire who just so happens to become the villain. So that
Yeah.
seems like a way more of a stretch than Electro like
All
being
of those
saved.
different events combined, yeah, compared to this one, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if we were going broad on Amazing Spider-Man 2, we've got shit more than that. Just Electro's method of becoming Electro, which, by the way, is still heavily contrived.
Yeah, I'm fine with saying it's heavily
Yeah,
contrived.
definitely a freak accident.
Yeah, I think the point of it being a freak accident is the point. I guess what's more contrived is that he's connected with
I'm not
Spider-Man.
sure I allow the label of freak accident, to be honest with you, unless we're going with something that shouldn't have happened.
I'm just saying that it's while it is insanely unlikely.
It just seems like an impossibility that they would build sort of walkways that are unable to support the weight of a person falling over by about 1.5 meters. That seems ridiculous to me. And twice.
Yeah, he falls through 2.
Does he? Let me go.
Yep.
Yeah, he falls through
And
2 layers.
I'm gonna just concede this to you guys because I have a very similar criticism for how Otto becomes Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2, and the fusion experiment happening in his apartment in the middle of Manhattan.
Yeah, it's
That
true.
the slightest miscalculation can blow up like a city block. Like I think it's a
I
problem
wanted to-
there. It's a problem here too. The lack of safety coming from people that should be a lot smarter than this.
I wanted to
It's
highlight
not
by the way
even like
that
safety, even if it wasn't safety, just like
Common
building,
sense. Mhm.
like if you have a big building and there's like multiple floors and stuff, like you being able to fall through objects like that is
it's weird.
kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I wanted to highlight that with the Nolan trilogy, you have, I think they're actually probably one of the most stable thinking about this. You have a group of people that were planning on doing something to Gotham from the get-go, right? The League of Shadows. Batman goes to them to train, finds out about this plan, chooses to try and save Gotham his way. Then they hire Scarecrow. Then the Joker rises because of Batman, or at least his ability to want to deal with him, sort of thing. And then the third film is Ra's al Ghul and they hire Bane, right? So it's like, oh yeah, shit, all of that is actually interconnected.
Mhm.
Good job, Nolan
Probably
films.
Why
High five.
Homecoming is so good in a way. How much is
Oh yeah,
interconnected?
because Vulture was created by the Avengers, sort of thing.
Good stuff.
Then I'm sorry, just getting off topic just for a second. That I just in Agents of Shield they do that very well as well, interconnecting villains. But whatever.
Yeah. So what is next? Oh, I guess so they tell Harry that they've like nuked all of Dr. Connors' stuff for the sake of the stock people.
They said that.
They haven't nuked everything. They kept that secret lab, right?
The special
Yeah, what
projects.
they say is that every research they had on cross-species genetics has been shut down after what Dr. Connors did because they want to regain investor confidence, but they don't tell him that they kept the venom.
So they had.
By the way, this is
They had access to something that yes turns you into a giant lizard, but at the same time is the closest we've got to creating like auto instant regen.
the panacea for all ills.
So if you're a particular stock investor and you find that out and you're like, yes, but it's connected to a guy who went crazy, it's like, I still want to
this
invest
is the
in this.
opposite of what you do to keep your investors happy. If all of that work and effort just got flushed down the toilet
I would describe it
because
as
of one guy.
world-shattering technology. This changes everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
Arguably the most breakthrough medical, bit of research that's ever been devised.
couldn't you say that the way Dr. Connors used it in the first film, that was like for evil? It was
Sure.
The fact that he could even do it is a medical miracle.
The
Um,
fact
wh-
that
wh-
he was able to regrow a limb.
Don't you
Yeah.
think like the like using nukes to kill people, like for let's say for an evil, that wouldn't then mean that we all agree to stop doing nukes? Is like, well, I mean,
I mean, depends on if your movie is Superman 4.
yeah, that's some funny shit right there. But yeah, like the idea that it's like we gotta get reinvestors. You know, we can't be keeping the shit. We gotta axe it, otherwise they're not gonna be reinvesting. It's like get different investors at that point, mate. Like you can
Yeah.
get people investing in
Also-
this.
Also, the guy who went crazy and turned into a lizard, his partner, you already have the world convinced that that guy is like crazy nutso,
tried
took
to
money
steal
and was
money and-
corrupt
yeah.
anyway. So his partner being this,
Yeah, just be like, it was
Makes it
one
even
guy
easier for
fucking
them.
things up. We've hired a new staff, or very well celebrated people. Imagine the doctors that would want to get in on this across the world.
yeah, like the idea that you just flushed away all this research and you told everyone, oh yeah, like all this stuff and all of the breakthroughs and advances and all the steps that it took to get here, yeah, we just got rid of it. Like that should enrage the scientific community.
Oh man, imagine the scandal. It'd be-
Like the government might get involved.
yeah.
okay. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it like that before. So yeah.
It's becoming increasingly apparent, by the way, that Homecoming is the best live-action Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Homecoming's great.
I will stand that movie as the best Spider-Man live action, but I don't even. Well, funnily enough, I wouldn't have prior to all the things you brought up about Spider-Man 2. I was happy to admit that I wasn't sure which one of those two was better, but at this point it's kind of hard to ignore. And you haven't even presented all your arguments to me yet, so.
No, I'm still working on my video. I unfortunately lost a lot of progress today because I found that the clips that I downloaded weren't in great quality, and so I have to get Blu-ray rips of like the two other Spider-Man movies that I had just simply ripped clips from YouTube, and yeah,
If you want to send it to you.
Thought's gonna handle that, I think.
Yeah, I have a
He's-
Blu-ray rip.
He's already been helping me out a lot with 2 and 3 and
With
the
attacking the innocent Raimi films.
Yes, yeah. I would still maintain that the plot of Spider-Man 2 is way less fucking functional than Amazing Spider-Man 2, even after this discussion. It's like,
We ain't done.
I know we ain't
Totally
done. I know we ain't done. I'm just saying I still have that position.
Yeah, sure.
At least like Electro and Lizard, it's feasible for them to survive
you understand-
the police and shit.
Do you understand what kind of nuclear take you're having by describing Homecoming as the best live action Spider-Man? Do you know
Oh,
what that
I-
means?
I know. They're coming for me.
Okay,
They're
Not just for you, but for your family, for anyone you've spoken to in the past 10 years. They're gonna get them all.
Well, here's the thing. Homecoming is not very visually appealing to me. Sure, I accept that it's a well-written story. My favorite Spider-Man movie by far is Into the Spider-Verse. I'll definitely
Well,
stand for that movie.
Yeah, you're not gonna. I don't think you'll face too much backlash with that one. That's,
Yeah, I've only heard that it's good.
Just one thing.
Have you seen it, Rags?
I have not yet.
I am going to watch it with him at some
Oh,
point. I
okay.
thought, first he should watch Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, right? Because
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Well, at least now you'll be very impressed by Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, I hear only good things.
I did.
The thing is
enjoy it.
that me and Thought, we've heard so many bad arguments against Tasm Chu. Like what you're bringing up is actually pretty interesting. Like it makes sense that you're arguing that you're bringing up these arguments. But usually people argue against this film. They just have these misconceptions and forget a lot of scenes.
I'll agree with you
I'm-
that when something is universally hated, I think a lot of people will just throw anything and be like, "Yeah, it's shit because of this," and you're like, "That's not a good argument, by the way." And they're like, "Well,
we
it's
got
bad,
this with
though."
Cosmo and the prequels.
Oh fuck yeah! People are really bad at criticizing bad stuff if they're bad at their job, which Cosmo
Yeah,
is.
that's the thing. Like
Yeah.
we had to defend the prequels.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that these movies, even as poorly written as they appear to be, judging from this conversation, they still get a lot of unfair criticism.
Sure.
So
I know.
and-
I
and-
know this feel as of recently
It-
with a certain TV show.
Well, it's like
I,
it creates a veneer of like, oh, so all the criticism being presented against it that we can see is illegitimate, and so like it gives off this illusion that it's actually good when you notice all these things are actually accounted for in the story. But then there's all these other things that we're just simply not noticing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will say this. So yeah, for sure, like haven't heard these arguments before. And I mean, I came I came prepared thinking they were gonna be the same kind of arguments we've heard. So like obviously a lot of it's being caught off guard. I'm honestly gonna need to take another look at it because I mean, I think there might be the potential for some defenses of the stuff that you've brought up.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
There's stuff that there's definitely like not with Peter answering the phone or whatever. I do agree that that's dumb, but
Because we just watched it and then this call started, so we're only operating off of basically like I'm only operating off of seeing it a single time just a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
I missed a lot of details myself because of the fact that I was watching it with Evan and Marcus last night and Thought, and there was a lot of like discussing going on, so I missed a lot of stuff. But from what Thought was explaining, it seemed to make a lot more sense than it is appearing now. I would just simply say this is a testament to how good the two of you are at your job.
Yeah, I was gonna say like some people they have a better eye at catching these errors. Like for me to catch errors like this, I'd have to go like frame by frame, line of dialogue by line of dialogue, which I usually only do when I'm making a video critiquing something. So yeah, it's impressive how many things you were able to catch just watching once.
Well, that's very kind of you, and we're having some fun, and of course we hope that we're able to get through all of the things. I don't know how long it's going to take. Maybe we won't even be able to do it. You know, who knows? But
well, what if instead of uploading this as an EFAP or South podcast thingy, we just do like we can break this up into multiple calls if need be. Because I would be happy to fully break down this film. Like I don't want to bow out and say, okay, we give up. Like I actually want to hear all the arguments being presented against it.
And to be fair, like because these are criticisms that I haven't heard before, and I'm going to be like watching the film with a new eye, and like I think a new call, like kind of being familiar with this kind of stuff would be beneficial. But yeah, whatever you guys decide.
Well, who here has the least amount of time left? And I know that's a kind of malformed question because how are you going to know who it is? But I mean, it's open, so anyone make some claims.
I'm good to go for as long as you guys are.
I can go all night, baby.
I'll stick around a while. I could probably.
Well then, let us do as much as we can. Not suggesting we pick up the speed, but I'll do what I can. So, at one point, Peter describes Harry as his best friend in this film.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really interesting, considering they haven't spoken since they were 9. Was it
11?
Oh, 11. So
yeah, they haven't spoken in 8 years. But like I don't know, it's interesting to think because Peter doesn't have like any friends that we see. Like
I mean,
this guy who used to be his friend 8 years ago used to be his best friend. And like he was taken away from him somewhat because his father...
I'm actually gonna defend this. It's like having a childhood friend that you've known for a while, and then you don't see them in 8 years, but you don't really have any other friends besides Gwen, I guess. I don't see a problem with still referring to Harry as his best friend.
I think that if you're 21 and the last time you saw someone was 8 years ago, like 8 years to a 21-year-old, that's over a third of your life.
Okay, but also the point is that Peter is incredibly introverted. He doesn't really have a lot of friends. He hasn't spent enough time with Gwen to like for her to know the deep, intimate details. Like, and the thing is, Harry was there when Peter's parents died. And they express in the film that that's something that Harry helped Peter through. So for Harry
that
to
would have been because of Harry's parents or Harry's guardians, not because of Harry.
Wait. Is Peter 21 in this? I thought he was like 18.
It said 20.
Yeah,
Harry's 20.
So he's not. So he's 19, 20 as well. Because like it was 8 years ago. Harry was.
He said he's 20 years old at the board meeting.
Okay. But like Peter, I would think is around 18 because he's graduating from high school, and that's the standard.
Well, if he's
like,
Gwen's age, Gwen was 17 in the first one, so she's 19 in this one. So
Yeah, she also could have like I'm willing to accept the fact that she could have been a grade ahead considering she's like the number
maybe
one
we
student at
give or take a
Midtown
year
High.
or so.
mhm.
So saying like Gwen's 17, Peter's 18, or close to turning 19, I mean, I'm willing to allow that as well. And then Harry being 20 is, I mean, it's fine. I don't like I've been friends with people who are in different grades before.
My issue isn't
Oh,
that they're
that's
in
not really
different
the issue,
grades.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's the amount of time that they've spent apart.
Yeah,
and to
it's
refer to him
how-
so readily as a best friend, it seems odd to me. I guess the counter is that he's not great with social cue. I don't know if I want to say cues. He's not too bad, but I guess the other element would be if you would just come into a lot of money, inheritance,
Yeah.
Southpaw, and I hadn't spoken to you for 9 years, and then like right after the news comes out, I go, hey man, we should catch up.
Mahler sus.
Exactly.
Okay,
Espe-
but like
especially when Harry specifically mentions, "Oh yeah, a lot of people tend to love my money."
Yeah, but like there's the fact that Harry's father died, and that's the only thing that Peter talks about.
Well, why would
Just like someone,
Peter
if you
wouldn't
want
go.
someone's money, you ain't gonna say, "Hello, hey, how about that money of yours?" Oh,
okay,
wow, that's a lot."
so Mahler, you have a childhood friend who leaves, and this childhood friend helped you through your parents' death, and then you don't really have any other friends since. You're pretty introverted, stick a lot to yourself. You kind of have this friend and this girl you're like, but you're not super friends. It's more of a crush. And then you graduate from high school, like time's flown by. He comes back and you find out that his dad has died, and it's like, okay, well, he helped me through this when my parents died. I want to be there for him because he's like really the only connection to a
So this
friendship
from
I've had.
Peter's perspective.
Again, I don't know
Yep.
why you're explaining it from Peter rather than
Yeah,
from Harry.
I don't know why you're explaining this from his perspective. It kind of misses the whole point.
Like,
should have
I
stopped
don't
you
have any
earlier.
issue with Peter choosing to do what he did. I'm talking about Harry
Yeah.
not being suspect of someone coming back into his life after nearly a decade when he gets loads of money.
Well, Harry has been like overseas for a while, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
But
now
why
that
would that
he's
matter?
yeah, because
Well,
like
that's
he's
why
back,
Peter would
here,
no
that's
longer be in his life. It's not like Peter
Yeah, but
just
you
left
don't,
his
internet
life.
exists.
you don't have to lose contact when someone goes overseas. In fact,
Yeah.
I met Rags overseas.
We're literally right
True.
now this conversation.
Very true.
Yeah, but he's also 11, and Harry was sent off to a boarding school, and then it's showing that he's basically very clearly world hopping. And then Harry specifically says, "When I left New York, I tried to forget everything about this place. I guess that included you." So it kind of shows that Harry wasn't really too invested in keeping that up. And then Peter was kind of going through the trauma of losing his parents. He's pretty introverted. Like even if Peter had sent a letter or two, and Harry didn't want to like respond to it, I find that fine.
Now I have a question. So Harry was not invested in keeping up with Peter, and Peter still refers to him as his best friend?
Well, yeah,
mean,
because from
on
Peter's
Peter's
perspective, that's how he would treat like seeing Harry again. But Harry is the one who says, like, I tried to forget everything about this place. I guess that included you. But he seems to be kind of opening up to Peter now that he's back.
Like the thing is, Peter calls him his best friend. They used to be best friends when they were kids. They're trying to reconnect, and
So
I
from Harry's
think-
perspective, what Peter calls their relationship doesn't really equal what the relationship is. Especially again, if you just came into all of this money through your inheritance.
Mhm.
And even then, Harry even has a line later in the movie, essentially being upset that so many people are just interested in his money.
I mean, look, I'm assuming we can drop the veil here. We all know why this is happening, right? Because they didn't, I guess, account for this in the first film. Like, they didn't... You
They
need,
invented Harry.
You need a
this
scene
movie.
where he's like, oh man, you know, like, things are so rough right now, I wish Harry was here. And it's like, huh? You're like, you know, my fucking best friend. I can't believe he's gone. But, you know, moving on, I guess, you know, can't remain just anything to imply that this relationship even exists. But this film fucking drops it like a sandbag. It's just like, here we go.
I'm gonna bolster that point, Waller. Spider-Man PS4 does exactly that. Harry is nowhere to be seen in that game, but they do make references to him and the fact that he's absent. He is at like allegedly at school overseas or something. He's studying abroad is the idea. But they still make references to Peter's relationship with him, friendship. I don't know. I don't know what that version of Spider-Man is like. But the idea is they still clearly establish what Harry means to Peter.
Yeah, and Peter's almost about to leave when he gets bucked back by Harry. It's like, for someone you're like hell-bent on being your closest friend, you think you'd do a bit more appealing, if you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like, oh, you're in a meeting? Oh, well, I don't want to bother you.
It's like, you should be like, dude, like, the fact that we're even in the same room right now blows my mind. I've missed you so much. And he walks toward him, and you could do something with that.
I mean, I don't know, but we know that Peter's pretty introverted.
Seems like conveniently introverted, depending on whatever
Do we
action he takes.
know that?
Yes, we do.
It's pretty clear in the first film.
When he keeps his head down. I don't know, he seems to do pretty well with people.
Yeah, because he does.
How?
Especially with how.
Honestly,
he gets bullied by
very
Flash,
able to...
but Flash bullies a lot of people.
Like, he's relatively charming.
Yeah.
Really?
And especially because he had.
No, he's charming in the like, aw, it's your retarded cousin kind of charming. Like, he's constantly stumbling over his words. He doesn't really have friends. He's beat up by Flash. Like, the closest he gets is...
Flash, apparently.
I mean, most people would consider what he did quite heroic in that scene.
Yeah, like, that makes him look really good and heroic, yeah.
Which it
people
literally
see him
gets
doing
him,
that, and they're like,
it gets
wow,
him in with his crush, so I don't know why you would cite that as, like, not charming.
That's not a very introverted thing to do at all.
No.
When physical harm is on the line, and you're being watched by a big crowd of people, and you do the non-introverted thing.
I mean, what's the introverted thing to do? Just ignore him and have Flash come up and beat him up anyways?
To not go and become the center of attention in that scenario.
Where Peter says, I'm not taking the picture, that's him being the center of attention?
Like, he's literally in a crowd of people watching this unfold.
Yeah, like, I don't understand how this is...
He puts himself in the center of attention. You can't fucking argue against this. This is fucking insane. Are you serious?
I don't think the point of his action is to become the center of attention.
Like, he literally goes and tells him to stop.
I mean,
that's pretty bold. You guys don't agree?
Yeah, that's an extremely non-introverted thing to do.
So
in that scene, Peter is doing what he actually should have done when he saw that guy getting mugged in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's actually a really nice establishing character moment for Peter, but I don't think that it's bolstering the argument that he's like introverted.
Yeah, this is a very non-introverted thing to do. When you consider that Peter is a handsome guy who is he's not short.
I just sorry, I opened the scene here. The thing is, he doesn't put himself at the center of attention. He's seeing that the kid is being bullied, and then Flash sees him and he says, "Peter, take a picture." Like, he doesn't do it willingly. So if he
acquiesced, then he wouldn't have even popped up in the story, but he didn't. He specifically says no, and he tells him to stop.
Yeah, like
he does the non-introverted thing.
I don't know. That seems like something.
He specifically goes against the bully, even at the risk of getting harmed.
And calls the bully by his real name, Eugene.
It's a little sneaky too, because he puts himself in view, and then Flash says, "Take a picture." So, like, the introverted thing would be to see this going on and, like, possibly back away or at least stay out of view.
Just walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never bought into the idea that he's the guy that everyone picks on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I really like Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man. I don't believe for a second that he's not popular. Like, this guy
I think he's a fine Spider-Man, but he's not, like, tiny, he's not ugly, he's not... I mean, it's... This, I don't know, I guess people really want to do like, it's 1986, and being the super nerd is just the thing that gets you bullied. I think we're just kind of holding on to that because it works quickly, and
imagine an actual, like, ugly introverted Spider-Man that has to grow out of being picked on all the time and shit on completely.
It's not like the comics.
Because even Tobey Maguire is like, well, they put glasses on him. That's their attempt to be like, hey, you look at him, fucking dude.
You know, if we're gonna appeal to the comics, I mean, Peter was pretty handsome in the early issues of Spider-Man.
I haven't read him.
That's what I'm saying. I've never heard of him being like an ugly loser.
Yeah, he typically isn't. Not in the classical depictions of the comics. Which again, fuck them a comics argument. But I'm just like saying
Yeah,
if
just
people want to
never.
appeal to adaptation
Yeah, it's
or
Yeah,
what
just a
Peter
side
Parker's supposed to
thing.
look like,
That
it's
I'm
just
bringing
it's
up.
a collection of things together. It's like, is it possible for someone who's handsome to be bullied? It's like, absolutely. It's just that
Totally.
you add that with how he seems to be pretty confident in doing a lot of stuff that he does, and he holds himself pretty well when talking to everybody.
look,
It's
I mean,
just, yeah, they're just. I'm not convinced. You got to give me more. If you're gonna like, if he's supposed to be the guy that everyone bullies, you got to give me more.
he should be depicted as a lot more socially awkward because, like, I mean, I was bullied. I'm a socially awkward person. um, and I mean, people generally think I'm a good looking guy, but I
Wow.
don't have the best social skills. So
Damn, Southpaw.
I know. I don't mean to humble brag or anything. I'm just
I
trying
was
to.
bullied, but I'm a sex god. So what do you have to say to that? Like,
I'm not. Well, I'm not a sex god. Is the thing. I don't have the charisma.
Man,
Just
I'm
one
a sex
thing
god.
that I think a lot of media does, it's retarded, is this depiction of bully. It's not just like, cause like Peter acting the way he is fine by me. Just the way the bullies act against him, like Flash, especially in the Spider-Man one, but in the TASM one as well. I always thought it was kind of really forced. Like a lot of stuff.
Very
That,
stereotypical, very nerd jock. You know, very.
yeah,
It's
because the way they do
very
it,
very tropey to the point of it just sort of departing from believability. Very
precise.
Raimi-esque.
Yeah,
I'd like to
yeah.
say though, I like that Flash actually gets character development in the first Amazing Spider-Man. He's like way more of a character in that than he is in the Raimi movies. I'm not a fan of Indian Flash from Homecoming or Far From Home. That's like a personal preference thing.
Yeah, I think
Um,
he's fine. He's not at the forefront yet, and it seems like they've been chipping away at his development in both films in terms of his home life. I'm waiting for them to pay that off.
I'm intrigued in seeing the payoff. I just think that they did a very nice, quick little arc for him in the first movie. That's
Sure.
yeah, believable.
sure.
They don't waste too much time on it. And it's executed pretty well. But are we ready to get back into criticizing TASM 2, I guess, or TISM 2?
Well, yeah. So would it not be considered a coincidence that this person that he wants to reconnect with over like how they were good friends when they were younger is going to fucking become the villain of this film? Like another
I think
connection.
pretty cause and effect how he becomes the villain.
Go on.
I mean, there's like a coincidence in that I guess he has this genetic condition that then leads to him becoming the villain.
Yeah,
but
like him
layer.
knowing Peter and knowing Spider-Man doesn't actually get him access to the Green Goblin juice.
Mhm.
So him becoming a villain is separate. That would have happened whether or not he bumped into Peter.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what's like the contrivance here?
That there's a personal connection, that he's gonna be able to tell who Spider-Man is thanks to that.
So well, the only reason he knows who Spider-Man is because Peter tells Harry that Gwen works for him.
No,
So,
okay,
so that
I
bolsters
don't
my
think
point.
that's- Yeah, okay, so it's contrived that the villain happens to like be friends with the hero. Like that's contrived, the personal connection.
Yeah, what are the odds?
Yeah.
Well, the odds are Peter Parker's Richard Parker's son. Richard Parker worked closely with Norman. Norman had a son, Harry. It's likely that they'd spend time together because the fathers are so closely connected.
That was a leap.
Huh?
That was a leap. Everything you said up to that point was okay, but then you leaped. You said it's gonna. The fact that they would be close friends. That's just some in the yeah.
Okay, it's likely like if I mean this is something I've experienced in my own personal life. If my parents or like my friends' parents work closely with other parents, then their children are more likely to hang out. I
So
don't
how
think
many-
it's
how
that far of
many-
a reach.
How many parents do your parents know?
Quite a few.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's
I
like
understand
he
where
happens
where the trouble is here. It's just, all I said is a coincidence that the person, one person that Peter is pursuing, this person happens to turn out to be the villain of this film. I don't understand how this is hard to swallow.
yeah, I can.
This makes Peter This would be a lot less contrived if Peter wasn't introverted and he had a lot of friends. His introversion actually makes this even more of a
You could
coincidence.
argue that he became introverted after his parents left, but the thing is that like
Pretty much everything in his life happened after his parents
Yeah,
left.
he was only how old was he?
11.
4. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. How old was who?
How old was Peter when his parents left?
4.
10. 4?
4 and 10.
4.
How
So
old was
okay,
they?
so according to the IMDb credits, okay, the cast listing for the kid that plays Peter Parker in the opening scene of the first movie is Peter Parker, age 4.
Ah.
I mean, it could be incorrect, but
Well, what was the
I feel like
information you
for the
guys were going off with?
casting,
10.
that's-
I don't know. I guess I forgot. I thought it was like around the same time that Harry left. Like he left.
Yeah, I think that
I
was
would
a jump
I
we
would have
were
guessed
making.
around 8 or so from his appearance, but I don't know. If the credit says that's how old he is in the story, then
That's all. it is.
that's like title crawl. This is the way it is.
Just the thing with Harry happening to be Peter's friend is something that like I said with the Electro thing, I thought that it's like just the inciting incident for his character. Just I give leeway to that, but I can understand that you say that it's convenient and it's a problem.
Well, I like to make notes of all of them so you can see a map rather than like going. So, for example, if I pinprick Rags, it'd be like that doesn't really hurt him that much, and it's like if I did it 1,000 times though, probably gonna
Sure.
do some damage.
Sure.
Rags,
Yeah.
you okay? Do you like being used in analogies where I kill you?
Well, it's only as long as you only do it once, but well, death by 1,000 cuts definitely applies to movies, I feel.
Oh yeah, that's what I think happens to the prequels.
Yeah, I could agree with that. So they established that they can make Max's death in terms of a workplace accident like disappear. Oscorp have that kind of power, I guess. Like they can. I'm guessing they're going to fake his death in some other way and just shoo it all away in terms of inspection and
They
stuff.
say that he's invisible, so they're saying they're gonna try to keep him invisible. So
And
they're
then
gonna bury him in
the
some way.
reveal is that like their efforts to do that are all done under Harry's name, and then they frame him for doing it, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So I thought it was weird that when that reveal takes place, they're like, "Wahaha, you are now fired." When I was like, "Oh, I mean, he should be going to jail," is what should be happening. Like, if you try and hide the fact that someone has died in your company through your fault, and you
Right
cover it
after
up,
he takes control.
I don't know what the word for it is, but you are going to court, my good man.
Yeah, I mean, covering up for a death is illegal. It's
It's
very
definitely
much
illegal. Yeah.
definitely illegal. Also want to point out this is right after. In fact, it's basically like the next scene where Electro gets his powers, or right after Norman Osborn dies.
Mhm.
Okay. So before we go any further, I want to talk about the point where they should have just had him go to jail. Okay, so here's the problem with that. Number one, Oscorp is already trying to deal with the backlash that's come from the Kirk Connors incident. If there's a massive Oscorp court case where the very next leader of Oscorp covers up a death, I don't think anybody's going to have trust in Oscorp at this moment, which
But
means
it-
probably a lot less people are going to be buying from them, and that's
They're
going to
getting him
translate.
fired.
This creates an actually bigger issue because what do you think that Harry's gonna do?
In terms of what?
Defending himself. So Harry just was basically a person walked into his office and said, "We framed you,
Which is
and
really
we have
fucking
the
stupid,
company
by the way.
now.
Okay.
So you're Oscorp, you're a bureau, and if you don't want to get lawyers or anything legal involved, what do you think Harry is going to do? Just
He's-
say, okay, I guess."
So if if Harry goes to the police and is like, "Hey, they're trying to do all this to me," like, I think the whole point of the matter is like you just kicked a corrupt person out. Now you have another corrupt person.
Harry is insanely rich.
Also, they'll get in even more trouble if it's found out that they knew
this is
about
gonna
this
be
and
a
they didn't tell anybody.
This is going to be a huge news story. It was a huge news story when Norman died, when days later, apparently, the son of Norman Osborn claims he is framed and is kicked off the board of directors for a company following a fiasco for PR at the company already. Like, this is going to blow up. This is going to be a huge news story.
Okay, so I think part of the problem with that is Harry Osborn doesn't really seem to care that much about Oscorp as a company. He really just cares about his survival.
So
like,
I don't think that's true.
What do you think facilitates his survival?
Getting into special projects.
Also, that means that he would want to fight even further tooth and nail to stay in control of this company.
Yeah.
And at that board meeting, he was very clear about how he is in charge of this company. Oscorp is really dumb.
Retarded, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, hi, Fringy.
Hey,
He was just
so
looking
I
to.
hear that somebody said that Far From Home is worse than these fucking movies.
You're not allowed. No, we can't do that yet. Okay, that's not.
Alright.
But basically, the issue here is that if you're Oscorp board of directors, if you're all the, you're the old guard essentially who was running the company while Norman was sick, right? And you want to retain control of the company, the last thing you do is create a huge legal and public fiasco that would happen from doing this.
Yeah.
You want to essentially play along for now. You want to not even tell Harry about the special project stuff.
I love the shit.
I mean, it's basically through an insane, convenient accident that he even discovers it anyway. Something that Oscorp could have never planned for and knew about.
Also, I just wanted to say, I was the one that DM'd Mahler that Far From Home was worse than these movies. I think that Marcus and Thought would agree with me, but I'll jump on that grenade.
Oh,
we can't do that one right now, okay?
Okay, all right.
It's okay, Frank. It's okay.
Yeah, these two movies are really, really bad.
Well, my hot take is I feel like a lot of people say these movies are good just because they think the web slinging looks cool, and it does. But like, I do feel like a lot of the arguments in favor of these movies are not great. Is what I would say.
I'd say that too.
The thing is that we've been seeing a lot of really terrible arguments against them, and so when it's easy to knock those arguments down, and we're also not noticing the actual issues that are there,
Right.
Then it gives off this effect of the movies are actually good. And I would say this applies to most things.
I think that's
so.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Just please offer me an olive branch, but I will happily accept the whatever wrath you have directed at me.
All I remember was that Amazing Spider-Man 1, I'm sure I've watched both of these. I mean, I definitely know about Amazing Spider-Man 2, and like that one seems like a disaster from what I remember about that film. Everything to do with like Electro seemed really stupid. Doesn't Spider-Man, like, isn't there a thing in this where like Harry Osborn is dying, and so he says, "Hey, Peter, you take pictures of Spider-Man, you will be able to get me into contact with Spider-Man," because I guess those are the same thing. And then he just shows up to say, "No, you can't have my blood." Why do that? Like,
So
why just not do it at all?
So first of all, I just want to say this: like I'm not doing whataboutism here. I agree that's a valid criticism. But it's also in Spider-Man 2 where he makes this retarded deal with Doc Ock.
Spider-Man 2 has a lot of problems too, though.
I'm the one.
You won me over with a lot of the arguments, like specifically the stabby thing in Doc Ock's hand. Is like, that's a big problem.
Here's the thing: is like I just simply posted on Twitter. This frame right here fucks over Spider-Man 2. Then there are like problems in totality in Into the Spider-Verse. People got mad at me for that. I didn't even say the movie was bad at that point or ruined, but then I rewatched the film and holy mother of God. But listen,
there's a lot of things, right? Yeah, but go ahead.
It is a valid criticism in both movies, is what I wanted to say.
Yeah. But it's not a problem that Homecoming has or Far From Home.
No.
I think the criticism that's valid here is Harry assuming that Peter would be able to get to Spider-Man, not the fact that Spider-Man shows up. Because a lot of people seem to forget the context that Spider-Man shows up and says, "Hey, I can't give you the blood right now, but I want to do more tests and then we'll see."
I would say that Harry's like if Harry came around to the idea that Spider-Man was being earnest, I would be down with that. But I feel like it's weird that he isn't even like suspicious. Harry is just like they meet, and within a few minutes they're like buddy chum old pals, just like the good old days when they were 11.
Yeah.
But it is Harry who starts them talking like they are good friends. It isn't.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
it's weird that he wouldn't be more skeptical.
Yeah, and I wanted to tie as well. There's just so one of two events takes place. Oscorp frame Harry, and he ends up going to prison, or they keep it to themselves. They're like, "Hey Harry, just saying, we know what you did. We got this on you now," and they really shouldn't say what they say in the conversation with him in the room, in case, like, for any reason, it could be found or recorded or corroborated by witnesses. But regardless, if they're like, "We're gonna keep this close to our chest, just saying, you're out of the company. If you do anything, we're gonna fucking frame you with this shit," and it's just like, you're in trouble regardless. Like Oscorp, especially with what happened with Connors. But it's way worse for you to not go public with this immediately. Like if you sit on the fact that Harry has fucking killed someone died in Harry's company and he tried to cover it up, you're going down too.
Yeah, yeah, that makes you complicit.
So either way, Oscorp is in incredible trouble, or Harry goes to jail. Like these two things, something goes wrong.
Or you just run the company like normal and don't tell them about special projects.
Oh, that would have that's another problem, right? It's fucking dumb.
Oh, okay. Well,
remember, she's like, I overheard them talking about special projects.
Oh yeah, Felicia. Is that her name, Felicia?
We actually have.
I think they were setting up Black Cat with that. One of the many problems with this film was that they were setting up 10 other sequels.
I mean, but you can't say that that's a problem. If her character was called Jane, it wouldn't change anything regarding to her character and the overhearing.
Oh, no. I'm more just saying, like, I feel like that's emblematic, right? It's like, hey, can we like sneak Black Cat in here? It's like, well, yeah, while we're trying to juggle Sinister Six, I mean, we got plenty of time for all this. Like,
or Alistair Smythe, played by Ryan from The Office.
Yeah, I noticed.
Number of like little things, but I mean, of course, those characters being present, those names being dropped, fan servicey as they are, it's like it's kind of like the complaint about oh well, why is Bruce Wayne in Joker, right? Where it's like if you change the name of the kid, if you change the name of
I was more saying that it's emblematic.
Yeah. Yes,
it's emblematic of like the problem, which is that they were, and I mean, from what I understand, there was meant to be Mary Jane in it too that they cut, and it's like, guys, you don't have the time for this.
You saw the forearms and the fucking rhino outfit and the vulture wings.
Do you guys remember that they were planning on doing an Aunt May spinoff?
Yeah.
What?
Like, so happy that didn't happen.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That would have been amazing. It would have been like the Room of comic book movies. We missed out on a lot when we lost that Aunt May spinoff.
So yeah, I guess we're talking about how Felicia happens to have overheard the exact thing that he needed to hear at that moment and reported it to him.
Can I read the yeah, can I read it out? Actually, I'm going to share it with you guys if you want. But
yeah, sure.
Here. Okay, so considering Harry is the head of Oscorp, it's fair to assume Felicia would tell him about special projects and the Spider-Venom once she overheard that. We can all agree with that, right? Yeah, okay. Since it's a huge thing, being kept a secret from him. If Harry is told, he'd look into it if he had interest in it from a perspective of wanting the Venom or not. That's all from thinking that they don't know he's interested in the Venom at this point. However, they do know he'd be interested in it because all the research regarding cross-species genetics was being pushed and rushed because Norman wanted to cure himself, and they know Harry suffers from the same disease as his father. So Harry would obviously be interested in any research about cross-species genetics that could potentially help cure him. Now, how do they use that to set Harry up? Well, they revoke his access once he sees everything they have about Max. Now Harry would know that Max suffered an accident in Oscorp, so he'd have no way to deny that with plausible deniability, and they already framed him for covering what happened to Max up. So they have evidence that he did it, plus evidence that he knows about the accident, since they know he saw the video from Max's accident and of Max in Ravencroft. There's no way for Harry to get out of this one after this.
So That wasn't really what
thing is-
we said was
Yeah,
the
so
No,
it's
criticism.
great,
So,
but
okay, so the thing is, they intentionally let Felicia over here. That's the point of trying to make here.
so they intentionally let Felicia over here so that she
So that she tells Harry, and at some point when Harry decides to, and with,
about
at
special
some point,
projects.
exactly. So if he looks at special projects, the thing is he's going to like basically be setting himself up at that point.
I don't know that
But that's counting
criticism
on
works.
so that's
because-
counting on Harry not instantly doing something about it.
and it doesn't account for how easily he breaks into the facility
Yeah. In fact,
Uh,
this just shows Oscorp is really dumb.
once again.
Well,
This keeps
the
happening over and
facility
over.
he breaks into, which is Ravencroft, isn't even a maximum security prison. It's like a
Doesn't have to
mental
be.
health facility.
The fact that he can like goes up in tasers too, that's fucking nuts.
It
That he
was a
does it
funny
and
scene, though.
gets away with it, and we cut and he's inside with a lab coat on.
Yeah, that's like cartoon level shit. It's just like,
Yeah,
oh, he's
it's
in.
like, come on,
He
like
paid
that's
them off.
He literally arrives, and as soon as he rolls the fucking window down and they know who he is, it's like, oh, so he's going to get turned away because he's Harry Osborn and Oscorp own this place. They know, apparently, according to you, that he would act on the information of this place, and so they clearly don't want him in there, and their attempt at stopping him is fucking pitiful.
Yeah, that's actually true. That Oscorp didn't prevent it better. That Harry could get into Ravencroft.
because he just takes a taser off one of them and tases two of them.
Doesn't
Which
he
knocks
tases
them
them
out.
and then he like tases Electro and then he somehow
Oh, we'll get
manages to
get
escape?
there. We'll get there.
My problem is the officers is that like considering that Oscorp, that Ravencroft is like subsidiary of Oscorp, that they don't tell them the people there are like, oh, Harry is
No,
may
that
come here.
doesn't work. That's incongruent with your previous Band-Aid. So you said they're letting him know about it on purpose. Like, so now they have to be aware that he's going to do something with that information. Otherwise, they're stupid.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Considering they have to know something about the information, it's retarded that they don't tell the people at Ravencroft that like you can't let Harry come in.
Okay.
I'm agreeing.
At the same time, then, I would still maintain the criticism that he gets into Ravencroft way too fucking easily. And he was really lucky, too. Imagine there were 3 guards instead of 2. Imagine
Yeah.
he was unable to, like, all of the things that could go wrong with this.
yeah, he gets inside through the power of editing.
Yeah, and besides, like I said, they should have turned him away as soon as he rolled the window down. Should be like, oh, it's you, fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The window part where he rolls down and says, "Oh yeah, I'm
I'm
Harry
sure I don't
Osborn."
need to explain how incredibly important it is to the film that he gets into Ravencroft, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Anyway, where even are we? We were talking about the covery-uppy thing. I think is the next scene then Electro going to Times Square?
Oh god, you guys are way earlier. God damn.
Yeah, you know what?
Man, like I remember, wasn't it with Times Square? Like, isn't the whole thing for Electro that he's like, man, Spider-Man's
Oh,
great,
can we actually
and then yeah.
go for it? Keep going. You go.
Oh, it's just isn't the whole motivation for Electro, man, Spider-Man's great. Oh, now I'm Electric Man. And then he walks to Times Square and like Spider-Man's there and all of the cameras focus on him. He's like, Spider-Man, you selfish, I hate you. And that's like Electro in this
Yeah,
movie.
whenever there's a news broadcast, as we all know, we've been to Times Square. Whenever a new news thing occurs, it instantly appears on all of the screens in Times Square.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Live.
and then Electro starts zapping.
Electro thinks
That
the
would've
police
been awkward
attacking
for
him
9/11
was
though.
tied to Spider-Man. Like, he thinks for some reason the Spider-Man's betrayed him because the police attack Electro.
But like what? And what? And so that's
Or even
how
getting a
he
little
now
further
becomes a
than-
villain for the rest of the movie. That's weak.
It is
Like,
weak, yeah.
That is so weak.
You know what else is weak? Fucking beating him with water.
Well, I mean, it's interesting how Electro's powers are highly inconsistent throughout the film. Like he's physical, but also can like teleport.
He's
Yeah,
tied to his
Spider-Man's
little,
powers are really inconsistent. Wait, what?
he's tied to a little head battery too. I don't know why.
Yeah, the head battery is like how does the head battery teleport when you like zap into electrical equipment?
Well, you're going actually a little bit further because I wanted to bring up how fucking bizarre it is that they just leave him in a crematorium next to the fire, but just like sitting there with nobody
Okay,
around
so,
anywhere.
An extended scene, there is a guy who like he's going to cremate Max, but he touches Max and he gets zapped. But of course, since it's in the extended cut, we can't count that here. But
I'm okay with using extended editions.
Okay, so in the extended scene, basically, Mr. Superman Jaw, business guy who's like Oscorp security, takes Max's body to this crematory, and he's like, "Hey, I need you to just get rid of this body like ASAP." And the dude's like, "Sweet, I get to have some fun with this." So like, it's pretty comical. The
Don't
music
say
starts.
that he gets to have fun with that body. That's not very.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
pretty
oh,
dangerous.
no.
So he turns the fire on, and then he walks over to Max, and he puts his finger like on the zipper to undo the body bag, and he gets zapped.
So how do they get him on there?
I have no clue.
Yeah, how do you interact physically with Electro if he's
And-
electric?
Like, surely they made sure he was dead when they brought him there, right?
So they must have touched him, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think he was powered down at that point after
Powered
the.
How
down.
can he be powered down? He's like pure electricity.
He's a
He's not even
battery.
physical.
I guess you could say it's short circuited because he's not just pure
Can you
electricity.
say that?
Short circuited, but he's like alive. I don't understand what it means.
Yeah,
for it to
because
be
if he's not
short-circuited.
conscious and he's shocking people who touch him, like clearly if he can shock people enough to have them not cremate him.
Well, the problem is like Mysterio is immaterial, but also not.
Not yet.
Like,
Mysterio.
That's because
Yeah,
we'll get to that. He
Did
can
I say Mysterio? Electro.
Mysterio. Well, I'm fine with using extended stuff, but it actually kind of brings up more issues. It was actually kind of better when it was ambiguous.
Yeah, because you could have said someone just left it on in prep. I don't know.
Yeah, or they were waiting for the go ahead or something. But yeah, that creates problems.
I personally prefer sticking with like the theatrical
Well,
edition.
my philosophy on this has always been just pick one, and that's what you're analyzing. That's fine.
Yeah,
You're not analyzing a series of maybe deleted, maybe not theatrical directors, extendeds. Like you just choose one. We're talking about, I guess, the non-extended one because we didn't get that scene.
I guess
Yeah,
that like
I'm
the
fine with it. I think the extended is more true to what they wanted the film to be because
Like they-
theatrical cuts are generally done for time.
Yeah, and I think it would be totally fair to judge that one. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
But
The same
it
way I
is-
would.
It is true because it's like they they wrote the scene where Luke reacts to Han's death. They just cut it out of the film.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm fine with.
Terrible that they cut it out of the film. It's just like at least they wrote it.
Why do you
Yeah,
care,
I'm fine
Southpaw?
with
We already
saying-
knew Luke was sad.
Well, so I guess we have to differentiate between deleted scenes and theatrical cuts because a lot of scenes are
get you.
deleted for. They're not like deleted; they're just not part of the theatrical cut. And some scenes are deleted as in they didn't finish them.
Well, they didn't want them
or
in the cut,
they-
any cut.
Yeah, like the Captain Marvel scene that got everyone, everyone's panties in a knot, rightfully so.
It's
that
so
was
obvious that they cut that
deleted.
'cause
It
made
wasn't
look
theatrical
awful.
cut. Yeah.
No, it was great. He deserved it.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
So
yeah, I agree. Just be consistent with the version that you're criticizing, which is why I think you
sure.
should just stick to the theatrical version.
So
I think it's generally a safe bet to keep them because generally more scenes don't make stuff worse unless the
Typically.
film's really bad.
it's a sacrifice of it's like usually it'll be pacing versus like information.
Mhm.
So Peter like detects Electro. I don't understand really.
It's spider sense, I'm assuming.
Man, I feel like Spider Sense is such a get out of jail free card sometimes.
It's
like, whenever
weird. He
PDs
like just looks into the distance, and I was like, "What have you picked up? Like a lot of
Well,
electricity
so
near Times Square?"
You must be going insane then.
Well, I think I've always liked the idea that Spider Sense was almost just like intuition or like almost like a precog sort of thing where it's like, in the sense that in Civil War, like when that when Winter Soldier throws the door or whatever at him, he just kind of knows.
I just figure it's heightened awareness. You can put pieces
Yeah.
of different things from other senses together to paint a picture of like
As
maybe
opposed to-
wind
Yeah,
and
it's like-
sound, and he's like,
Yeah, it's
"Wait,
like
someone's coming
Sherlock's
at me."
little. It's like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I thought it was really odd that he just like looks into the distance and he's like, a villain is afoot," sort of thing. It's
Well,
like, huh?
So they have this sound effect that plays whenever he does spider sense. So like whether or not it's logical or consistent, the fact is they established that it is spider sense that calls him there.
I would have said it's definitely spider sense. I just don't understand what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, it is weird.
Because I don't see how this guy could like ever sneak up on him, especially when in the last movie you had Lizardman who was right above him in the sewer who catches Peter off guard, but he can also hear Electro from how far away?
I don't know if that was. I don't know what. Like Rags, genuinely, I don't know if he detected his intention to be evil or something. I don't know
I
what
don't
he
know.
was
That's the thing. I
detecting.
have no idea what we're doing here.
I don't know. I don't know what it was. I can't tell you. I know it was spider sense, but I don't know what was being sensed.
Okay, so I'm going to. I mean, who here likes Far From Home? This isn't whataboutism. It's more just curiosity.
Go for it.
Well, yeah, I like it. Go ahead.
Because as far as I remember, there is zero spider sense in Homecoming at all.
Nothing overt.
And
yeah,
if there
nothing
is,
overt,
it's completely useless. And then Peter Tingle just kind of shows up in Far From Home.
No, it doesn't. She references the fact that it's like a thing that because he says that it's off, which implies that it was on before. You know what I mean? Like that it's not working.
Yeah, and it was on in Civil War, so the idea that like there's
it was
no
definitely
overt,
on in Civil War. Yeah,
you don't have to have an overt use of spider sense for it to be
Well, I mean,
considered working or
wouldn't it
functioning.
be
It
that,
can be there.
Yeah, we assume like when he's in combat, his spider senses are absolutely on.
Okay,
well,
so
yeah, in
in the
Homecoming, in the you remember the fight in the bank, like where they're doing the ATMs. Like I'm pretty sure he's dodging these punches before they're even being thrown. Like and people coming up behind him, and he's dodging their punches.
Yeah, I would
So
assume that's part of the
how
spider
come
sense.
Spider-Man is caught off guard by both Vulture and Shocker? Like they surprise him with punches in Homecoming.
I'd have to see the scene you're referring to, but Spider-Man can be
Which one?
surprised.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Are you talking about the one where he's chasing them in the suburbs, and then Vulture just like swings up on him?
Yep.
Well, I mean, if he's in the middle of the air, there's nothing he can do now to stop him from grabbing him. Would be the first thing, but also like I got to imagine that if it's totally unexpected, like something that you couldn't possibly have known would happen, like a guy in a big bird suit coming up and grabbing you.
Yeah,
That,
while you always
that would
have
explain why.
yeah, while your sense of perception is always passively on, it is definitely more acute when you are focusing consciously.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want it to be that he could never be surprised. We're kind of fucked if that's the
because
case.
that's not great.
Yeah, because then we get into the speedster issue of if
Yeah.
everything's in effective slow motion, then you're just like
Man,
wait a
your
minute.
existence.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
no one can stop
well,
you.
The
It's
slow
gonna be very
motion is
rare.
a way of explaining to us how their reflexes work,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's happening the same for everyone.
Gotcha. Okay,
Um,
that's fine.
Yeah, it's just comparing two different instances, especially when like with the lizard thing. That's why he was there in the first place to look for this sort of
And
thing.
if I were to try and carve a criticism, it would be Peter needs to be in that area, and they didn't write a great way for it when they could have. Instead, they're just like, he sort of just detects something's over there, and it's like, okay. All right.
and then they go to Times Square.
So, I guess the next thing is he puts his hands on the bar to, I guess, get some juice. And earlier we were shown when he's just even 2 meters away from a car, it'll like make it go nuts. And for some reason, he doesn't affect anyone's phones in this scene.
No, because they're Sony phones.
Ah.
So of course they work. Sony phones are electro-proof.
Pretty great.
Oh wait, so he's walking the cars, so they start acting up, and then the thing
All the
is,
cars on the street, yeah. they go
yeah.
kinda
So
haywire.
he's walking towards Times Square, and the like generator that is there, and the
Sure, he
you're
grabs
saying-
something, yeah.
yeah, and the phones they aren't affected. You could argue that the like he now when he's getting closer to it, he's focusing only on the generator,
He
and now
wasn't focusing on the cars when they went off.
exactly he wasn't focused at all, and now he is.
So
That's-
are we to believe that Electro's level of focus determined like whether or not things that are near him are electrified?
So by accident, he set off all of the car alarms down the street And
But
now
when he knew
he's
that he
walking
wanted to
towards
charge in Times Square, yeah, he's good.
because he seems to be, I guess he's driven by hunger for electricity.
Right.
Why didn't he just take the car batteries and stuff? Why did
Yeah,
he go
he's-
past all of these
don't
electrical
know.
objects to go to Times Square?
And he's activating cars that are as much as what seem to be like 20 meters away.
Yeah,
So
like
he
car
should be
batteries
messing with
are.
their apartments as well, the street.
He's going towards the biggest source of
That's
Why
power.
don't you go to the
That's
electricity
not
grid
true,
where they
though.
fight at the end of the movie?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably a
Because
bigger source.
it's the nearest source of greatest electrical power. I mean,
I feel like
Is it
that there's
near?
more electricity. I feel like Times Square, it's because they just wanted their set piece there. I feel like there are more electric places in New
Also,
York.
if the network is
Times Square.
interconnected, why does it matter where he plugs in?
Yeah, wouldn't it all be just as electric as any place that he goes?
Yeah, just go to a street light and stick your finger in the socket.
Wiggle it in.
All the power runs through the grid, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know why you're going to Times Square.
Well, I think we all know why he's there, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, that's actually a very good point that you could just get it from anywhere because it's the entire city is connected to the grid.
Same grid, yeah.
Yeah. Plus, if you want to lay low, like you clearly know you're this creepy blue thing, so you're just gonna walk into Times Square.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
he did.
does he know he's a creepy blue thing at this
How
point?
could he not
Definitely
see his
know.
I
hand?
mean,
He's a
if he's
creepy
going to
blue
grab
thing.
electricity.
How could he not
Like
see
in the
his hands?
even in the morgue, he knew to like grab clothes and stuff.
How could he
and,
not
like,
see
he
his
saw that-
hands? What are we
He
talking
looked
about?
at his hand. There was a scene that showed him looking at his hand, and he saw that it was
No,
blue.
but he
I mean,
literally...
it's like glowing blue and everything. Surely he feels
no.
different.
Stop. He's shocked to see himself on the screens. No, he's not shocked at his hand. We literally see him like absorb a car with his hand. There's no way he puts his hand on a car to absorb it and doesn't look to do that.
Yeah.
He knows he's blue.
Yeah, and-
It's-
Yeah, he definitely knows something's up. There's no way he feels the same way.
You'd think not, but hey, who knows, you know?
Blue man.
He's got hunger for power, and he goes for it.
Yeah.
Is it like he says it's what he wants?
Hey man,
Well,
put your finger in the socket
well-
in the crematorium.
Does he not like question why he wants this power? Does he not like what I think this film could really benefit from some kind of like display to us as what is he thinking when he's walked out of this crematorium? He's all blue.
He's
He
hungry.
wants power.
For me, it seems kind of instinctual. Like he just wants it.
Is it instinctual?
I
thought
think
you just
I
wanna
think
suck
that's
up
what it's
electricity?
implying. I think it's implying that it's pretty instinctual.
Yeah, he says it's
Because he doesn't ever do it again instinctually. He just wants to do it because it gives him more power, and then he gives the reason why. It's never
Okay,
like
so
some-
when else is he gonna do it? Like he's in Ravencroft for the rest of the film after Times Square.
Well, once he leaves Times Square, why would he even need Oscorp's power? He can just take the power from anywhere he wants. Why would he need to make this deal? Why would he follow through with the deal?
Well, that's
Yeah, why
that's
does
the
he
thing.
need deals at all?
Like he is like
the thing-
godlike in terms of power.
The thing is that because I hadn't thought of that before, because like he agrees to the deal because he wants to get to the grid and get the power, but since the entire city is connected, he could just go anywhere and get get all the power he wants. So yeah,
Well,
that's
okay, that's true. That is true. But also, I think the deal still works because Harry still has to break.
No, you
break
can't
him
use that
out.
argument because Harry didn't use that argument.
Yeah.
No. The deal is explicit. Him breaking him out seems to just be like that. That's where we start. I break you out now in
I'm
exchange for.
hold on. Let me.
Well, he
pull up the
says,
script.
I need you to blah blah blah, and you need me to get out of here. That's a line he does say. But in fairness, when he lays out the deal, it's about I can get you the generator or whatever. I can get you all the power you want.
she says he can get him to the grid.
Which is like, why the fuck would he need Harry for that?
Okay, so
Yeah,
here's the exact line of dialogue. So Max Dillon says, "I should kill you." So Max Dillon is clearly aware of his power. Harry Osborn.
We already did the work for you. I've already said everything you're gonna need to say.
Okay, so you said the line where he says that I need to get into Oscorp, but you can't get out of here without me.
That's what I said.
Okay, so then what's the issue at this point?
The
Oh my
issue is
God.
as soon as he's out, why does he have to do anything for you?
I
You need
guess
my
just
help to get out. He gets out. It's
fulfilling
like,
the
oh,
deal.
Why would he do
The
that?
honorable man that he is.
Like, the honorable villain. He has no reason to help him at all. I mean, and also, like, what a flat motivation. I want electricity. Like, man,
No, it's so with controlling
Fringy
the.
is stupider than that. He wants to take the light away from the city to make them feel alone without Spider-Man.
Should destroy the grid so Spider-Man can show him, and so he can humiliate Spider-Man.
It's fucking dumb.
Damn. Man, you compare this to Mysterio, like he's already doing way better than Electro.
And then you compare him to someone like Vulture, and it's not even the same universe.
Yeah, the idea that he has to honor this deal after he gets free is he just clearly doesn't. Especially because
he's
once
like...
he breaks free, he realizes that he can become immaterial, practically teleport, and turn invisible.
All of this doesn't make any fucking sense to begin with, because he's released with a taser when he's being shocked for torture. I don't understand.
Yeah, they say they have a high intensity electrodes stopping him, like Max says exactly what they're using, and there's a voice that says
electricity stops him.
You don't. This is the problem. So if I like trap Fringy in a room that has paper walls, and I say, yeah, paper, that's you can't break through paper, Fringy. It's like that doesn't change the fact that he obviously can.
No, like what the scene kind of establishes is the fact that Electro. So they have restraints that like limit the amount of electricity they can withstand, and if it crosses that threshold, then Electro would be able to access the entire system. So when they're torturing him, they're electrocuting him to see how basically how far he goes before it crosses that threshold, and he starts
electrocuting him to torture him.
Yes, that's what it shows, because
but if you will,
they're biostim electrodes, so if they're doing it straight to the pain center of the nervous system, which we know is true,
he can become ethereal. Are you kidding me? He's like a ghost. You understand this is like Electro is garbage, like so when I heard about Electro as a Spider-Man villain, that he was like a guy who was like electric and shit, I was like, how the fuck did they balance that? That's impossible, and they don't. He should have killed Spider-Man 10 times over in this movie.
Yeah, just with both of these movies, it's horrible. But how Spider-Man could possibly win is insane.
Yeah, Spider-Man has a better chance against Lizard, but he's got no chance against Electro.
Yeah.
From what I understand, the way that it is in the comics, I'm literally just basing this on the video game. Like, Electro is a dude. Like, he's a guy. He just manipulates electricity.
Yeah, he needs to be a guy who can just do that.
He can't be
Electro as he is in the film.
He can't be a spooky ghost. That ruins everything.
He can't be a ghost, no.
Like, Electro should basically be just as powerful, if not more, than Cole McGrath from Infamous, right?
He can teleport, and he can
literally
turn
turn immaterial whenever he wants and teleport, and he appears behind people having already killed them.
Yeah,
and he can fly.
And he has telekinesis with his electricity. He can hold people in the air.
Oh yeah, that's right. He can make the electricity like a leash.
He's possibly one of the most powerful supervillain enemies outside of in comic book movies. He's top tier in terms of his abilities and defenses, and also water shouldn't fucking work on him.
I don't get this weakness to water that he has when water conducts electricity. It should just spread his electricity to everything it touches.
Should hyper aggravate him. He should be like, and it all goes over the place.
We're getting a little out of order here because
we get
one thing.
This is a splash of criticisms on Electro, pun intended.
Yeah, because the way that he is defeated in the first fight is that Spider-Man sprays a jet of water at this electrified bad guy.
Yeah,
he's just on the ground too, and he's like,
I guess I've been sprayed with water now. I guess the electricity doesn't travel up the stream and fry Spider-Man and all of the firefighters who are holding the hose.
I'm not saying that defeating him with water is it makes sense. I'm just saying that it wasn't.
This is a bit of a non sequitur, but I was looking up Electro on Wikipedia. Jamie Foxx is going to be playing Electro in Spider-Man 3, but he's not going to be blue.
Oh, yeah.
Lol.
I wonder if that was specifically because it didn't make sense.
I don't know. Well, either way, were you defending water working on him?
No. I was saying that I'm not defending that makes sense that it works on him. I'm just saying that it was established before that that he is hurt when he touches water. So
Can I just say how funny that screenshot is, by the way?
so it's
Yeah, so it doesn't. So the whole point is that when he touches things that conduct electricity, it travels through that thing and can kill and shock people.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah,
Except
I'm
with
saying it's
water, the thing that's famous for conducting electricity.
yeah, it's stupid.
All right.
All right, yeah.
And that splash criticisms for him probably covers a lot of what's dumb about this scene. A lot of civilians not caring about their lives very well, like the people on that red platform for the set piece where he like splooges all over them to save them. Like, what the fuck are they still doing there?
The end of the movie
It
when
was
that
a very
mom
crowded place.
let that kid run out.
You could argue that those people are kind of frozen or something, like in shock.
They're frozen.
It's really not too much of a
in
criticism.
shock.
I'm just
No,
it's
they're
just,
like cheering and they're clapping and they're having a great
Spider-Man,
time.
yeah.
Also, yeah, I think more of an actual criticism is that many things fall apart. He blows up many areas. He's firing all kinds of shit at all kinds of civilians. Knocked out of the sky by Spider-Man. Spider-Man's like, lol, got him with a little fire hat. It's like, good stuff. Talks to Gwen, then gets out of there. And it's like, motherfucker, there are plenty of people left who need your help. Are you crazy? Once again,
yeah, there's a
Spider-Man
lot of,
pissing me off.
Yeah, with all the
Imagine-
signs crashing down and all the rubble, like there are dozens and dozens of dead people here.
Like, I'm playing it for the screen. But I'll just send you screenshots where I can find. But Electro is fucking people up. Also,
Yeah.
I'm honestly not even clear on why, by the way. Like, I get that he...
Yeah.
it's all very, like, okay.
With the score, he says, like, they are all my enemy. I forgot the actual... But
The
yeah,
music's really bad in that scene too.
I disagree.
Oh,
but
the music in this.
Right.
So here's the thing: like all of the electro dubby step stuff is crap, but there's a couple good ones.
Yeah,
The
there's
parts that Hans Zimmer did that fucking Pharrell Williams had no part in, those are probably the only good parts.
Well, wasn't there like lyrics in that part where he's like, "It's Spider-Man, he hates me." Like,
Dude,
you
yeah,
know
that,
is
in the
that was
background?
rough to listen to. He hates me. Oh.
But yeah, I want to get the scene here.
Yeah, I think it's a problem for Spider-Man to have just decided, after I splash him with water, I'll go talk to Gwen Stacy. It's like, dude. Once again...
Also, we have, because this happens multiple times, where we just have these convenient metal gates set up for crowds to stand behind.
Yeah, they have them at the end with Rhino, and that
Yeah,
mom
they're
lets
just
her
set
kid
up.
run out in front because she's so incompetent.
But you have him.
Imagine if you came to watch this movie for Rhino. They have the trailer shot, and that's
would
the
suck.
last scene of the movie.
So you have, like, this is part of it here where he's bringing down all of these signs. All of this rubble's falling down everywhere. People are
Yeah.
running for their lives. There are so many dead people. But I guess the movie's like, no one was killed, I guess. There's no backlash to this.
Which wouldn't be as
Spider-Man.
bad if we didn't have a reason to believe Spider-Man actually valued talking to Gwen over going to check if people were okay, which is so annoying to watch.
It's no good.
No.
could it be implied that it's just Peter letting the police and the firefighters try to help these people after?
Man, he could do a lot to help, though. You know.
Yeah, I feel
A lot
like
faster,
it's
and he has senses to pick up who might be in danger and screaming for help and can't be heard, sort of thing, right?
yeah.
Fine,
And plus, the public would see Spider-Man. Oh, well, he's fleeing from the scene and he's leaving now that, I guess, like he has to face the consequences of all these dead people, or like he's not helping. Like he took the guy out, but then he just like fled. But there's still all of this stuff that happened from this fight that Spider-Man had.
So, I thought it was funny that they were like the big ace was having a sniper shoot Electro if he steps out of line, which is of course going to be how the drama escalates. But they just saw him vaporize like a string of all kinds of bullets, like before they can even touch him. They're like, the sniper's gonna get him, and it's just like, guys, maybe this is a little out of our league, and we should let Spider-Man try to do anything he can. But no, of course
We also have here. You have he steps on the metal grate or whatever, and the electricity flows up the railings and time stops so that we can see it, and the electricity is like an inch away from two people's fingers. Then you have a scene progress where Spider-Man saves a guy from a car, and then he saves the people from touching the railing, even though the electricity is on them.
Yeah, the timing's a bit off.
I know. Yeah, it's one of those convenient cuts.
It's just basically they wanted to show that the electricity was going to get to them, but they also forgot that it wouldn't make sense if they did it like that, because that's not how time works.
It's
Yeah,
also
they
not
show
how,
it. They
like-
cut it off at the perfect moment. It's like the chase sequences in movies where the chaser is about to catch up to the chasee. Then there's a cut,
And then they cut.
there
and then
magically
cut it
appears
away.
a bunch of distance between them.
Mhm.
Basically, that it's the power of editing, which does wonders for these movies.
Yeah, just I'm not trying to rush us, but I do want to keep us going. So
Yeah, go for it.
we got I thought so. This will just be, it's not necessarily strictly to a scene, but I guess it is for this moment. Harry got a cube from his dad. He doesn't know what it does. He doesn't ask anyone to analyze it. He doesn't try to figure it out. He doesn't get it from his dad. He just happens to throw it onto his desk, and then it activates. And he's like, "Oh shit!" I thought that was really fucking strange as an idea from the writers. Just like, yeah. His dad
He
wanted him to
recoils in
luckily figure
pain
out.
from his wound.
Like his father could have just told him how it worked. It would have been better.
Yeah.
I don't know why it was kept a secret. I just think it's weird. And I think that it would be over in a second if he was like, "Hey guys, what does this do?" And if none of them knew, and then he put it under a microscope, it's like, "Oh, it's got like all kinds of shit in it that would match like you know, one of them magnetic boards or some kind of tablet that
Oscorp
can."
tech.
Yeah, because it's literally Oscorp tech, so it's just like they would know. But instead he's just like, "Yeah, whatever," and throws it. He's like, "Oh my god, it gives me all of this stuff." Using Imagine Dragons was a sin.
Did you know
Imagine
that
Dragons.
Cosmonaut didn't see this film all this time only because of that song? He
That's
said
not
that.
Imagine Dragons. That's Philip Phillips.
Either way, it's shit, and I hate it. And it bugs me that this kind of basic music is loved by so many people.
It's alright.
Which one was it? Sorry, wasn't there like a montage where they?
For you.
Yeah, that one.
Or am I mixing them up?
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
Fuck.
So yeah, she searches for Maxidil in the thing, and me and Rags had a bit of a cascade on this brain-wise. So she searches for him, and I think we were like, "Oh man, if she hadn't have met him in that elevator, none of this would be happening." But fine, let's go with it. She types him in, and she gets no result, I think, because he's been removed from the system. And we were like, "Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, I guess they're trying to wipe him. That's going to be dodgy though, because you're gonna have to account for
Yeah,
her. You're
it's
gonna have
no
to account
results.
for his
Yeah.
friends, anybody who remembers him, even like people
Doesn't
like."
matter.
The BJ Novak, like that's one person at least. Someone who knows he exists. Like if he's the
Yeah.
company rat, like you just send him to solve things, then everyone's gonna be like, "Where the fuck did he go? He's our rat." You know?
Yeah,
The
like that
extent-
guy. Yeah, I bet everyone has like 10 stories of how awkward he is. Like people like that working at places, they actually kind of
They
draw a
need
lot of
those
attention
people,
because of
yeah.
how weird they are.
And
So-
we know from the extended cut that he also has a mother, so that would fuck up a lot.
Damn.
in the film, like
Um,
it would fuck up even more.
Oh.
so yeah, we were like, I guess they're gonna hope that nobody pokes the bear too much on it, but her searching his name gets them to revoke her access and then try and hunt her down. We were like, what the fuck are you doing, guys? Like this is go way too far.
Yeah, she works here. She'll be here tomorrow.
Like, what are you gonna do? Just like get her into a room, be like, "Look, if you search for Max ever again, we're gonna find." It's like just leave her alone. Just be like, "Oh yeah, he left."
If they do catch her, what are they gonna do? Like, are they
That's
gonna?
my point.
be like,
Why would you even be trying to chase her? All you
Yeah,
need
like,
to do.
what are
I
you
think the
doing?
point of them trying to find Gwen is trying to see like what she knows about Max
She
because
searched his
it's
name. That's it.
Yeah, if you just have nothing happen, like he doesn't even work there, just it returns no results for someone.
And you wait until she's
Being
like,
there.
"Hey, Max used to work here. Now he's not even in the records." And then you have him go, "Oh yeah, Max. Well, I mean, we haven't actually seen him in a long time now. He's just I think oh, you make up something that he just quit. It's not hard to do." And you could actually weave it into what he said. They'd be like, he was under the impression that we had stolen his work, and he actually caused and then make up a thing that they can hide because they can do whatever they want. They're Oscorp. That's way better than anybody who searches his name. Anybody. Stop them. Take them in for interrogation. It's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Them chasing.
Oscorp, pretty dumb. And then, of course, at the same time, Peter is having a meeting at this day, at this time, and he is able to spot her as he goes down the elevator and then help her evade them.
Okay, so the thing is, he specifically goes to that floor to talk to her, because otherwise it makes no sense for him to get off of that floor.
That doesn't account for the other two contrivances.
Oh yeah, though that it's on the same day that happens. Yes.
Also, that still doesn't account for it. Him going to her doesn't account for how she was able to evade. She was running out of time to evade them. She was about to be caught, and he got there just in time. And
But I mean,
Are we talking about Peter or are we talking about Harry?
so the contrivance list would be, of all the days he did this on, it was the same day she's getting chased by them. Of all the times he's coming down to see her, it's the same time that she's being chased by them. And then he manages to get to her in order to save her at the last minute. And then, of course, he's managed to act. He even uses his Spider-Man powers with the webbing, and he was risking some shit with that one, pulling the coffee. So basically, it's extremely lucky that all of this happened for her, because what would have happened rather than her escaping. And then it's a double fuck up, because she bumps into Harry as a result, when she could have gotten into any of the elevators. And that's what gives him insight into knowing who Peter and her are, and Spider-Man and all that. That's how he's able to piece it all together.
Oof.
Yeah, it's not very good.
So what's next?
Gwen just has interesting elevator.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's weird that he takes. I guess I skipped over this one. I thought it was weird that he takes so much issue with not being recognized by Spider-Man when he's bright blue, and even like his eyes are like pale. He's got redisms all around. He's wearing a hoodie, and even his teeth changed. Like, the idea that he's like, you don't recognize me. I guess I can chalk that up to him being a fucking idiot. I just thought it was funny. It's like, why the fuck would I recognize you?
Doesn't look the same.
I mean, Electro clearly isn't thinking clearly at that point.
Yep. I think Your Honor, my client is nuts is going to be a big thing for Mr. Electro in this story.
He is established to be pretty mentally unstable.
Yes, he is, and I would maintain that argument for every Spider-Man villain that relies on that, which unfortunately is a shit ton of them.
He
can hold a normal job. He can carry on conversations with people and operate in society.
I like
He's
how
brilliant
that
enough to
argument
design-
doesn't apply to all of the MCU Spider-Man villains.
Mysterio, though.
No.
Mysterio's very angry, but his decisions.
He still thinks things through.
Yeah, his plans don't rely on him being nuts. Outside of the casual nature of his deal with killing kids, I would argue that his mind is fucked, and that's why he's okay with doing that morally. But he seems angry about it, though. He's not happy that he has to kill children thanks to his team, I think he blames, right? He's like,
he says that it's the other guy's fault for him having to kill Peter.
But like Vulture, for example, is one of the smartest villains in the MCU, and he's a Spider-Man villain.
Vulture's great.
Vulture's a great villain. Probably the best.
But Mysterio's also good. I want people to just admit that.
I don't know what the zeitgeist on Mysterio is right now. I don't know if that's a hot
I think
take
the
or not.
zeitgeist is that it's still Iron Boy movie, so it's all bad. He was mad that Tony stole his idea.
Oh God, Fringy! I think that you should be there when we cover SK's Into the Spider-Verse video.
Yeah. Why? What is he saying? It.
Well, I mean, there's a. I don't want to give too much away, but there is a point where I think he spends 6 minutes on a tangent about Far From Home.
Right. Okay.
Which is very funny. Like it kind of just launches in the middle of nowhere in this video on Into the Spider-Verse and why it's bad.
Hate Far From Home.
It really does come across that way.
SK actually thinks that Far From Home is the worst MCU film. That and Endgame.
That's insane. Like, even people who don't like that wouldn't say that.
I think it's Thor: The Dark World.
I think it's like, I feel like even Thor: The Dark World sits a lot higher than like Iron Man 3 and Captain Marvel.
The thing is, I haven't recently rewatched those. I have recently rewatched Thor: The Dark World, but I've forgotten literally every single detail that happens in that movie. Which maybe could rate it higher than Iron Man 3 because it's like you kind of forget about the experience quickly.
Iron Man 3 is the kind of movie you don't forget.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
it
rough.
probably is Captain Marvel. Like Captain Marvel is broken to the core.
I actually haven't seen Captain Marvel to this day.
Oh,
You
it's
shouldn't.
a treat.
Yeah, I was gonna say as well. I guess another luck moment is that they're so sidetracked they don't really notice how much Peter is fucking them over. And had they actually figured that out, he could have been taken away.
And imagine if they found his. Did you say had his web shooters on?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Yes.
man. Imagine if they arrested him and they're like, "Hey, it's pretty weird that you have web shooters."
And of course, you could argue, well, he's Spider-Man. He could just beat them up and get away. It's like that's also suspicious.
Yeah.
Just like I don't know, because they knew that Peter was there and like he met Gwen and like he uses his web shooter. Don't you think there'd be a camera at that place?
shit.
Well,
You're
here's
right.
an interesting
Especially
thing.
when it's close to the elevators, like that's a place where you would put cameras.
I think
So, like,
there's a lot of things, right? The fact that Spider-Man in the middle of the crowd in Times Square specifically sought out Gwen Stacy. It's like, man,
yeah, that's also
That's actually
weird.
yeah. Well, actually, these are all pinpoints of the overall point I'm going to make. That I want to make about how he does not take care of his secret identity anywhere near as much as he should. And this is a problem that does spread a little throughout a couple of the Spider-Man movies, but I don't think we shouldn't call it out just because it's in other ones.
Yeah.
It annoys me. I wish he took more care with it.
Yeah, it's a valid criticism whenever it's brought up.
Yep.
Yeah, the quote I wrote out from Electro: "I want everyone to live in a world with no mercy." I laughed. I just like villain lines like that just make me chuckle. I don't know what to say. It's so evil. I thought the scene with Aunt May was really good. I just wish there was more flesh beforehand about this sort of arc where Peter is continuously looking toward his parents, and we have like scenes or moments where she keeps noticing how much he doesn't seem to realize like that she feels a little bit left behind, and that she's the one who took care of him.
There are moments like that, like when he first finds the briefcase in the first film. But yeah, I understand that if you had more moments like that.
I thought it was a good payoff. I wish there was more for me to grip into it, because I was just like, man, this is a really...
What are we talking about?
The part where Aunt May basically says, like, I brought you
Oh,
up,
yeah.
you're my kid.
Yeah, that's a scene that was like, I get what they were trying to do, and it's good, and I like it, but I feel like we just skipped to the payoff without earning it.
I wish there was a lot more flesh on it.
Yeah, because it's a shame, because that's really interesting. When we were watching, I was like, oh wow, that's like I see why she sees that, but the film hasn't really built this up. It's just kind of out of nowhere. Like I feel like we should have had scenes to establish this slowly but surely over time, and her attitude and.
They established a few times, but like not ever like very explicitly until in the beginning of this film, where Peter's like, "I wish my parents were here as well," which is like, yeah, and she looks down. Like that's the only part where it's like very explicit. Other times it's very subtle. So yeah, if it had more scenes like that, it would have been better fleshed out to have a payoff that's more satisfying.
So I guess we kind of covered this earlier, but I'm just gonna reaffirm because I really do consider it problematic. You are Spider-Man. You've decided I'm gonna go tell Harry myself that he can't have my blood because of what I've saw with Dr. Connors and what could happen. It's too risky. But I would like there to be more of a safety or a security before maybe yes giving it up. Which to you guys, what does that entail? What do you think he means?
Could you repeat that? You cut off there for a second.
So if Spider-Man his goal is to go to Harry and say, look, I'm not going to give you my blood. But if maybe we have more time, more tests, more things to be done, then, you know, maybe it's like, what is he referring to when he says that?
He wants to make tests to make sure that do tests to make sure that Harry wouldn't suffer from the consequences of being injected.
I think that's a fair inference. So why didn't he push that when Harry got really angry? Why wouldn't he be like, look, yo, dude, I'm saying I will give you the blood to make like several tests on, make sure it's safe, look after yourself.
Yeah,
I don't need
you
to
know
die.
what happened a couple years ago? That lizard dude. Yeah,
Instead,
it's because of this.
He lets Harry believe that he wants to let him die.
That's
it
actually
feels like the same issue as from Spider-Man, the Raimi trilogy, where like Peter doesn't say, "Hey, so what happened was Green Goblin, he tried to kill me,
Well,
and then
so-
impaled himself with the glider." You know, like.
well, Norman said, "Don't tell Harry," and Peter was just trying to.
Oh, sure, but then like
problem
when
I
Harry starts
mean-
killing him, you know.
Yeah,
he
but at that
starts
point-
working on that.
Sure.
Yeah.
arises in Spider-Man 3 when he does try to tell Harry, and then the butler just tells him like, "Hey."
Yeah, but the reason why I bring it up is because it reminds me of that issue of like Peter just not saying enough.
Yeah, because
And
if
it's in this scene, right,
and
where
can-
he
can I-
just doesn't say enough.
Can I just highlight that happens in Spider-Man 2 as well? When the reason why he misses Mary Jane's play is because he's stopping these carjackers. Well, what is happening at the beginning of that scene? The carjacker has crashed into his bike, so he has a perfect alibi that's airtight. It's honest. It's like, hey, they crashed into my bike. He's technically telling her the truth, and that's all that he would need to say, and he just doesn't say it. And it's so that we can have this drama between Peter and MJ. I just wanted to highlight happens in that movie too.
Yeah, the idea that so if we're going to go with the idea that they really are best friends, the attempt that Spider-Man makes here is pathetic to the point where I'd say he's being outright malicious.
Yeah.
Spider-Man is
create-
if Spider-Man was my friend in this scenario and I was Harry, I would legitimately hate him as a person.
But
I would
also,
say he's
isn't
a
it-
vile character.
In that scene, doesn't like Peter jump out? He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Bye." And then Harry's like,
Basically,
"I hate
yeah,
you,
he just
Spider-Man."
Well, so all of
He
these
showed up
things
to
are
say
answered.
lol no and then left.
All of these things are answered when you find out we need to make Harry hate him with a fiery vengeance in this scene,
So
but
that
we
he
also
can be
need Spider-Man to
Green
not
Goblin.
be a cartoonishly evil person. So how do we do it? It's like make him incompetent.
Yeah, they wanted to create the conflict, and that's the way they found to do it. But it is pretty forced because
Like,
the
hey,
next really weirdly for it to
like
happen.
the stuff in my blood is part of what it's parallel to what created the Lizard Man 2 years ago, and we all know how that went out.
Mm.
Like it fucking tore that guy apart. So I'll give you my blood, but you gotta run more tests.
Like,
You
I
have
trust
time.
you because you trust
Yeah.
Peter, and I know that you're going to take good care of this because you're a good person.
Yes, like don't just randomly squirt this into yourself. Like you have Oscorp. Like you have the most advanced medical tech ever. And sure, maybe when it gets more advanced, fuck it, why not? You have nothing to lose. But don't
Yes,
just
certainly,
squirt
yeah.
this into yourself randomly because it will do bad stuff to you. You've got to refine it. You've got to do tests. Not only that, but I'm the person who solved a huge amount of Lizard Man's life's work kind of just randomly.
That's criticism.
So
for
I
the
know.
first one,
So
right?
I could probably. I should probably be working in the laboratories myself.
Probably, yeah. This actually rounds about to a big world-building criticism I have of, does Peter realize what he has is revolutionary? They're on the verge of cracking this shit for the public use, and he's like, yeah, you know, he might turn into a lizard. It's like, yes, there are risks right now. We need to iron it out, you fuck. You're about to change the whole world if you get this right.
Actually, if you think about it, do you remember the with great power comes great responsibility speech in the first film? Because it's not like explicitly that, but it is. It's Uncle Ben saying that Peter's father, he used to have a moral code where if you have a chance to do something good, you do it no matter what. So actually, now that you think about it, Peter should want to do that. Like it would be completely within this character to try to figure out if his blood can help people.
Well, it's just
really
the movie is like, yeah, but it might not work. It's like,
It's one of if doctor showed up at my door one day and they said, "All right, Rags, your blood tests are back. You have insane magic blood, and if we give it to cancer patients, 90% of them will survive with no,
Well,
they'll live.
let's
It's
be fair
it's
to
a
the film.
90% success rate, but
Let's-
1 in 10 will die. We just need to sample your blood.
Let's say it'll save 20% of terminal patients.
Oh yeah, then I'm like, oh, so
that's
yeah,
good.
because terminal means 0% survive, so I can save a fifth of all the people who would have died. Yeah, absolutely. How much you want? You want it in pints or quarts?
Or silos. Just go nuts. Don't kill yourself, Rags, okay? Jeez.
I mean, I ain't killing myself. Well, I mean, it's you gotta pump it, really
Pump it.
squeeze it.
No.
But yeah, the fact that it's a pathetic display from Peter here. This pathetic show up to say no and just expect, because Harry's 20, he's dealing with mortality, he's feeling the symptoms of this terrible disease that killed his father, he's feeling them. Obviously he wants to save himself, and through that you can also create the greatest cures for diseases man's ever had. And he's just like, nah, I'm just gonna keep it for myself, I guess.
Or I'm going to really badly argue a position that Harry would agree with until he disagrees with it.
Yeah,
Because the idea that he was going to drop blood into a glass and Harry was just going to fucking inject it into himself on the spot, like, chill out, Spider-Man. I don't think he's that crazy.
Like that's insane. Obviously not. I was like, I need you have the key to unlocking the cure to this virus, and can I like have that? And then he says, I'll even pay you. Which you think Spider-Man would be like, oh wow, my Aunt May is having to take this job to make ends meet at the nursing thing. You're like, oh, I could do a lot of good with this money.
Yeah, why
Also,
did
I'd be doing
Peter
a good
not
moral
just
thing.
he should have just said, yeah, we'll do it, dude. Like, let's go get some of the scientists and we'll set this up. Maybe they can like approve it, do some tests. Yeah, it would have been way more reasonable, like on all fronts, not just like,
see,
oh, he might die.
I would argue this is indicative of like the time code. They've got so little time to deal with both Electro and well, you could say Electro, Rhino, and Green Goblin. We got to get him to villain status quite quick because we're going to be dealing with Electro soon. And
that's the curse of 2 of our 3 Green Goblins have been shitty.
3 Green Goblins.
I like.
Oh, because what's he called?
Because you had Harry and the
right. Everyone gets
ones.
annoyed when I call him the Hobgoblin because that's my limited knowledge of the comics.
What? Yeah, whatever.
He's technically called the New Goblin in that one.
See, Hobgoblin's better than New Goblin.
Yeah,
I agree.
Like that.
Isn't a Hobgoblin a different person though? Like,
Yeah, well,
It is.
obviously, I'm essentially using it as like a code name, like
right.
to differentiate between. Green Goblin versus the New Goblin. I was just like,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I understand. Boo.
So we're at he's got his thing on the
I'm
table.
honestly amazed that we missed all these things, by the way.
Yeah, same.
Let's see.
Yeah, just gonna come out and say it, like, with all this stuff that's been said, it's clearly not well written, and I'm not even gonna try and like put up an accurate defense for it. I mean, at this point, it's just I love the film subjectively, and it means a lot. I thought I had a good case for it, but like honestly, after hearing all of this, I mean, if I'm gonna be intellectually honest, it's just there's not a case for it.
Yeah, I'm the same with you. Like, I really like this film. It's really enjoyable. Visually, it's fucking amazing. But I'm finding lots of problems now. And I didn't when I watched it. Like, last week, I watched it 3 times, and I didn't find those issues. So that's pretty impressive.
I mean, I've always been able to enjoy the film on like a level of it's dumb, but I enjoy it anyways. I thought that it held up a lot better than Memory Served, due to what Thought was saying as we were watching it. But again, it's like we missed a lot of stuff. And the thing is, you can't catch everything in every movie.
Yeah.
I'm happy with the fact that we've caught stuff in other movies that you guys missed, and you guys are catching stuff in this movie that we missed. There's like a little bit of a trade-off there,
I don't know what you mean. I don't know that there's any films I've seen many times across my lifetime that I watched recently that don't hold up as well. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that would be.
Is
Very poor choice of words.
Are we still planning on uploading this? Because it seems like we're making a lot of references to.
I don't know what you mean, Southpaw. Yes, we are uploading this completely.
I have no idea what it is you could possibly be referring to with your words.
But just what I ask, is it okay if I talk to people that I was in this call right now? Because the other one where something happened, I know it's an issue.
No,
Well, like,
I seriously have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, It's terrible. The
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking
Sorry.
about
Spider-Man is
Spider-Man,
terrible.
Amazing Spider-Man 2. I'm talking about Spider-Man 2 Raimi films. That was one of the ones that obviously is like, damn, I needed to really catch what I'd missed on that one, you know. But yeah, I'm not sure what other references you're making there. So anyway, we kicking on. Is that what we're doing?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm scooting forward. Here.
Are we still uploading this though?
Oh, totally. This I think this is cool in terms of it's been a good discussion. I don't know if you guys feel the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so
mean-
happy to say that my 2 appearances on EFAP have been me being ripped apart for my takes, dude. It's like
We're here to destroy everyone's art. No art is safe.
No, honestly. Have you guys noticed
No,
I've got
artist
an animated avatar now? Because Rags gave me the idea.
Yeah, I have noticed that. It's looking
Isn't it
pretty
pretty?
good. It's
It
a lot
looks-
more. It's a lot more subtle
pretty
than mine
spiffy.
is.
Yeah, yours really dope, and Rex is giving me like an anxiety attack. This shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, luckily I don't talk a lot, so it's not it's not gonna be too much
Yes.
of an issue.
Do they only? They only play if your Discord is clicked into, right?
Yes, that's
yeah.
correct. Yeah,
I kind of can you set it to play automatically? Because I'm not always clicked into Discord.
I don't know, but if I can get it to play automatically, well,
Yes.
well, it's,
Oh, I don't necessarily mean all the time. I'm cool with it being just when I talk, but just not necessarily when I'm clicked in because it's fucking annoying.
after we have Harry being denied his cure, we have Gwen goes to the place to do her final exam, and we have this really weird. I think all the scenes between them are just they don't work. I don't buy the romance in this whatsoever. I think it's really poorly done. I think that the dialogue, for the most part, it could have worked in a different circumstance, some of the lines, but I feel like it's just I do not buy the romance here that they're trying to build up. And we have Peter stopping her, making a big fuss in front of the person she's going to have this interview with, or at least the secretary, instead of just saying, "Oh, you're having this important life-changing meeting. Well, I'll just wait here for you, and whenever you're done, we can have this conversation." And he just waits patiently for her to be done, but that's not movie magic. So I have this weird spasmy thing there. It's very strange. I wanted to bring up how a lot of this relationship drama is cleared up by just someone doing an incredibly normal thing that they just don't do. He goes then to his room where he in a fit of rage, he slams the calculator full of coins against the wall, spreading coins everywhere. I guess we already talked about the coins. So we have Felicia talking to Harry.
I've got a question in my notes that is around this area. I don't know why I asked it, but well, in relation to this, but how does one sedate Electro? I'm just
if he's a battery and he basically inside him is just electricity, it does make sense that the normal sedation would work on him actually. So yeah, I don't know how it works.
I guess they.
As soon as he's like a spirit ghost person, I don't understand how anything functions anymore in terms of like in a way that I could understand. Yeah, why are there not like a million failsafes for Electro? He's like terrifying if he gets free.
Yeah, it's he is very, very powerful.
I think it wouldn't have made much sense even if Harry was a part of Oscorp at this point. I feel like this would be really hard for him to do unless like crazy executive orders or something.
Oh, are we going to talk about the secret science lab?
What
in
was
the train?
Yeah, what would
The train? Yeah, like how did that get built? If Oscorp built it, don't they know where it is and can go there and get all the stuff?
I think it's implied that Richard. I mean, if Richard Parker's rich enough to have a private plane, he's rich enough to build a secret research station. But then there obviously comes the like, how do they do it under wraps?
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
there's
like
a
you
big
have to
difference
get quite a
between
big
being
team
rich
into
enough
that.
to own a plane versus rich enough to pay a bunch of people to build something in total secrecy.
And it's something that's quite a project. It is literally a secret underground thing that has a machinery to like rise and fall. It's
It is very
it's a weird one.
yeah.
We'll say.
It is
It's also very loud.
yeah. And I guess nobody just like the lights still work here. The lights still turn on. It's dressed up like normal, so it's weird. And I guess it's operated if you put a coin in the slot. It's just very strange. I guess no one knows about it. It's weird that none of the engineers for like the subway and stuff, especially because this thing is on Google.
Yeah, there's also the fact that we just saw that there were like two people walking close to here. So like you'd think that like even just dumb high school kids would end up finding this place considering Peter is able to sneak in.
And the like when it comes to engineering and the stuff when it comes to subways, like surely they know if there are massive air cavities, but this isn't a natural one. This is part of the subway that they just don't use anymore. But you could also Google it and it has a name and everything. And there's pictures of it. So I guess no one cared about it, or no one went here, or they did, but it's not part of it's really weird. It's a very very and all of the research inside, even that says like Oscorp and stuff like that.
Oh,
So
when's the because I honestly would have missed it if you didn't point it out, Rags. Someone breaks through like what would have to be security glass with the butt of their gun.
oh yeah, that's in the
That's when
yeah,
they're going to
that's
just
in
to
the
stop
mental
Harry.
institute.
Yeah, it's in Ravencroft where Harry's talking to Max. They're gonna go stop him. They're gonna
Just
go
like-
inside the containment
Like
room where
even
Max is being held at.
even my window, you'd have to hit it a few times, even with the butt of a rifle, to crack it and then open it up. Like,
Yeah, because the butts of rifles are, I mean, it's better than your body, but
I thought you
lot of
guys were gonna go down the road of like, why would they need to break it open in the first place if they can just open the door? Like, if they're
did Harry?
security guards there, they'd have clearance.
Well, yeah, oh, absolutely, but I don't know. Is the implication that this is the problem? I don't see how Harry did all of this, but if he did all of this, I guess
He pulled the fire alarm. They're assuming that like from him pulling the fire alarm, it shuts down the entire facility, which is
that's the
really
opposite of what happens when a fire alarm gets pulled.
yeah.
So it's also there's a fire alarm pulled. Everybody runs away from this one guy. Like there's it completely unsupervised. So if
Yeah.
someone accidentally pulls a fire alarm, then he's just like they get nothing. It's really like, what are you doing? However, this
Agreed.
Does
Yep.
this does set up the whole this is where the taser happens.
yeah, I guess we kind of covered that.
Yeah.
Electro is one of the hardest to understand entities in these sorts of films.
Yeah, and I guess his plan to free him was to tase him.
Which I find really fucking strange.
I think what they're implying is it overpowers him, but then that leads into like, well, why isn't he doing like Mr. Ghost after Times Square? That's like clearly more power than a taser.
Yeah,
and then
a car battery has way more power than a taser.
and so like at this point in the film, we're like, okay, now he has this sudden ability, and then he's automatically a pro at it. Like he just
Well,
understands
is
how to
he?
teleport.
He doesn't quite nail it with Spider-Man.
Yeah, because he just doesn't do that in the fight.
Like he can literally
Oh,
hold Spider-Man as
well,
as
the
he
reason
wishes.
why he can't just do the invisibility finger through the chest thing is because Spider-Man's suit is rubberized, so like the electricity wouldn't be able to pass through. I think that's the logic they're going with in the film, and that's established right after the Times Square fight, because on the news
But he can
that's
hold
what
him.
they say.
Like he can use telekinesis. All he needs to do is get the mask off, and he's dead.
Yeah, get the mask off and jump. And that's it.
Also,
can-
also just noticed that Spider-Man has rips in his suit when he's being electrocuted at the grid, so that should have screwed him up as well.
Yep.
Yeah, this fight is really that's kind of the issue. He was already really strong the first time they met, but once he gets powered up via taser to be able to become invisible and immaterial, to reform himself whenever, to instantly just like kill people basically, it's like it's over. Spider-Man can't win this unless you do something
Well,
special.
to skip forward just a little bit, I thought it was funny when Spider-Man breaks the water pumps and like fires a stream at him. And then does he say something like "not this time" and he fires electric at it?
He just
Yep.
yeah, and it just
Yeah.
stops
And it
it.
stops at
I
water.
don't
Yeah.
understand why that works that way.
So like the electricity is so hot that it just instantly vaporizes the water when it connects. I don't know.
It's,
Theoretically possible. It would
it's
just make
just
this
amused me.
huge cloud between them, which I think would be more interesting. But if it was me, and I could just turn in material.
I would
I'd
also like
do
to
that
point
all
out,
the
if you
time.
guys have the scene up, Spider-Man breaks it, aims it up, and then the scene begins after it cuts with Electro teleporting to put himself in the way of it just to push it back. All he had to do was not do that. It wouldn't have been a problem anyway.
Oh, where did he get his suit?
I got nothing for that.
He just he
just sort of
spawns it.
He just
Yeah,
has it, and it's got a little lightning bolt logo on it.
Well, they don't have enough time in the film for him to go to a
tailor.
place where he's like, can you make me a super generic suit?
He actually was more imposing without it.
Yeah,
I
I think
agree.
so.
Yeah, I prefer the Dr. Manhattan look.
Yeah.
Coming
Also,
back
I don't know
to-
if you guys have ever noticed this, but like this film straight steals a couple shots straight from Watchmen. Like the Times Square bomb going off is shot for shot the same with the Manhattan bomb.
I'd have to see him. I didn't know that. Like, I've seen the film, but I don't remember. To just in the same scene as the suit thing, I thought it was funny that the guy was trying to frame, the current, I guess, boss of the board of Oscorp. He watches his colleague get insta-killed by this man of electricity, and then he tries for a moment.
Thin air.
He tries for a moment to actually control the room, be like, you know what? It's just
He
like, what the fuck are you
insults
doing?
him.
Like, what? You
I guess
nuts?
he's just
like,
trying anything. Like he's just like trying to intimidate Harry. Like I don't know.
I guess that's what he was trying to do, but like, dude, this guy can
There's a god man in the
materialize
room.
out of thin air. He could kill people before he even does that.
I didn't even notice the bolt. Like, I didn't see that before. The lightning bolt on his
The lightning bolt on his arm. Oh yeah, that's his. Yeah, it's his symbol. It's his
his
thing.
logo.
That's what he does.
It's because he's
That's
gonna
his
start a
logo.
franchise.
Yeah, he needs to have a symbol. It's important to his character that his suit has a symbol on it.
So I almost cringed when the guy like decides to give Harry the injection in the gun arm when he's got his finger on the trigger. It's like, dude, like of all the
like,
please inject him with the other one. You might actually just
you're
you
one
might-
muscle spasm away from. Yeah.
It was funny
just
though.
gonna-
Also, I like it how before he goes down and he says, "Electro, you have," like as if Electro needed fucking permission to get into the system, the power systems. This, like he lifts up he lifts up the little.
Oh my god, yes, talk
lid.
about it.
Here, let me show it. Like it's.
I gotta get it on screen as well. It's so funny.
I love it. It's so nice.
By the way, it is 3:30 in the morning where I am right now, and I'm starting to feel very tired, and I've got to be up early. So I'm afraid that I'm gonna have to bow out.
That's
Ooh,
alright.
I would probably be fairly
we're
close
mostly done,
behind
yeah.
you.
Mhm.
I think. Yeah, I can't be 100% sure. I think we're
I'm
you've heard the bulk.
You know
of the
what, Mahler?
criticism.
If you could go for another 6 hours if you felt
Mm-hmm.
like it. There's so much.
He
Yeah,
lifts the little lid up with his telekinesis and then goes inside.
Right.
It's like, oh, he lifts it up. It's
Barag's the best part. He goes in. He goes in, and then he extends a little electric finger out and closes the lid. It's like the greatest thing ever. I don't know why he does this.
Oh my god, he's so polite. He doesn't want anyone to trip over it. That's a
Exactly.
tripping hazard.
You know what?
I
Yeah,
love it.
he had a workplace accident. He's not about to cause one.
I would argue that's exactly like the tooth gap thing. It's just something silly from Spider-Man film that doesn't really
Yeah,
affect.
Like I said, this film had me.
Oh yeah,
laughing.
it's not a flaw. That's not a flaw. I'm
Yeah,
just like,
it's just
that's
funny. Yeah.
hilarious.
I always found that funny.
It's like one of those moments where campy charm, I think, adequately covers its existence. Because
Also,
there's a fair amount of camp in the movie.
So right after, immediately the scene after, you have Harry taking the businessman at gunpoint down to the special lab place. But he's taking him past a bunch of people.
What's the time code for that?
Oh yeah,
It
he has
is
he's
one-
threatening the guy with the gun, and he's just walking. It's at like 1:41:30.
30, yeah, starting at 1:41:30. He's just like walking past.
Yeah, he's just walking
Everyone-
inside Oscorp with a gun till the
Yeah.
sky is back.
You know, the CEO who's
Oh,
not
you're
allowed to
right.
be
Shit, I
here.
didn't even notice that.
Yeah. So
Because Electro's
I guess
gone.
no
His
one's-
main leverage is gone.
Yeah, and also like this guy could just run away. Like he's not going to shoot him in the front of all these people because he's
Yeah.
not going to get what he wants. So it's retarded.
And this also creates the issue of when this guy went up the because we never see how Harry got from here out. When obviously the businessman guy would be like, "Hey, dude, like, so Harry Osborn's down there, and he held me at gunpoint, and he injected himself with this stuff, and it's turning him to a crazy monster, and there's a bunch of weapons and everything down there that I guess he can just take now."
Also, yeah, he would
police?
have to be like, "This is Osborn's shit. This is not mine. I don't know about this building or this special." Because obviously the secret's out if the Green Goblin is going to be fucking everything up. But at the same time, I can't believe he actually takes him through past the offices at gunpoint when Electro's left the building. That's crazy. I still can't get over the fact that as soon as Electro is able to dissipate and reapparate, I don't even know if those are the right words, it's so over. Like, it's just so over. I can't handle how over it is.
And theoretically, since he can just like access electricity and kind of gets more powerful, like, couldn't he, if he wanted to, just like simultaneously murder all of New York at the same time?
I guess so.
It's like, so you suck the power out of the city? Do you stop at just this city, or do you,
Like,
how
become
powerful
God,
can you
dude.
get? Like, what's the next stage?
Well, the thing is, they imply that he has a limit, and that's what kills him, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
kills. I don't know if he's actually dead for sure or not, because the battery pack has a glimmer, right, in the after credits.
So how does the film differentiate between him traveling with a current and absorbing that current?
No idea.
It's just wibbly wobbly electrically. It's
Well,
really tough to get any.
It is
'cause they just sort of-
damn good CGI. I'll tell you that.
It is. It does hold up really, really well. But they just do a sort of, you know, quasi scientific jumbo mumbo conductor limit
want-
overcharge.
You want this battery to be like, it's really important, or whatever it is that's on his head. I just find it funny that it reforms with him, like it turns into like atoms or whatever, electricity, and it'll reform back into that device. It's such a strange, like, it fucks with my brain.
Can he be any shape he wants?
I don't know. I don't know what
If he-
Electro is.
And why would you look like Jamie Foxx?
Oh, that's mean. Jamie Foxx is attractive, okay? He's a movie star, Rex.
He's
I-
a movie star.
I
He's
don't know how
here
much
with
longer.
the tooth gap.
I don't know how much longer this is going to go for. I really do have to go though. But this was fun. I'll happily own up. This was a terrible take from me saying
Yeah,
that it's
yeah.
it could be the best live action Spider-Man movie.
I sincerely apologize to you and all of Spider-Man Twitter for
You did.
starting this.
You don't have to apologize. Just
It's
fucking,
A-okay.
you know, keep on with the Raimi ones, because you're onto something with them, both of you. It's just that you know, it's, to me it seems like you may have gone too far in the other direction. You just need to pull back a little bit. That's all. Because like,
Yeah.
Well,
Yep,
again, there's like the kinds of criticisms that Cosmonaut and Chris Stuckman and others raise against this film, and Ralph the Movie Maker likewise, so fucking terrible. Like it really says something about them that they can't even criticize this film accurately.
Like the thing is, people usually when criticizing this film, they say, "Oh yeah, this is super silly," like the tooth gap thing, and just like it was so easy to defend against.
Well, that's the
other
hilarious
actual
part
criticisms
is
against.
they focus on the tooth gap, and then when we point out like actual problems with the story that deeply fuck the stakes, they're like, that's just nitpicking, dude.
Mhm.
So but yeah, happily say that terrible take from me. I'll own up to it. Feel free to never take my my take seriously again, except for the Raimi films. I'm totally right on that. So
Okay, okay.
anyways, later y'all.
Yeah, see you around, dude.
Oh yeah, bye bye. I'll see you later.
I'm pretty sure we're coming to the end. We're getting there.
Yeah,
At some
I'm just sort of
point, we
scanning
still have the
around.
Sinister
we're just
Six stuff.
Yeah, we're just before the climax begins.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
I
who's-
thought it was funny that the goblin suit doors just opened up. I don't know if was that because it
Oh
detected
yeah, no,
someone who's a goblin?
we all kind of detected that.
Oh yeah, the door opening is the only valid criticism in YMS's video. So yeah, it's something we noticed.
I
the only
mean,
one in his video.
I was gonna say, I feel like
Yes.
really okay.
Yep. We went through with me, Thought, and two friends of mine, and we just really criticisms are retarded for all 26 minutes.
Hmm.
I'm not sure because I remember
don't
liking
agree
that
with
video a
that.
lot. I'd have to trust you.
Which video are you talking about?
YMS's video on
YMS's
Amazing Spider-Man 2.
video.
No, YMS's video is really good. That's
Oh,
what I
yeah,
remember
no.
from that one.
No, it is not.
Oh,
Because
God.
like we watched like half of it before this started, and it was mostly correct.
I mean, I didn't agree on everything he said, but
yeah, we didn't agree with everything, but it was still mostly correct.
and obviously I haven't seen everything he said. But yeah, I don't want to get sidetracked.
I guess that after we gone through this, maybe I watched through the video again because maybe I don't know, a confirmation bias or something like that.
But
It's-
like in this scene here, he's coming out of the main power cables that kill him, but he reforms, and he was just in there, and he broke the power. So it's really weird that they would.
If honestly, Rags, if you told us like we had to write an ending for this creature at the third act, I'd be like, how the fuck do I kill this? Like, what? How can I write that he dies? I don't understand what you want me to do.
Spray him with water, dude. Why doesn't Spider-Man just say, "Hey, I need a bunch of fire trucks chilling at the grid"? Like,
Yeah.
You should have trapped rock types. Get Onyx to eat him. That would have been the way to solve the problem, I'd say. You think
This has
lock him
been
in
the-
like a lead box, or whatever's the least conductive thing in the world?
Well,
like a
yeah,
box
you'd
of
think
that.
there'd be. You'd think that at the facility they'd have him in some kind of super duper uber Faraday cage type prison. Instead of he's just in a cave above a water tank strapped with electrical devices that shock him to torture him. I like the planes barely missing each other. That was great.
I'm pretty sure I'd have to check, but my rudimentary knowledge, and I could be wrong, the likelihood of two planes hitting each other without being guided by a tower is like astronomical. And the power goes down for what, like a half hour, and two planes are about to head into each other. It's just like, damn, there's some low odds on that one.
Let's see. Oh, we have the police officer. So, the police officer with the megaphone is barking orders to people, and no one's listening. And then Gwen shows up, and she said, "Hey, my dead dad used to be a police
cop.
chief."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, okay. What do you need from me?"
Hey,
This
I'm
poor
gonna
guy.
stop helping this entire city because your dead
Yeah.
dad. I knew him.
What do you need? You're like, you need my car battery to magnetize web shooters. Alrighty then. It's like, what the fuck?
Go ahead.
I'd almost be like, it doesn't matter who you are. Will this help Spider-Man fight the evil?
Yeah, that would be
Electric
way
Man?
better. Like Spider-Man's like,
Like,
I
"Hi,
need your
I'm
help, sir.
Spider-Man."
Like, I need to stop this guy, and I need you. And he's gonna be like, shit, Spider-Man needs me. And you could
Plus,
tie that
that's
in.
like a big
thematically.
aspect of all the Spider-Man movies, right? Like you mess with New York, you mess with all of New York. You know?
I skipping around the.
Oh well,
I
so
don't see how the electricity in the plane is having issues when they're built to withstand lightning strikes.
I don't think it's the electricity. I think it's just them trying to communicate with people on the ground.
don't they
I know
lose
some
power
stuff
in
for
the
flickering in
airplanes or
there.
something?
No, it's just like flickers and stuff, and I'm like,
Yeah, I think it's just like transmission
Very-
from the city isn't going
it's
through.
the reception. Like they say that it's not us, it's them on ground control. It's not a big issue. I'm just like, it would have been interesting if they
Can
had
planes?
said-
Do planes not have like a radar system of any kind to be able to detect if they're about to head into any other planes?
I do not know.
This is the thing. I don't believe this is how it happens. But if someone said this is how it happens and this is totally plausible, and planes often hit each other every day without, I'd just be like, okay, fine.
Fucking hell.
But yeah. So what was Gwen's job in Oscorp? Because I thought she was a genetics research like assistant or something, but she knows a lot about.
Wasn't she going to like Oxford or something? Wasn't that like a big plot?
Well, she
point?
works as an assistant to Dr. Connors, who is genetics research, but she knows about the backup systems, the grid, and all the specs for how generators work. It's just like,
Yeah, so they build that up all for her to just be able to flip a switch. Like,
Yeah.
So-
it's- and also, what was she doing? Because in the first one, she was like with she had clout with the guy, the head bio, the gene splicing dude.
Dr.
A
Connors.
totally different field entirely.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Like, I just don't see how those fields match at all.
No, they just need her to do stuff.
Well, it does seem that way. She is often relevant, and it's what end up getting her. Well, that's how the big payoff in the
I
movie
mean,
happens. Isn't it?
we just talked about it. How she got the cop to let them use the battery.
Yeah.
Like the
Because
film
my
uses
dad.
that as
yeah.
see, Gwen allowed this to happen. Like, okay, that's not
So
true, but-
so if they know that Electro, like, because from the Times Square scene, it's established that Electro can connect with the city, and then it's also established that the grid is connected. So like, shouldn't theoretically Spider-Man's plan from this point forward be communicating with Oscorp, basically saying, hey, we might need to make some modifications, or like figure out how we can split up the city's power so he doesn't access the whole grid, or just something like that,
shut it
instead of
down, or
yeah, like,
Well, it's weird that, like, I thought he opens with basically, like, plugging himself into the entire grid and nuking it or whatever, and you're like, okay, our response to this is to attach him to the backup generators for the entire city, which will overblow him. And it's like, why would that overblow him if he did the first thing? Like, why?
yeah, we have no reason to believe that he can be. It's just a science jumbo mumbo wumbo. Of
It's
we
the film
can
being like, that's how you
overcharge him.
defeat him, and you're like, it is?
Like we have no information, I think, to work with that would assume
Oh.
that this would.
A car knocked out Electro.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yes, the car. He was knocked out because Gwen, always the plot convenience, conveniently arrives at that moment, saves Spider-Man, knocks him with a car, just a normal police car. This knocks him out of the fight. If Spider-Man would have just gone and got him, it would be
Also,
over.
There's so many ways to highlight this, right? So first of all, it highlights that Electro has the ability to keep Spider-Man in place and just apply electric infinitely, and apparently it does damage because Peter's like, so just keep doing
Well-
it. Tear off his clothing. I know I know.
Yeah,
I
just
know
tell
how
it
that
can-
sounds, but you know,
Yeah,
the point is that
automatically
he can
take off his
disable
helmet.
Spider-Man quite handily. Now, that ruins fights between those two just entirely throughout all this. But secondly, he's able to fly, right? And he sees the car coming. So there's several things he can do. One is to, go up. Second would be to go just ethereal. Like, he doesn't have to be hit by a car. I don't understand. And then, how do you do this to an electric being? Like, how do you knock that out? And then the fact that they were even in a position where she could hit him with a car is incredibly lucky, of all the different things that could be happening. And then, of course, the fact that he's knocked out. If he got up straight away and electrocuted her, she'd be dead.
So the
Obviously
only
she dies
person
anyway,
who
but you know
comes
her point
here is Gwen. No police, no firefighters, no engineers. She is.
Yeah,
the
you think a
one
lot of people would
person
show
who
up,
drives.
considering this is incredibly important, or they would just be like, nah, Spider-Man's fighting him in there, it's fine. It's like, I don't know.
Why do they bother having the box be locked if it just instantly picks up the key that's right next to it?
I
yeah,
guess
that
to
just
an-
seems like adding to the ticking clock that doesn't actually need to happen. Like, nothing in the film changes if it's unlocked.
I guess it was to imply that, so someone might have
Electro
highlighted,
killed
like,
them?
surely somebody would be doing this, and the film is like, yeah, someone tried, but Electro killed them.
Nobody would
guess-
have thought of this.
Well,
Okay, so, well, like, what that would be showing, though, is, I mean, if you see this grid, like, freaking out at such a massive level like that, the people who are in charge of that are, the first thing they're going to do is, like, all right, we need to reset the grid. So, I mean, they can unlock it, and then Electro can, like, murder them, so, like,
Well,
you
they were
remove
already
that.
killed.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
people under
saying like the
control.
sequence of events would just be that like they unlock it logically to try and reset the grid, and then Electro would kill them because like they would try to reset the grid, seeing that it's freaking out because Electro's there.
Well, he's just there's not really any prep time. He just sort of shows up and it
I wonder if
goes
I don't
off.
even know if those guys were already there or not, but it
they,
does
and they
amuse
were
me.
dead already.
Well,
Like,
so
once
that's what I'm saying.
Electro
Is like,
showed up-
did they show up after he did the stuff and then he killed them, or did he kill them on his way in, or did he kill them after he? I don't know.
Killed the way in. Though
Yeah,
if he had the key in his hand, then it'd be pretty weird. So would it be afterwards that he blows it up, he sees the people and then he kills them, I guess?
It's fine because I'm happy to.
Yeah, we only see them when they're dead on the ground in the control room. So I assume that in his initial takeover of the place, it shocked him.
Also,
Because there's like an explosion and like an electric explosion.
Spider-Man webs him up at one point. How do you web up someone who can disappear into thin air?
Oh,
And how could he web him up if like we know that the webs conduct electricity and he's like radiating the stuff, so every time Spider-Man shoots a web it should be like electrically going straight back into his shooters. So I mean, even like it's showing that it heats up, so at some point the shooters are going to burn through the suit and through his wrist. I guess if it's implying that if Electro's electricity continues to conduct through the webs, which is why the reset would work in the first place, then logically that would translate to, well, we see the electricity heating up the web shooters because of the continual pulse, like it wouldn't stop it, but wouldn't that eventually burn through his suit?
That's what I thought, but as you pointed out, he's already got holes in his suit, so he's done for anyway.
Yeah, that's just another issue.
Yeah, I just find it funny that a part of their plan is to stun him for a bit with the webbing, and he's like struggling to get out of it. And it's like, dude, just turn into a ghost. I don't understand.
That was weird that they gave that to him as a power.
Why couldn't he go ethereal when he was dying? Like he's getting zapped. It's like, hey, run away. You know, I'm assuming his ability to turn into thin air is tied to not being hit by electricity or something. I don't fucking know.
Well, it's getting hit by electricity that gives him that ability.
So you're suggesting it might not make sense?
If I'm suggesting that, especially in a combat situation, that would be my default state would be the immaterial one.
Yeah,
because I seem to be invulnerable and invisible.
Think. Yeah, we're nearing the end now. I've only got a couple of notes left, so.
I am shocked that you caught all of this on like one watch through. Like this would take me so long.
Like I watched this film 3 times in the span of a week and I didn't notice that. Like, bro.
Sure, there's other little things.
I doubt.
I feel like writing down notes is always helpful. Just
that helped
me. Moment like, oh wait, that might be a thing. Hold on, and then just write it.
Oh yeah, when I was watching the Frozen films, I was taking notes for a friend of mine, and like I noticed a lot of weird shit in the film that I wouldn't have noticed otherwise.
No shameless product placement for the police car. It's weird that they use an Impala. You think that with all the Sony stuff, they would be like, because this is very corporate movie. So I'd be like, they wouldn't get any money from someone because they're not exactly selling a lot of Impalas these days. So it's just weird that they'd have that be the car, you know. This is the car that saved Spider-Man's web slingers and it could knock out Electro. You should buy it. Also Sony phones, they're immune to Electro's alert. This fucking hell yeah.
That bomb going off so close to both of them is like, damn, I guess the bombs just aren't that good.
I guess. See ya.
That's like a theme of Spider-Man movies, is that whenever Green Goblin bombs explode right next to somebody, apparently they don't...
Especially right next to the love interest. Like, so it happens to be that way.
I actually like the bomb that goes off in Tobey Maguire's face, but there's probably issues there, actually. Like, I like that it, fucks him up. It's quite a good moment in the film to be like, oh no, he's losing. But when the one that goes off in front of Harry's face just gives him scars, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like, these aren't really bombs,
What's the point of this bomb? Like, I feel like a standard hand grenade would do a better job.
Well, yeah, because we established that he can get shot and die. So a
Yeah.
grenade blowing up will kill him.
So
You can't.
Yeah, I mean it should.
Yeah, you can't survive one and not the other. You know, if you're weak to one, the other will do the job.
This is a common criticism I have for all Spider-Man movies. Most of the time, I think I could spot them in all of the movies, but Spidey just never takes full advantage of shooting people in the face with his web. Like, he'll do it every once in a while. It happens with Lizard. He like does it one time, and it's super effective, and he just never does it again. I think he doesn't do it at all to Harry in this fight. I don't think so, anyway. And I was just, when I was watching it with Rags, I was like, shoot him in the face! Shoot him in the face! And he shoots it out his hand to connect it to a wall. And whenever he gets even close to doing stuff like that, I'm like, okay, now just pile it on. Just fire every piece of web you have. Just wrap them up. And he does that to Lizard once in the previous movie, and there's the thing, it's hard, I know, to write Spider-Man in a limited and balanced way while he has such incredible webbing, but I mean, you gotta account for it. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, you gotta do something. Make his
when you
webs
feel
a
like
certain
you-
way, or have that be something he constantly tries, but bad guys are constantly covering up their face. Have it be a quirk of the fight, like that's something that Spider-Man is constantly trying to do, and the bad guys constantly account for it.
Yeah, you just gotta write it so that you can deal with this. Like you know, they're able to get out of it quickly, or he's just unable to get the shot off or something. It's hard, I get it. But also, I was gonna say, not a knife person, but I did think that this knife that he's got, or what, I don't even know if this is called a knife. It just, to me, comes across as the bad guy's got to have a weapon, make it look like weird.
Yeah, this is the
It's like a
weirdest.
weird looking knife.
Like, it defeats the
super
purpose
pointy.
of a knife.
It seems like a really inefficient knife to me.
It is an extremely
Seems like it
inefficient
looks like
knife.
that
Makes
just
no
because
sense.
it kind of reminds you of Goblin, like all these pointy things, like
Like,
it's
it looks like a
supposed to.
glider. but
Yeah, like
why
glider,
would
yeah.
you
It
design
just
a
looks like
knife to look like a
glider.
glider?
Also, I was gonna say, like, Muller, do you have a problem with Gwen cutting the web off of her hand with her car key?
From what I understand, the way that high tensile strength
The
webbing
logic-
works is
yeah.
that it's hard to break it through stretching, but it's easy to break it through cutting.
Okay, yeah,
That's
fine.
all I know about it.
It's just a very common criticism that I hear from like all these videos, but just wanted to know if you saw it
I
as.
think a key might be able to get through it with enough back and forth.
I mean, the webs seem
does-
to be pretty stretchy, so I mean, like even with
I
a
don't
rubber
know.
band, trying to cut it with a key might be.
I see
Yeah,
what you mean.
I don't know
see
if
what you
I
mean.
buy that.
Yeah, let's say I'm undecided. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty mad on it.
Though he could have
I
done a
don't
way
think
better
it-
job of actually disabling her if he
Could she not have called the cop to be like, "Hey"?
Hey, help me out. Yeah, well, that's the thing that I was going to counter myself with. If he had stuck her in all of her limbs, she would just be like, "Somebody, please help me get out of this." So you can't really.
And then they're gonna be like, "Why did Spider-Man web you to this car?"
because it doesn't want you to be in danger. So yeah, I've not really
And
got.
I guess the cop left the keys in the ignition.
I've not got much else to say. I'm cool with
the-
her dying. I thought it was
Oh
neat.
no, we missed one before the dying. Right before the dying.
You talking about the thing that isn't necessarily a criticism, more of a
It's
goof
not
factor?
an objective criticism.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh, can
However,
you guess what we're referring to? Anyone?
Right before she
Is it?
dies.
Oh, is it the fact that the web goes into a hand to grab her?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just the web. We know that it opens up at that end, and it
You don't.
just
Please don't.
like a-
Just look.
like a
It's,
little-
It
it's got
opens
four
up like a
fingers.
little wee hand.
It's got
to
four
grab
fingers
her.
and a
Hey,
thumb.
is
What?
it fair to say that it's like it works for the symbolism, even if it's really weak?
Oh, but it's really
I-
bad. They shouldn't
genuinely,
have
I
done
don't
that
think.
at all.
Listen, a webbing can look like anything when it's coming out on that end. I think it's funny as hell, and it took me right out of the
It
moment.
is I was laughing my ass off when I saw that.
I'd love it if it just like turned into a little dick at the end, and we just to grab it like.
Yeah, I think the
Pretty funny.
emotion of the scene is all there with the fact that he's trying to save her from dying. You don't need to have the string turn into a hand.
The interesting thing though is even if like he hadn't, even if he had caught her a little bit earlier, she still would have died from like whiplash.
Well, so let's say that there was another mile of hole. The idea is with Webb, right, that she would spring like a bungee. So
We kind of see that in TASM 1 when he throws her out the window. I
Oh,
mean,
well,
there's
I
obviously
think,
more speed, but like there's
isn't-
still a lot of whiplash even from
well,
that.
from what I remember in the comics, Gwen dies from whiplash. Like Peter grabs her, she doesn't hit anything, but her neck snaps. And in this movie, it's like she is grabbed just a little too late and hits her head. But I feel like it wouldn't just go boing. Oh, all good now. Like
Yeah, well,
I feel
we have
like
all
she's
the other
still dead.
times where she's just like randomly snatched from a still position, and he grabs her, and she's okay.
Yeah, there's a bit of.
It's just this time the whiplash is too much.
Wait, no, we
Well,
haven't.
she's-
Have we talked about? Because you said your notes are over, but what about the scene with Rhino? That's really stupid.
It
what
is
have I
very
got?
stupid.
So
Right.
the
The
stupid thing is
yeah.
that the kid manages to break the barricade. 'Cause,
Let's go earlier. There's a barricade.
yeah, a barricade for all these onlookers to look at a guy in a walking tank in
Yeah,
the middle of
he
downtown
just shows up.
New York.
Yeah, he shows up, and like police are engaged in the gun battle. And some of them, I guess, their job was to put up a barricade so that people could watch the gunfight.
Fucking strange.
So like Rhino broke into it to steal money. And like you've got all these cops, but surely you need the military. This is a walking tank.
Yeah, this thing is.
Why does it have a
major.
rhino thing at the front as well?
Because
look,
the
this-
rhino.
How did he
To-
make this?
We
To
didn't
make
we
the
got it from
enemies
Morse
very
code.
afraid.
Oh, right,
Psychological
yeah.
warfare.
But like,
One thing that I
this
wanna
whole
ask-
crowd watching this gunfight. Is so
One thing that I want to ask is like, where is the crowd exactly? Because if we look at the shot earlier where we see from the top, like it doesn't show exactly where the barricade is. So how does the kid get there? Like we don't see where the kid is before.
I do like how the kid crawls through, nobody notices, the mum doesn't notice because she decided to bring her son
Yeah,
to there.
I'm sorry. I would get the
into
fuck out of there.
middle.
I'd be like, look at the artillery
we
on that
just
thing.
have. Yeah, you have these miniguns firing out. By the way, all those cops should be dead.
There's always by the way, you may have noticed there's a wide shot where there are a bunch of people standing behind Rhino, which means they might have been hit by the bullets the police were shooting.
Oh, we
yeah,
didn't
and all
mention
the rounds that he's
police
firing from his
shoot.
miniguns, they kill all the cops because cars are not bulletproof.
The
and
police
they
shoot
tumble.
Electro in a circle in Times Square. They're fucking retarded. And we've noted that happened in Batwoman. It was really bad in Batwoman. But, like, guys, bullets travel, okay? They move to
they
other
don't
places
just
sometimes.
stop when you think they keep going. Like you shoot that
look at all
bullet,
those
you
people.
miss Rhino, it's gonna keep
And you
going,
hit one
it's
of
gonna
those
hit the
people,
pavement,
yeah.
it's gonna bounce off the pavement and tumble as shrapnel.
Also, there's no way a grown adult doesn't catch up to a kid walking at that speed.
How lucky is it that that Spider-Man decided on this day that he's going to be a hero again, to meet the same kid that he helped out many months earlier in the movie in New York.
And
Yeah,
obviously,
it's not.
and this is Rhino's debut as well.
Yes, it is. It's Rhino's first day on the job. It's pretty lucky that when he was moping around, there weren't like Craven the Hunter or whatever his name is.
Maybe there
showing
was,
up
Springy.
in Robin
Maybe there
Banks.
was. Maybe a whole bunch of people died.
They're also
I'm
kind
like, why
of presuming that Spider-Man is going to lose this fight because if it's setting up the Sinister Six and he's part of the Sinister Six, then he has to survive this fight, or it's like there's never going to be your Sinister Six team up. So I think that makes like
Why
the
doesn't-
end of it feel a little weird.
I just want to highlight.
Why doesn't Rhino like shoot Spider-Man when he's standing there having a
Because
speech?
he's taunting him. He's monologuing. It totally makes sense for you. Shut the fuck up. So, Spider-Man kid is very lazily walking in the following shot. Like, he's very, very slow. The cop is, like, sprinting at him from off-screen. He's, like, 3 meters away. And then suddenly he's
So-
nowhere in sight.
I was like, why does the Oscorp Rhino tank have Cyrillic on it?
Cyrillic?
Yeah, the Russian alphabet.
Oh. Because he's Russian.
Because
So
Paul
Opasko?
Giamatti's Russian.
Yeah, I think they're just like, hey, before we send you out to rob a bank, any cosmetic upgrades you want for your suit?
Russian
Well,
shit.
it's gonna
throw
say,
some Russian on there.
Now I know it's dangerous, but I don't know the rest.
Imagine how mad you would be if you wanted to see Rhino and you saw the trailer and you see this cool shot and it's like, oh, wait, this is the end of the movie, guys.
Elia.
Yeah, I think that was something of a a criticism that went around quite a bit, and as much as I would call that a marketing criticism, not a criticism against the film.
Well,
Yeah, it's
all the
one of those
promo
things just announced
material
a moment
shows
ago.
Rhino in
Yeah,
there,
still.
like he
Literally,
is as
if every
prominent.
human on
Oh,
this
yeah,
planet
there's
told
marketing,
you
yeah.
something about the film, it's not the film's fault, right?
Yeah,
I just realized that was marketing as
people
well.
bring
Yeah.
it up in a video saying that it's a huge problem, but it's on the marketing. It's not on the film at all.
Oh, it's not like a problem. I just find it funny.
Oh, sure. I do feel for those people. That sucks.
Yeah, probably there were people who went into the film only for Rhino because Rhino is my favorite Spider-Man villain, and then they just see this and it's like, well, fuck.
Why would Rhino charge Spider-Man instead of just shooting
Shoot
at
him because he's not bulletproof. Because then the fight would be instantly over.
Also,
Because those are miniguns. He ain't dodging all those.
the rockets, Spider-Man deflects them left
With
and
Yeah.
right.
yeah.
Does Spider-Man know that they're heading, like, one of them's heading for a
Well,
building? Like, I don't
Dude,
know.
there's a lot
Spider-Man...
wrong with it. There's a lot wrong with it. So first he jumps down, the rockets come at him, Spider-Man jumps down, he grabs a manhole, and the first rocket explodes and doesn't kill him. But then when he jumps up, the ones that he hits with the manhole don't explode but deflect away. But
Yeah,
if they exploded, they would also kill him. He's dead. But I guess he's not dead. And it's lucky that those ones don't hit any of the cops or bystanders.
It's also incredibly convenient that like the manhole just so happens to be right
if
there.
it
Like,
wasn't there,
what's
he's
his
dead.
plan?
Dude, it would be so funny if he
Is
dodged
he gonna
them.
try to web them out of the air? Like,
But like if he dodges them and then they just hit people behind him, Spider-Man's like, well, you know, what are you gonna do?
Man. Hey, but hey, at least the shot looks cool.
Yeah. And I went in the trailer. And they were really hoping, they're like, we've got so much potential, let us make more. And it's like, well.
I think one of the running themes in YMS's video was that none of the actors seemingly wanted to be there, was the impression you get.
I thought, so
Like-
I said Andrew Garfield I thought was pretty good. And I think he sold it as far as I'm concerned. If someone said he looked like he didn't want to be there, I'd be like, I didn't pick that up. I thought he wanted to be there. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what the atmosphere of the set was, but I thought he was pretty good.
I mean, it looked like Paul Giamatti and Jamie Foxx were having like the time of their lives.
They look like that.
Paul Giamatti looks like he's just fucking around, yeah.
And then also like I think Sally Field does like sells Aunt May pretty well. I mean, like as far as continuity from the first one. I mean, I don't really know who's not showing up. I mean, I guess maybe like the McEvil businessman, but who knows?
Mm-hmm. I thought
So-
McEvil businessman was going to
I
be
don't-
Vulture with the way he was walking. He's got like a big nose as well. I don't know if they were going for like old man Vulture sort of thing.
I think the Russian is all messed up. Because it literally translates to dangerous for of life. So maybe that last one.
Maybe you're reading it upside down and it means life is for danger.
No, it's in the right. It's right because I put them phonetically into. I spoke them into the Russian translator and I got the right symbols. Maybe I'll see if anyone can speak Russian. In fact, I will. I think I know someone.
Why doesn't Rhino, like, why would he even stop to shoot the cops? Allowing Spider-Man enough time to get there. Why doesn't he
You
just?
think he just run past him? He'd fucking leave.
yeah, run through.
Or just turn the other way. Like they're all out of their cars.
Or he's just, I don't know, he's rambunctious and he wants everyone to know that he's.
I mean,
Can't
does
he
like
do that by just like charging into different buildings and just shooting at random citizens as he goes? Like, there's so much
He's
more.
basically unstoppable.
Yeah, if it causes more destruction, then that's gonna bring him way more attention than anything else.
Pluto.
Yeah, I'm. That's it for me. I'm happy to leave it there.
Well,
Wasn't the
Mahler,
post-credits
I hope.
scene in, sorry.
Oh well,
go ahead.
yeah, of course. If who else wants to do the thing? I'm saying that I'm expended, but you guys go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's like this has been quite the journey. I don't think I've ever had my perspective on a film change so much in like over the course of 4 hours. Like it feels really weird looking back at the beginning of this conversation and knowing I was defending this with everything I had. That's just, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
at some point, me and Thought just gave up and started criticizing the film as well.
I was gonna
But
say you did seem to help us toward the end there, like you were like jumping
Dude,
in.
I mean,
So-
dude, there was nothing left. Like, there was nothing left to praise. I mean, like, I like the film subjectively. I think it has cool things to say. It means a lot to me personally. But like, just as the way it works as a film, I mean, it's like there's so many holes.
oh yeah, it's
Does
super broken.
Spider-Man look CGI here?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he was just standing there.
I can see why you think he looks CGI.
Yeah, I can see why
Yeah.
you think it might just be the lighting looks odd.
It-
I don't know.
Yeah, it might be. It just looks really strange. Like he doesn't fit.
He doesn't feel like he.
Well, like neither do the like if you pull up the Times Square scene, where like you see the people standing on the red steps, they just look like PNGs inserted into the scene. Like they look way too bright to be there. I'll see if I can grab the screenshot. There's a lot of out of place CGI in this. I mean, like just with extras, you see it a few times.
Because it's really noticeable with Paul Giamatti in the. By the way, Paul Giamatti is a Rhino. Like, I think there's an inconsistency with. Just a second, let me see.
One thing that I noticed, I don't know if you guys picked it up, that the thing in on Electro's head, the shows how how powered up he is. It changes the side of his head in the climax. It's a really small thing, just continuity, but yeah.
People are just like, there's even a red Russian star on it on the right.
He's
Oh my
Russian,
goodness.
don't you get it?
But like,
I do like the idea that that's how you know he's Russian. Like if
there's
it was an
even more
American
Russian
Rhino,
on the
he'd just
fucking
have
shoulder
stars and
pad.
stripes.
Like he had to get a stencil
Yeah,
and
that took
write all the
effort.
stuff out.
It took effort.
I
And
imagine
this was
he's the one
clearly
who
made
did that.
here in the city by Oscorp.
He just got it from Oscorp and was like, let me, customize it a bit.
Maybe he had his suit making montage scene and we just didn't get to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see him
Everyone-
suited up. He just jumps in and it's over. You're like, oh, well. Yeah, so before we sort of like try and conclude, was there anything else you wanted to say, Rags, or Fringy, or you both?
Let me pull up to
No, I got
like a
nothing.
random.
Sure. This film has been a weird ride because I thought it was bad the first time I watched it, like for the reasons that people usually bring up, and I was making a lot of fun of ThoughtTheatre every time we talked because he was just like, "Oh yeah, I love this film," and we're like, "Yeah, you're stupid and whatnot," and then we watched it together. And I was like, "Oh, this is actually really great," and now my perspective has been changed a lot. So this has been quite the ride, to say the least, with the in regards to Tasm Chew. But I'm very glad you have had this conversation to just just understand why this film is bad instead of the usual discussions we have in regards to Tasm Chew, because most criticisms against Tasm Chew are very bad. But you actually brought up a lot of valid points.
This here. So this is what
Well,
Harry.
just in regards to what he said, thank you for I don't know,
Oh,
saying
yeah.
it's good. It's good stuff. Glad you had fun. I had fun, and it's good of you guys to have stuck it out for so long, as well as defending it. And hell, being like, you know what, position's getting weaker. I don't know if you know this, but it doesn't happen very often for us where we have what you. I mean, this is technically a debate, and it's EFAP, so it's an EFAP debate. I'd be curious to see if people would rate this one the highest at this point. It feels the most amicable, and it was filled with references, and it's a topic people know about. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's like also the element of, I mean, I was planning on releasing my In Defense of TASM 2 video like yesterday, so I'm so glad that did not happen. Because that sequence of events would have been very, very unfortunate.
is the
But
video
I will
complete?
say this. Hi, wait, go ahead.
Is the video complete?
Just about, yeah.
Oh, right. Well, so what, are you gonna make a different video, or are you just gonna axe it? Or?
Well, I think I might like rewrite the script a bit to say like why I think it has its merits subjectively, but it just doesn't hold up as a film like writing wise. But I mean, honestly, thank you for the discussion because this probably isn't something I would have reached naturally otherwise, and I'd like rather have fair, honest, intellectually honest criticism of films. So, yeah, definitely like worth the conversation for sure.
Feel like to be able to be here on EFAP the first time of it ever is and everyone's gonna have the perception that I'm a retard defending Tasm too, but gotta take that. But I really like looking up to you guys. We even started our podcast called Ecom as well, and just try to do the same format. So it's been really great to be here today.
Oh well, yeah. Obviously, I was interested now in the conversation after seeing the movies. I was like, these are some interesting stuff. And this isn't live, so it won't be posting it in the quote unquote live chat. But if you guys want to talk about what you do on your channels, and I'll make sure they're in the description when this goes up. No idea what number EFAP this will be, but it'll go up eventually. But you don't have to do that right now, because I think Rags wanted to talk about one more criticism. Is it? Or
I was thinking it's weird how like this picture, the first clear picture of Spider-Man that has a very, very big photograph by Peter Parker. You think he'd be getting bugged all the time about these amazing pictures.
Well, like there's a whole nother problem that comes with it. Says first clear photograph of Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's been around for a while at this point. I mean, he has the new suit, and to think that like out of all the people in New York, this is the very first ever clear picture is just a whole. Like, I don't understand how they can even...
I think this is a criticism of Spider-Man content as a whole as well, but I refuse to believe that the only person willing to buy his fucking photos for a shitty price are the people at the Daily Bugle. There's no way. Like, having photos that are clear of Spider-Man should be worth a shit ton to any newspaper. So, basically go find a different one. Be like, yeah, fuck you, I'll go and sell to, the Daily... The Daily
Planet.
What's the other one?
Hell, I think you could sell them on eBay for way more. Like, people will be like, shit, man, photos of Spider-Man, that's so fucking cool.
Have prints, sell the prints online.
And of course, his identity as the photographer for Spider-Man in Raimi's first film, isn't that, like, not known? Only J. Jonah Jameson knows that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he purposely keeps it a secret. Like, even when Goblin attacks him, he's like, nope, not telling you.
You'd want to keep that a secret because he's your source for these photos. You're going to want to make it so that no one knows who it is. And you strike a deal with this photographer because, holy shit, these photos are good. For your paper, I mean. Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah, I've actually have so the words that are next to that are in Russian on the front, they say life-threatening.
In case
they don't say like rhino or
well, I'm having someone do the word on his shoulder. So hopefully any second they'll get back to me, and because I'm curious myself.
Life-threatening.
Yeah, life-threatening.
Yeah, it was obvious that I could do that.
So yeah, we'll definitely wait for that to come out as well. But I was going to say, if there's no other criticisms, everyone can. I'll even plug for Southpaw because he's not able to be here to do it. He does live streams and videos. His channel is currently the in-use one is Southpaw live streams, I believe, is it?
I mean, he uses that to stream the stuff, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna upload it to his normal Southpaw channel.
Well, he's been on EFAP a couple of times. I think people will probably know how to find him, but the links will be in the description. He does a lot of media discussion and does podcasts going into depth. You guys, I don't know if either of you were there, but he did one on Into the Spider-Verse being bad recently.
Yeah,
right? It was like a 12-hour one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was there for like at least half, like in the call, so that was fun.
That's a long man. Nice. So yeah, go check him out. Links in the description. And if you folks would like to say anything about your channels, go right ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Marcus. I've done it before, so you can have your piece.
Okay, so I have a channel named SkyeSpixru. I've tried to do like long form critiques of stuff. I'm mostly focused on Legion. That is my favorite show. Like I have a weird obsession with it. So just the main content of my channel is regarding Legion usually. But I am planning to do a critique of Iron Man 3 soon because that film is fucking terrible and I really want to tear it apart. And I also am one of the hosts of a podcast called Ecom, which spawned from EFAP. The name is very intentional, yes. And we've had 4 episodes so far, from mainline episodes. It's covering some stuff. Episode 4 we had Chase Face on, so that was fun. So if you guys want to check it out as well, yeah, that's what we're doing mostly.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely go check them out. It's good stuff. Me, ThoughtTheatre, just first result. Still doing video essays, dabbling in live streams here and there. Trying to do one every couple weeks. Was planning on the Tasm one this time, but I'm gonna go back to the drawing board with that. But yeah, definitely check me out, hang out, and yeah, stick around. Good stuff. And yeah, definitely thank you, Mahler Rags Fringy, for having us on and doing this discussion. Definitely quite the experience, quite the arc
Fun.
this take has gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun, lads. Of course, I would get Fringy to plug, but what would be the point? He's always here.
Yeah, that's right.
But the link will be in the description regardless. And yeah, Rags and I will catch people in the future. I don't know, is there anything else? Because this is the thing, this is contextless. This will be uploaded either it could be from tomorrow to next 10 years. Who fucking knows when this will go live? But
Mahler just made me watch these movies.
what a day, right? It's so
We
weird.
accidentally watched one of them.
But hey, I think people will really enjoy this conversation. So
Yeah, I
thank you
think
both
so.
for facilitating it, and thanks to Southpaw and Fringy as well for all the input. And I suppose we'll leave it there. So goodbye all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.